and so our history came to an end. It's been 90 days since the invasion from space began. In that time, the entire planet has been wiped clean. We've been fighting back for 3 months. 3 long, arduous months. Every single attempt ended in failure. Of course they did. We had all kinds of security measures in place to deal with other countries, but we were completely unprepared for an invasion from outer space. The United States fought hard to the last man, but even so they only lasted a matter of days. With no other options left to them, all the few remaining humans could do was stand by and stare around, dumbfounded, at the endless stretch of nothingness. Everyone resigned themselves to the fact that each passing day could well and truly be their last, but not me. But not me. I just couldn't let it end like this. So I turned my back on the campsite and walked away like a petulant child, casting a deaf ear to the people offering up their final prayers. Before me I saw a vast wasteland of endless white. Any trace of humanity had been erased. We no longer had any hope for survival, let alone of turning the tide. Nothing we tried had even the slightest effect. In this wasteland, I searched through old records like a raccoon pawing through garbage. I managed to find an old motorcycle with barely enough fuel for a one-way trip and began riding across the blinding white wasteland. It's just... nothing about this makes sense. There are so many unanswered questions. If I'm going to die, I at least want to know why. I can accept an alien invasion. I can even accept the end of the world. But I can't accept not knowing why they invaded us or how. The invasion lasted a good 90 days. There must have been some sign leading up to it. Someone must have seen this coming. Or maybe someone knew this was coming and decided to let it happen. How did the invaders first make their way to Earth to begin with? Someone needs to figure at least that much out, or humanity will never be able to rest in peace. So I'll keep exploring until I find a lead, some sort of clue that could lead me to the answers I seek. This recording might just be me talking to myself, but still there's every chance that this is the last document remaining on Earth. My name is David Bluebook. I'm an oddball setting off on the last trip of his life, searching for answers in a world where I'll be lucky to see tomorrow.
Researcher's Log 2018. 18 hours have passed since the events we observed in New Mexico. At last, Subject E has been relocated to this base. Honestly, I can barely contain my excitement. This is the biggest thing to happen since the Roswell UFO incident in 1947. I have no idea how it ended up making an emergency landing on this planet, and I don't care. What I do know is that our visitor is at death's door and needs our help if it's going to survive. I also know that it is an intelligent life form and is nothing like us humans. Its form beggars belief. Thank goodness for the boundless capacity of the human imagination. This visitor from a distant world looks exactly like the sort of thing one would see in a horror movie. My orders are to perform surgery on this new friend from beyond the stars to save its life and hopefully establish communication. I'm literally trembling with excitement. My entire staff and I are eager to begin our work. This will be a difficult operation, but we will save it. This will be by far the most fulfilling work I've ever done. How could I not see that it succeeds? My only regret is that I won't be able to share these discoveries with the outside world. This project is as classified as they come, and who knows if it will ever be disclosed to the public. Until then, we must continue to nurse it back to health in secret, here in this underground facility. It is here that I must study this strange new life form. These tree roots come to life.
It has been 90 days, 3 full months since the Tree of Emptiness took root. The world has been successfully rewritten with the Lost Belts. The felling theoretical phenomenon is complete. Let us take a moment to celebrate this milestone. None of this would have been possible without each of your devoted efforts.
Psh, you're giving us way too much credit, Kirshtaria. None of us has done anything worth celebrating yet. The foreign god did all the work, invading and rewriting history and the world and all that. All we've done is keep our Lost Belt kings in good spirits. The real work's only just starting, yeah?
You don't get it, Beryl. Stabilizing the Lost Belts and growing the tree are one and the same. Lord Kirshtaria is telling us to devote ourselves to maintaining our contracts with the Lost Belt servants. Particularly masters like you, who treat this as some kind of game.
Whoa, easy there, Ophelia. Looks really can kill when you're the one giving them. That aside, Lord Kirshtaria, huh? Changed a bit since you woke up, haven't you? Don't worry. I won't give you too much shit about that. I get why you'd want to cling to someone under the circumstances. Huh. But as long as we're on the subject, let me make something clear here. I've never been more serious in my life. We already died once. Think I don't know better than to treat this like a game? This foreign god person might have resuscitated us this time, but I don't see that happening a second time. So you better believe that I want to get things taken care of while I'm still kicking. After all, can only enjoy stealing and killing while you're alive. Don't you agree, Daybit?
Indeed. You cannot experience the sensation that accompanies methodical killing from the confines of the coffin. Happily, our respective regions are quite primitive, so we are afforded plenty of opportunities for that experience now.
You said it. They keep coming at us, practically begging us to kill them. Not a lot of time to screw around, huh?
I see. I feel sorry for your Lost Belts.
What's the matter, K-Doc? Beryl is his usual self, but you seem a bit off. What's bothering you? You look just dreadful. Oh my, those bags under your eyes. Have you not been sleeping, or is it just that you're under a lot of stress?
Both. Never mind me. I'm doing what I'm supposed to.
I'm sorry, you know I can't do that, K-Doc. If you really want me to leave you be, then at the very least, I need to see a smile from you. How could I not be sad, seeing a friend so down in the dumps? I can't help worrying about you, whatever you might think on the subject. Understand? If you really want to be alone, you need to be strong enough to handle it. And if you're letting your stress show like that, then you clearly aren't. Why not try relieving a bit of that stress with a bit of fun? This suggestion won't win points for originality, but how about some tea? I found some great tea leaves here in my own Lost Belt. I'd be happy to let you have some. I bet the Grand Duchess would be delighted as well.
None of your business. I swear you just don't change no matter what happens, do you, Pepe?
Ooh, flattery will get you everywhere. I must say, that wasn't bad, K-Doc.
I'm not praising you. That was an insult. Sheesh. How come you're not telling this guy not to treat this like a game, Ophelia?
Pepperoncino's different. He's always like this.
Exactly. He doesn't listen to what people tell him. Just think about that weird nickname he picked for himself. He's a dyed-in-the-wool optimist, or maybe a natural-born outlaw. Either way, you don't want to see him get serious, you know? He'd only ever show his true colors if the shit really hit the fan, like the apocalypse or something. Actually, scratch that. Maybe not even then.
No more wasting our time. Kirshtaria, what did you want to talk about? We've already reported in about our Lost Belts. Mine isn't fit for territory expansion, and I have no intention of competing with the rest of you. If you want to fight over who gets to rule this planet, knock yourselves out. Did I not already tell you all this?
You think we buy that? You can't just shut yourself away and sit this one out, Akuta. In the end, we're going to have to choose a single Lostbelt. If you give up on expanding your Lostbelt's territory, it'll just be a matter of time until another Lostbelt invades it. You really want to just lose by default? You're okay with that?
Yes, I am. And if my lost belt ends up disappearing, I'm fine with that too. This time, I just want to stay there right up to the end. As long as I'm satisfied, I'll go along with the rest of the cryptors.
So you don't give a shit about this power struggle thing, huh? Hey, I can't blame you. We all know who's gonna win anyway. Kirstaria's could beat all of ours put together with one hand tied behind its back. This whole game to figure out who's gonna be the king of the earth has been rigged from the start. I mean, you should see how bad mine and David's lost belts are. There's just no way these are possibilities for how humanity would turn out. But there's not a damn thing wrong with Kirstaria's lost belt. Hell, things might even be better there than in proper human history. No fair, right? I swear, he was already the favorite to win before we even got started. No accounting for the luck of a born nobleman, huh?
Beryl, hold your tongue. Lord Kirstaria conquered that city entirely on his own merits. Why else do you think he has no fewer than 3 divine spirits?
You will hold your tongue as well, Ophelia. Beryl is not incorrect.
But...
It's all right. It is plain to all that I will emerge the victor. No comments about how I go about claiming my inevitable victory will change that. Now then, hologram or not, I did not call you all here today to go over your Lost Belt's growth. An hour ago, one of my servants foretold the appearance of a spirit origin graph in a round circle. The spirit origin graph belongs to Chaldea, while the round circle no doubt refers to Mashkiri Light's shield. This means they're finally about to re-emerge from void space following their escape from Antarctica.
So they're still alive, even after 3 whole months spent wandering void space.
I see. And after Koyanskaya went to all that trouble to have the Mages Association appoint a new director who should have been easy to manipulate. Perhaps you made the wrong choice, Wodaim? My servant could have destroyed the entire base, you know?
No, our plan was the best option available. Chaldea's defenses may not have been airtight, but they were formidable nonetheless. In order for us to take control, it was necessary to convince Chaldea to let us in willingly, by disguising ourselves as staff and then shut down Chaldea's from within. Had we done things differently, the Chaldeans would simply have ray-shifted away and stopped us. Koyanskaya's plan was well conceived. With the benefit of hindsight, the only issue is the fact that a certain servant did not act of their own accord. But that is hardly Kadok's fault. After all, of the 3 servants who served as the foreign gods' envoys, neither the priest nor Koyanskaya were our own.
So, do you know where the Chaldeans are going to show up?
Lamentably, my servants' predictions did not reach that far into the future. All I know is that they will emerge in a matter of hours.
That's it? So what? We're just supposed to get back to our posts and each keep an eye out for...
They'll emerge in Russia, inside the Lost Belt.
How do you know that?
Simple logic, how else? The only thing they know about Earth as it is now is the identities of the servants who attacked Chaldea. That's their only possible connection for emerging from void space. For them, the Oprichniki are both a threat and a means to determine their destination.
So it all comes down to retribution, huh? We got them good, so now they want to get us back, which means they'll be gunning for me first and foremost.
Perhaps. Anyway, if they are the kind of people to seek revenge, that will make them easier to deal with.
Out for vengeance, huh? Man, that's rough. I doubt you'll be able to talk your way out of that one. I know. How about I help you out, Caddock? You don't really go in for all that rough and tumble stuff, do you? If you want, I can play teacher for you. Show you how it's done.
Hard pass. Stick to your own Lostbelt. I get enough faux Big Brother shit from Pepe.
Aw, come on. I really am concerned for you, you know? Besides, Pepperoncino's more like our old man than our big bro. But fine, fine. If you're set on doing this yourself, I can respect that. Good luck handling this yourself, Caddock. Go show the Grand Duchess what you're made of. Just don't push yourself too hard, all right? If things start looking dicey, don't be afraid to bail. We're just competing. We're not enemies, but we got no use for a crypter who's lost their Lostbelt. If you just want to live out your life in peace, nobody's gonna stop you. Right, Wodime?
Caddock, as you know, we have all consented to a non-aggression pact. As cryptors, our goal is to expand our respective Lostbelt's territories. Eventually, our Lostbelt's borders will clash, and one will inevitably be consumed. Thus will the Lostbelt with the strongest foundation of humanity feed upon the weaker ones. But it is in that clash, and only in that clash, that a cryptor may interfere with another cryptor's Lostbelt. If Chaldea does appear in Russia, then it falls to the king of Russia's Lostbelt to deal with them. Our duty is the reconstruction of humanity within our Lostbelts, to build a world where humans and gods can once more coexist in harmony. Now that the foreign gods' invasion has ended, the task of disposing of Chaldea is extraneous at best. It is, at this stage, nothing more than a chore. Still, I suppose I must admit that they remain a hindrance. They do have a great deal of experience overturning worlds. Caddock, I look forward to seeing what you are capable of. Eliminate this nuisance and grow Russia's tree as quickly as you can. Succeeding in the latter should make the former markedly easier. For my part, I would like to see all the Lostbelts realize their full potential, for each is the potential of humanity itself. It would be a travesty for one of them to end before its history has had a chance to flourish.
You don't have to tell me. I'm here to win as much as any of you. This is where I sign off. If Chaldea's coming for me, I'll be there to greet them.
I'm going to head back to the throne as well. My king's thirst for exploration and conquest is insatiable. There's no telling what sort of trouble he might get into if I leave him alone for too long.
Right then, I'll be off as well. Let me know if Russia sends out an SOS.
Alright, I must say though, you certainly seem happy about this, Beryl. You must get off on seeing Kadok struggling.
Now. What sort of heartless bastard do you take me for, Pepperoncino? I'm actually worried about him, you know? I was an only child, so I like to think of him as the little brother I never had. Why would I want to see him die? I just want to be a good big brother and look out for him. Besides, I'm thrilled to hear that is still alive. I haven't been this happy since I first broke into their ICU. Dr. Roman kicked me out before we could have a bit of fun together back then, but now there's no one left to get in the way.
Goodness me, I don't know what we're going to do about him. Anyway, I'd best be signing off too. Something doesn't seem right on my end either. But while you're here, David, there's something I'd like to ask you about regarding my report. What do you think about the cube in my Lostbelt?
I have little information to go on. Do you still want my thoughts?
Of course. I would so love to hear your assessment.
I think that thing is your Achilles heel. The weakest of weak points for you and your Lostbelt. If Wodime or I had your Lostbelt, it'd be the first thing we got rid of. But in your particular case, Peperoncino, I would leave it alone. That's just who you are.
I see. Then maybe I'll wait and see how it goes. Though personally, I'd love to cut it out now.
Alright, I'm signing off. Our next meeting's a month from now, yes? See you then.
Each of the other cryptors has returned to their posts. Are you sure this is for the best, Lord Kirshtaria? Truthfully, I doubt Kadok is up to the task of maintaining Russia's Lostbelt. The Russian king's spirit origin strength is on par with a divine spirit servant. You may be able to control him, Lord Kirshtaria, but there is no way Kadok can. And if the remnants of Chaldea show up there and start making trouble, there's no telling what might happen to Russia's Lostbelt.
Are you worried Kadok's Lostbelt may be destroyed before it can become food for the others? Ophelia?
No, it's not that. It's just the way he was behaving left me with a bad feeling. And there are times when he prioritizes the Grand Duchess's wishes over our objective.
So his rather ordinary nature has backfired. Very well, you do have a point. Keenis, it is time to make use of your sea-crossing authority. You will head for Russia and observe Kadok's actions. If he has indeed turned his back on our mission, you will see to his punishment.
Are you kidding me, Master? You're really sending me, the great Canis, out to do your housekeeping. And all because this woman won't leave you alone. What sort of heroic spirit do you take me for?
A trustworthy one, naturally. You may be coarse, but that is only your pride. And since I have bested you in combat fair and square, I know you will not renege on your promise to me. Nor will you renounce your previous statements depending on the situation, unlike the gods. Unless I am mistaken, and you are in fact just as fickle as they are.
Always got something to say, don't you, human? What a pompous, weak-kneed, pretentious scumbag. Fine, I'll be your little lapdog. But if you think I'm gonna forget about this humiliation, you got another thing coming. My luck? No, the gods' luck must have run out the day I lost to you. You want me to babysit the situation with humans struggling to fight back? Fine, I will.
I can't believe you're using Canis, the divine spirit, as nothing more than an envoy. Are you sure about sending Canis away like this, Lord Kirshtaria? Isn't he or she your bodyguard?
It is of no consequence. This is why I made a contract with Canis in the first place. I trust him to be my eyes. From here on, I will be having him monitor the continent. I will also have him stop by your Lostbelt as well. I advise you to take caution when he does. As you know, he is not overly fond of women like yourself. If you offend him, he may just end up erasing your Lostbelt, king and all.
I'm not so sure about that. My Lostbelt's king is certainly a deal more subdued than Russia's, yes. However, her power is easily a match for a divine spirit's. On top of that, I have the strongest knight ever to live in my charge. I can't imagine either of them having anything to fear, even from the divine spirit Canis.
I see. Then I suppose I need say nothing more. The fate of your Lostbelt will have an impact on mine as well. If possible, I would prefer that our respective Lostbelts be the last two remaining in our competition. Our victory may be inevitable, but some manners of winning are better than others, and my victory must want for nothing. I expect great things from you, Ophelia. I need as many capable compatriots as possible.
Yes, Lord Kirshtaria. I promise I won't let you down.
The roots of cosmic fantasy have descended upon us. The advent of the foreign god is at hand. After 3 months, the Lostbelts have finished their rewrites. Both this planet and the next generation of human history now belong to us. But that is not enough. I will not be satisfied with that alone. The sages from proper human history abandoned humans in their naivete. He who called himself the King of Mages first pitied humanity, but soon washed his hands of them. But not me. I will never relax my grip. It has been 2,000 years since mystics disappeared, when the foundations of the world were passed on to mankind. Now I will attempt to reach a world that no sage ever could. I will attempt to enact an idea that no mage has ever before conceived. Just you watch, Marisbury Animosphere. Watch as I achieve what you only ever dared dream of.
There we go. Damn, it's really getting bad out here, but I can still smell 3 of them. If I don't take them out now, I'll starve to death this winter for sure. Guess I'll just have to hang in there a little longer. Damn, it's a Krishat. Damn it, you little! Die! Die! Go to! Help! Damn it, what a waste! Damn, now its brains are leaking out. Guess it's time to pack it in. Damn it, I'm so hungry. I really don't want to starve to death. Whoa, was that an earthquake? Was that one of the big guys? If it was, I guess I won't have to worry about starving to death. God damn it, it's so cold. It's never this cold. And I can't tell if the Oprichniki are listening or not, as usual. Looks like it's gonna be an especially harsh winter. On a different note, what the hell's up with that tree? It almost looks like a giant tower.
In this version of history, demonic beasts have been present since the very beginning. Humanity here evolved along a particularly unique route in order to combat both the beasts and the perpetual blizzard that shrouded the land. In this world, there is nothing worse than weakness. To die is to admit defeat. Here, strength is justice, and justice strength. It is a world of permafrost, where the notion of might makes right has been taken to its logical conclusion. And now, Gudao and his companions are about to set foot in this alternate history.
Morning, Fu. It's been a week since all that went down.
Good morning, Senpai. Are you awake?
Of course I am.
Oh, good. Then I hope you don't mind if I come in. I brought you some breakfast. Of course, we still only have rations, and only enough for another 6 days, too.
Oh, it's a lot better than nothing. Thanks, Mash.
We're still continuing our zero sale. It's been about a week since we embarked. Fortunately, the enemy organization that took over Chaldea doesn't seem to have followed us here. But I wish I knew how long this was going to continue.
Time is one of the fundaments of our universe. But time doesn't intrinsically have a past or a future. Those are just axes we came up with to help us keep track of it. As long as time goes on, a little shake-up before or after won't make any difference. But here in void space, time doesn't go on. We won't suffer the effects of age as long as we stay here, but we also don't know what will happen once we emerge into normal space. We might return at exactly the instant we left, or we might find that we've been gone for hundreds of years. I wouldn't be surprised if we just aged instantly as soon as we exit void space, like when Urashimataru opened the Tamatebako.
That's unsettling.
Yes, it is. Still, Da Vinci says she's been working on correcting the disparity between us and the outside, so that won't happen. Maybe it would be best if you talk to her yourself, Senpai. Why don't we go to the cockpit? I must say, I was relieved to find out the Shadow Border's interior is more spacious than it looks from the outside. Da Vinci says she managed to give it twice as much room by warping its internal space. Thanks to that, we have just enough living facilities to cover the bare necessities. I do feel a little bad that all 4 staff members have to share one room, though. Thank you for your concern, Fu. I have special needs as a demi-servant, so I'm staying in the treatment room by myself. As for the other private rooms, oh yes, Director Gordolph is staying in the captain's quarters. Da Vinci has her capsule in the computer room, and Holmes seems to be sleeping in the workshop. We also have air conditioning, a storage room, and an armory, although the new director has prohibited us from going in there. And, since we have 2 large cruisers worth of space, Da Vinci and Holmes were even able to make the cockpit/bridge several meters wide. Alright, let's head to the cockpit now.
Enough of this nonsense, you flimsy excuse for a detective. Why do you insist on keeping us here? We must be in a safe zone by now.
It is, as I have said, a more difficult question than you seem to realize. We must first discuss how we might even define a safe zone. For example, can we say that we are safe here in void space thanks to a lack of enemies in our vicinity? I'm afraid the answer is a resounding no. For that matter, there are no enemies to be found in void space. Consequently, we need not concern ourselves with attempts at pursuit. No, what we must concern ourselves with is a threat far greater, one that quite literally surrounds us. In other words, my good music, the question is not one of when we should emerge, but of how.
You mean to tell me it's not even possible for us to leave? How can you be so blasé about such a nightmarish prospect?
It looks like Holmes and the new director are getting along nicely, Senpai. I'm almost sorry to interrupt them. Good morning, everyone. Godao and Mash Kirilight, reporting in for the latest status update.
Good morning.
Good morning, you two. Have you already had breakfast?
Yes, thank you. I had an Italian cuisine ration myself, and Senpai is just about to have his.
Oh ho, so you lower-level employees are stuck with rations, eh? How sad. I had a plate of warm French toast and tea with extra milk myself. It is, of course, important to my role as captain. The captain needs a lot of calories to have enough energy to keep the crew together.
I swear, who do you think you are, hogging all the halfway decent non-perishables for yourself?
Ha ha ha. Nothing wrong with that. The quality of one's diet has a pronounced effect on one's mental state, after all. Those who are unwilling to endure discomfort should make every effort to eat well on a daily basis. Besides, a hot cup of tea is a small price to pay if it helps eliminate the greatest source of disorder in our little community. Don't you agree, Mr. Munier?
Well, I can't argue with that, especially when the guy who's less willing to deal with discomfort than anyone is actually managing it.
Ha ha ha, you mean me? Not to worry, I still have a store of my own little remedy to fall back on. If the time ever comes when I need to calm my nerves, it should do the trick nicely. Why, I can keep going like this for a month.
Oh, never mind how strong your willpower is. You still haven't answered my question, Holmes. You just told me it isn't that you refuse to emerge, but that we can't emerge. What did you mean by that? And remember, I have appointed you Chaldea's new administrative advisor. How about you show a little gratitude for the appointment? Now tell me exactly what is going on.
I'm not normally particularly concerned with titles, but I must say being an administrative advisor has been a novel experience. To be honest, I'm rather excited to be exercising my own untapped talents to meet this job's demands.
How did that end up happening? Does Director Gordolf have a death wish or something?
Well, he's already got Da Vinci serving as his technical advisor, right? He probably just appointed Holmes to administrative stuff, because he doesn't have any other managers to help him right now.
I can hear you, you know. Now come on, Holmes, out with it. Are we going to survive or aren't we?
I'm afraid survive is too broad a term for me to provide a satisfactory answer, but I can at least outline the possible results of our emergence. Strictly speaking, it's not that we cannot emerge, rather we have nowhere to emerge to. At the present moment, we are voyaging across the void space, a world existing on a negative vector, to put it another way. So in order to return to reality, we need a connection to it. An anchor, if you will. Fortunately, anything should be able to serve as an anchor as long as it exists in reality. So as long as someone here has such a connection, we should be able to escape from this void space. However, we are unable to do so at this time, which means the world itself has been utterly wiped clean.
Ha 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 ha, that's ridiculous. What do you mean, wiped clean? That there's nothing left anywhere? I am certainly willing to admit that it was terrifying seeing those meteoroids, I suppose they were, falling to Earth while we were in Antarctica. Given their size, the impacts must have been absolutely devastating. No doubt the destruction was many times worse than the Tunguska event. Terrible as that may be, there is simply no way that could have been a cataclysm capable of wiping every nation off the face of the Earth. And of course, let us not forget the clock tower. London's clock tower has been around for millennia. It is the greatest bastion of magecraft in existence, guarded by hundreds of defense mechanisms. There's no possible way it could be destroyed.
I guess no one ever told him about the Mist City.
With all due respect, Gordolf, I'm afraid the Mages Association in London has been destroyed as well. Every single nation, all destroyed. With the exception of those of us here, the entirety of humanity has been wiped from existence. Or at least so Kirshtaria Wodim believes. Otherwise, he would never have made that proclamation.
That's impossible. The world couldn't possibly be destroyed so easily. It couldn't possibly... Right? You all agree, don't you? Why are you looking so glum? Stop that! Godao, Godao! You may be a cheeky little bastard, but I can tell you have sensibilities much more in line with my own. Go on then, you tell them. Tell them Holmes is making this all up, or wrong, or something.
This isn't the first time this sort of thing has happened.
Huh? Don't tell me you're serious about this too. Aren't you like me? It can't be. Then there really is nothing at all left on Earth. Not even my beloved Hawaii, or the Monaco Grand Prix, or the racetrack I always dreamed of visiting one day, the Suzuka Circuit. This is terrible, but then again, this could be our chance to create a brand new organization for Magecraft from scratch. What do you all think? When life gives you lemons, right?
And how would we do that when all the rest of humanity's been wiped out? But hey, if you want to make an association of one, go nuts, old man.
I'm not old. I may have a year or two on you, but I'm still a dashing specimen in the prime of my youth.
All that said, we do have one possible exit point. There is something on Earth to which we both have a connection, and that has a solid chance of existing. The Oprichniki, the black-garbed army that attacked Chaldea. We know of them and they know of us. And that makes an almost complete connection between our two groups. If we were to emerge now, we would most likely do so wherever they currently are.
You mean...
We'd end up at their HQ.
I see. Right into the heart of enemy territory, huh? That would certainly be extremely dangerous.
Yes, it would. But we can't stay here in void space forever. The Shadow Border's reserves are running low. We're almost out of food, water, and power.
Indeed, we will need to emerge soon no matter what. But I would like to do so at the best possible time. Fortunately, we have the Paper Moon, a compass capable of measuring standard space and void space simultaneously. We have been using it all this time to look for a comparatively safe location wherever we emerge, which is to say an area devoid of hostiles. Isn't that right, Da Vinci? I take it you're about done by now?
Good morning, everyone. It's me, Da Vinci. No need to fill me in. I've been listening along this whole time. In fact, whenever I'm acting as the computer room's bio unit, I can see everything that happens inside the Shadow Border. So don't go thinking you can keep any secrets from me, Gordolf. That goes for you too, Holmes. Now then, I've already got my eye on an area crawling with Oprichniki. I've also gone ahead and plotted a course to emerge there. As luck would have it, we're even nearing a current that should do the trick nicely. If we head that way now, we could hitch a ride and be carried along that course in about 5 minutes. If we miss this wave, we'll have to wait 10 days for the next one. By that time, the Shadow Border will be almost completely out of power. So what I'm getting at is...
If we're going to emerge, it's now or never.
You got it. That's what I like to hear, Gudao. Make sure to stop by and thank me for being so amazing later. Incidentally, according to the Paper Moon, this wave will bring us back to standard space approximately 90 days after we left. So, that means we'll be emerging around early April in the year 2020. Man, we really lucked out. One wrong move, and we could have ended up on a wave that would have taken us there 100 years later. If we'd emerged into standard space then, it'd probably be way too late to do anything.
Slow down, slow down! You mean a few days difference can affect our exit time that much? Is that normal for zero-sail travel? If we emerged 100 years later, the music residence would be no more than a ruin. You can't do that, that's my house!
Ooh, notice how much quicker he is to grasp stuff when it affects him directly.
Try to remember that everything on Earth has already been destroyed. Now then, it seems we are faced with a decision. The perfect wave on which we can ride to re-enter reality is nearly upon us. Are you all prepared to take it? There is no telling what the world will look like when we get there. All we can say for certain at this point is that we will be emerging on the Oprichniki's home turf. We are very likely to be attacked the moment we appear. Even so,
Let's just stay the course.
Couldn't agree more. I knew I saw potential in you.
Huh? What was that, Mr. Munier?
I don't know, we collided with something and now the left screw is shut down. We found the void space's border wall. The collision has damaged our armor. Part of the logic formula is missing.
What did you say? The armor's been damaged? Why did you impoverished fools use such cheap materials? If I still had my fortune, money would have been no object.
He must have spent all his money acquiring Chaldea.
Well, this certainly isn't good. We can't maintain the vehicle's balance anymore. Looks like this is it for our Maiden Zero sail. At least we should still be able to raise the bow and re-enter standard space. But after that, I think we'll need to step outside to make repairs.
Holmes?
Quite so. Given the circumstances, our hands are tied. This is indeed the end for our Maiden Zero sail. All hands prepare to emerge.
All done talking? Then let's go catch ourselves a wave.
I didn't agree to that. Wait, let me get my seatbelt on. All hands, take your seats. You are not to get incapacitated under any circumstances. That goes for you too, Gudao. As long as you're strapped in, you won't suffer any serious injuries. Trust me, I speak from experience.
Activating Paper Moon. Initiating Planet Navigational Chart +- convergence. Commencing Shadow Borders docking sequence into Reality Boundary. Firing Existence Verification Tether into Reality Space. Oprichniki Anchor Point confirmed.
What's going to happen?
Nobody knows, nobody can even guess, so we must be prepared for anything. The only way we will learn what awaits us when we emerge is to see it for ourselves.
Emerging from void space. 30 seconds until arrival in reality space. Zero sail complete. Emerging into reality space. Reality space anchor attached. Reality verification complete. Establishing Shadow Borders existence. Zero sail return successful.
I say, I'm alive! I'm alive! My limbs have never felt so solid. It's like I've gained several kilograms since we were in void space.
Attention. An armor plate came loose during re-entry. Further zero sails currently impossible. Please replenish materials and food supplies, and perform regular repairs and tune-ups on the Shadow Border to ensure future safe travels.
I see, it's a wonder the Shadow Border held up this well, given the less than ideal circumstances in which we...
We did it! We're back on Earth. We can go outside. Fresh air at last.
I know! I wonder what it's like outside now. We're not bobbing around, so we're probably on land.
Quit shoving. I know how you feel, but I can't unlock the door until you settle down. Let's see. First, we release this bolt.
Well now, I suppose I ought to have expected this. Who wouldn't be curious about the state of the world now, given the circumstances? Oh, it is after all our home. We have fought so hard to protect it. The miracle of our return from such a perilous voyage no doubt pales in comparison. Indeed, I would expect nothing less from Chaldea's staff, though I must say it's a tad too dazzling for me to view directly.
Everyone's rushing toward the cockpit's emergency exit. Are you sure you don't want to join them, Senpai?
You better believe I'm gonna go check it out right away.
Not you too, Gudao. Damn it, what about me? Is it okay if I leave the monitor for a little, Holmes? I want to see what it's like out there with my own 2 eyes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mounier, but someone has to stay here and keep an eye on the monitor. After all, I too have been waiting with bated breath to see what lies on the other side of that door.
Oh, is that so? Fine, what do I care? I'm just a sad, lonely geek anyway. Mounier always gets the shaft, so why should things change now?
The emergency exit is opening. Senpai, we're finally going to have some natural light. Light?
It's freezing.
How very cold it is. My coat is frosting over. Quick, close the door.
Yes, sir.
Whew, I thought I was done for, but that snowfield we saw for a brief moment.
Man, that was a close one. Good thing I cranked up the heat. Is everyone okay? You should know better than to just open the door the moment we stop in some strange part of the world. I trust you've all learned your lesson, yes? No more going outside after a zero sail until we finish checking the conditions around the anchor point. Failing to follow that protocol could be hazardous to your health. Now, are you all ready to hear my report?
Yes, I'm terribly sorry for acting carelessly. So what's going on with that blizzard?
It's a perfectly ordinary blizzard, just like the ones we're all well acquainted with by this point. There's no atmospheric pollution and no hostiles in the area. Presently, the shadow border is smack dab in the middle of the blizzard. The odd bit is that it's 100 degrees below zero out there. So if you plan to go outside and want to live more than a couple minutes, you'll need some serious cold protection. And if that wasn't enough, take a look at this footage.
What is this? Is that an aurora and a storm? It looks like a massive supercell. How am I supposed to figure out the scale here with no frame of reference? It does look like it's rather big, but...
Oh, it's big all right. Ready to have your minds blown? This storm is literally endless. It covers every inch of Russia like a wall around the entire world. And the aurora blocks all kinds of electromagnetic waves, so it's completely impossible to break through. I can tell some of you want to write it off as just a storm, but you really shouldn't. This storm can tear steel apart, level entire cities, even destroy the world as we know it. No wonder people thought of it as a god during the Age of Gods. Remember, storms are the single most powerful source of naturally produced energy on the planet. And one this massive is bound to be raging around with all the energy of a nuclear bomb. It stretches as far as the eye can see. Humanity has yet to invent anything in the way of a vehicle capable of breaking through a storm like this. Nothing could get through this storm. No weapon, no vehicle, nothing. Which means
that even once we get the shadow border up and running, we won't be able to leave this place. In short, we are trapped in a world about which we know nothing. Now, Gordolf. At least we are no longer in any immediate danger. For that matter, the zero sail was incredibly dangerous in its own right, since it inverted our very existence into the negative zone. I believe it would benefit our chances of survival tremendously if we were to regroup here.
Well, it is certainly an emergency, and we do need to regroup.
Da Vinci, does the shadow border possess the ability to camouflage itself?
of course it does. This vessel's designed to handle the void. It's got tons of features. In fact, it has optical and conceptual camouflage. It messes with all the observer's perceptions and senses.
Then for the moment, we needn't worry about danger finding us from the outside. That, of course, does not account for possible problems from the inside.
Grr, why do we only have one blanket per person? And why are you being so stingy with the heat? Don't you realize it's getting colder in here by the minute? Do you want us to freeze to death?
What other choice do we have, Gordolf? We've got to save all the power we can right now. Deal with it. Besides, the way things are going, we'll probably starve to death before we freeze to death, since I don't see us finding more food in this mess.
Hey, if it comes to that, I bet the new director outlives us all.
Oh ho, so you can tell how resilient I am, eh? Hey, flattery will get you nowhere, young man. Still, I commend your keen eye. Indeed, I am Music the Phoenix. It will take more than a little hunger to bring me down. I am possessed of an indomitable fighting spirit, overwhelming bravery and tenacity for days. With such qualities at my command, I too have no doubt that I would survive the longest of anyone here.
I believe Senpai was alluding to your excess, energy reserves.
Indeed, food is but one of several problems we face. Let us take stock of our current situation.
I've got a reading on the temperature out there. It's exactly what Technical Advisor Da Vinci said it was, 100 degrees below zero. No human being could survive in this. As for our position, it looks like we're somewhere in Russia.
Russia? Damn! So Holmes was right. We have literally fallen right into the Oprichniki laps. But hang on, how is that possible? I know we were adrift for some time, but how could we reach Russia from Antarctica? We would have had to sail halfway across the world for that to happen. Did void space make that possible?
More or less. In void space, real-world distances have no meaning. Instead, the distance we can travel corresponds exactly to the time it takes to calculate coordinates and verify our existence. Now take a look at the paper moon.
That's a two-dimensional world map. I can see 7 locations that seem to be layered differently than the rest of the map.
So they are. I didn't notice at first since this thing loops around on itself, but you're right.
It reminds me of the 7 singularities that caused the incineration of humanity, though of course the current circumstances differ substantially. The 7 singularities existed at different points in time, a vertical axis. But in this time period, these 7 abnormal regions exist simultaneously. And Russia, where we are now, is one such region.
Are they singularities?
It's too early to tell. Given what Kirshtaria said during his transmission, I believe these regions are not the past, but
Ah, so cold, but I finished looking over the shadow border.
Nice work. You must have been freezing, even in just the few short minutes you were out there. So, how's my baby holding up?
Well, frankly, it won't be possible to make repairs. For starters, we don't have a logic formula to let us withstand void space. Nor do we have the armor plating we would need to carve the formula into. And, well, the engine's not in great shape after we overtaxed it. We'll need at least a little time to get it back up and running. It's so cold, but at least it's not as bad now. It should warm up a little once it gets to midday. As long as we avoid working at night, we should be able to get by with just our snowsuits.
Glad to hear it. Make sure you grab a hot shower before you catch cold or anything. This is the one time you'll get to rest up as much as you want. In fact, maybe you'd prefer a hot bath.
No, thank you. A hot towel will do. We really have to conserve electricity now after all.
good. Let us take matters one problem at a time. At the moment, our most pressing concern is the Singularity-esque location. I trust our new director has no issue with us investigating this land and correcting the problem.
New director? No, not at all. As a devoted magecraft practitioner myself, I cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. If there is a singularity to be corrected, we must do so simply as a matter of course.
Furthermore, the Shadow Border's armor is damaged, and we are unable to move from our current location. In which case, one of us must venture out and find someone with whom we can barter or negotiate and arrange for a suitable replacement for our missing armor plate. And fix the singularity while they are at it.
I'll go.
Yes. You are the only one here with nothing better to do.
You may not currently have any servants capable of aiding you in battle, but you are still a master. Furthermore, you are far and away the most experienced fighter out of everyone here. At this point, you are the only one we can send to investigate this area. It will be extremely dangerous. As the administrative advisor, I'm ashamed I must ask this of you.
Then, will you be escorting Senpai as his bodyguard, Holmes?
Naturally, I will do so to the best of my ability. Fieldwork is, of course, one of my many specialties. Now, regarding your mystic code...
Wait, that won't do at all!
Director Gordolph?
Holmes, you're one of our precious few fighters. As the only servant capable of handling this situation, I forbid you from leaving this vehicle. This armored car is the last bastion of humanity itself. There must be a combat-ready servant here to defend it. So you are to stay here and do exactly that, Holmes. Understand, that is a direct order from your commander.
Oh, if it's just a servant you need, there's another one right here, you know. Or have you already forgotten about me and my genius?
You're not a real servant. You're just an imitation who's lost any combat ability you may have once had. Holmes is the only real fighter we have, and we can't afford to send him out into a dangerous area we still know nothing about. Goodall, during our investigation, you adamantly refused to cooperate with us, correct? Each and every time we asked you if a certain report was all made up and insisted that you lot never actually saved the world, all you said was, Chaldea fulfilled its mission admirably. Not bad for a youngster like yourself. Indeed, I commend your attitude. As such, I see no problem whatsoever with my plan. You're a proven warrior, as you demonstrated by repairing the past singularities. What sort of director would I be if I didn't trust a proven master? A poor excuse for one, that's what. And so I'm placing my implicit trust in you. So listen up. You are to go on this expedition alone. The rest of us will relay instructions to you from this operations room.
What? You can't make Senpai handle this alone.
Does that mean you are withdrawing the testimony you provided to the inquiry board? Were your claims that Chaldea had not been sitting around merely twiddling its thumbs for the last year no more than lies?
I'll go. Of course I'll go.
Indeed, both Mr. Goodall and the new director are correct. The Shadow Border's destruction would mean the end of humanity itself. It is indeed important that we investigate this area, but we must concentrate the bulk of our efforts on keeping the Shadow Border and the Paper Moon safe. Therefore, I will remain to guard the Shadow Border and do whatever I can to aid the expedition from here. All that said, the fact remains that it would also be reckless to send Mr. Goodall out on his own. It is 100 degrees below zero outside, and there is no telling what else may be lying in wait.
I know that. I won't send him off without a buddy. Let's see. One of you called me an old man. What was his name again? Sauté? Piccata?
Oh, crap.
It's the cooking method that uses butter and lemon juice.
What? To Goodall.
That's it. Munier. Get your armaments in order. You will be joining Goodall on his expedition.
I knew it. Why me?
You're an operator. Your job is to man the controls and keep an eye on the monitors. Now that the border is parked, this is simply the best way for you to make yourself useful. Besides, if worse comes to worst, I know someone who can fill in as the driver.
I mean, you're not wrong, but damn it, guess I've got no choice.
Wait. I'll go with Senpai. I believe that would be the best possible option. For one thing, I have even fewer ways to be useful here than Mr. Munier does. And I can also fight for brief periods, just like I did at Chaldea.
I guess that's true, but...
I'm afraid that is a course of action I cannot support. What about you, Da Vinci?
I hate to say it, but I do think Goodall will need a companion. And MASH is an old hand when it comes to investigating unexplored areas by now. As long as she agrees not to engage in combat as a servant unless absolutely necessary, and to focus solely on providing support, she's the best partner Goodall could ask for. It's not my place to try to stop her.
Hey, MASH.
Yes, Senpai.
Let's go explore this place together.
Of course, Master. I'd be happy to accompany you on this expedition.
Good, good. Fortunately, I expected something like this might happen one day, so I suppose this is as good a time as any to show you the mystic code I made for exploring polar regions. Here you go, Godao. And Mash, here's a snowsuit I made just for you.
Excellent, then be off with you. And whatever you do, do not throw your lives away, understand? If you must die, make sure that you find a valuable lead before you do so.
Seriously? You really need to work on your goodbyes.
What was wrong with that? I thought it was quite the encouraging speech.
Wow, you are serious. You're a noble through and through, aren't you? I'm amazed you managed to survive this long without dying in solitude. Did you just luck out and get a really good mate or something?
I'll have you know I have never experienced solitude once in all my life. My tutor, Tool Fort, was so strict she would barely leave me alone. Ugh, what an impudent little familiar. If only you acted as cute as you look.
There we go. It can't hurt to wear a snowsuit over your Arctic Mystic Code. Not that it's likely to do much good when it's a freaking 100 degrees below out there. Listen, I know what Gordolf said, but make sure you don't go taking any unnecessary risks. Just take it easy and focus on staying alive first and foremost.
Don't worry about that.
Good, glad to hear it. Oh, and Mash, I don't want you overdoing it either, got it? I know that you really helped us out back at Chaldea. But the fact is, you've got serious limits as a demi-servant. So if you encounter any hostiles, you just focus on keeping your distance. All the more so if Godao's in a tight spot. Whatever it takes, you two better make it back here alive.
We will. Thank you, Mr. Munier.
Oh, and Godao, you take this.
This is...
Listen up. We're going to investigate the surrounding area first. Once we find something of interest, we'll let you know and tell you where to go. If you can manage to secure a ley line, you should be able to summon servants again. As for power, you'll just have to make do somehow. Maybe take advantage of a natural phenomenon.
A natural phenomenon?
I bet Da Vinci and Holmes will figure something out. You're the one who took care of all those singularities. I don't have to tell you what an accomplishment that is. You've met at least 1 or 2 servants who are crazy enough to answer a summon, no matter the circumstance. So as long as you can get the bare minimum of energy into that spirit origin graph, you ought to be able to summon at least 1 servant. You probably won't be able to get a really strong one, though. Our magical energy supply here doesn't hold a candle to Chaldea's. But even so, any heroic spirit you can get to help you would be a godsend at this point. So do what you gotta to make that happen.
Got it.
Honestly, I have no idea what's coming. The doctor is gone, and so is more than half our staff. I never thought things could get even worse than they were back in Orleans. But here we are, and just like back then, you're our only hope, Godao. Good luck.
You can count on me.
I know we can. Oh, and if it's not asking too much, try to find some fish. Do that and I'll treat you to some of the best home cooking you've ever had.
I'm all set too, Master. Let's go.
Man, what a blizzard.
Fu, are you going to be okay in this cold?
He's burrowed into my coat.
Testing, testing. Hello, can you guys hear me? You can? Great. Looks like we've got comms working. Not sure what kind of range we'll get in this storm, though. Now then, the first order of business will be to look for a ley line. Here's what I'm thinking. Start by heading north, then turn east. If you still haven't found a ley line after a while, then you can continue west. Once that's done, come back to the shadow border before you check out the south. What do you think of that? Any thoughts to share? Am I doing a better job than, me?
No objections here.
Great, glad to hear it. All right, I'll be checking in every 5 minutes. So if you stop hearing from me, that's your cue to turn around and head back. Got that, you two?
Got it.
Understood, Da Vinci.
Oh, and let me be clear about one more thing. If you encounter any locals, leave the negotiations to us. Even over comms, I can cast a simple charm spell to win over any ordinary person you run into.
Maybe we should only use that as a last resort, Director. Charm spells do work quickly, but their effects also wear off rapidly as well. There would be no way of knowing when our unwitting collaborator might return to their senses. As such, I believe it would be both safer and wiser for you to employ your natural charms here. Should we encounter any locals, I believe the best thing to do would be for Mr. Gudao to initiate the negotiations. Once both parties have reached a mutual understanding, we can then have them come to the border.
I see. Indeed, my own natural charisma would be the surest way to succeed. Very well, we shall use your plan then. Da Vinci, is there any pomade to be found in this car? I'll need to make sure my hair is perfect for the occasion. First impressions are everything, after all.
Sure, I can whip something up that'll do the trick. Damn, Holmes, you played him like a fiddle.
Well, I am the world's greatest detective. Besides, I wasn't being entirely untruthful. Gordolf does have a certain dignity, the sort that comes from being raised in a distinguished noble family. And that is something that Mr. Gudao can and should do without.
Okay, Master, let's start heading north. This blizzard really does go as far as the eye can see, and it seems the temperature has dropped even lower since we left.
Yeah, it's really cold.
Only cold, eh? You have my amazing mystic coat to thank for that. The temperatures you're experiencing right now can freeze hot water, or turn a banana hard enough to use as a hammer. Okay, that's enough heading north. Now try going east.
Understood. Okay, Master, let's head east. Master, take a look at that.
What exactly?
That doesn't look like the bands of light we saw in the singularities. What could it be? A skyscraper? A tower?
Maybe it's a tree?
Whatever it is, it's certainly enormous. What was that noise? Da Vinci.
Yep, I'm detecting a hostile from here. Looks like a low-rank phantasmal. Maybe a demonic beast? Just one of them, but it's headed your way from the east. And it looks to be spoiling for a fight.
Got it. Let's get out of here, Mash.
Yes, Master. Let's head south.
What was that roar? I'm picking up new hostiles at Gudao's 12 and 9 o'clock. Hey, and another one at his 6. They're surrounded. Oh god, now there's 6 more. That cry earlier must have signaled others. They just keep coming.
So they know to surround their prey. These creatures would appear to understand how to hunt. Which means there is an established ecosystem even in this frigid world. But that is a matter for later. Mr. Gudao, Da Vinci, I'm sorry to ask you to break the rules right off the bat. Miss Kyrillite, I trust you know what to do. Make your way through the demonic beasts to the south and return here at once.
Wait, what's going to happen if you lead a huge pack of demonic beasts here? Remember, the Shadow Border is the very last bastion of humanity.
At any rate, I'll find the weakest link in their formation and try to break through. Master, your orders, please.
I know, but Mash.
Yes, Master.
Come on, Mash, follow me.
Yes, Master. We need to make our escape. While we can.
Mash.
A gun?
A rifle, in point of fact, judging by the sound. One wielded, it would seem, by a skilled marksman, considering they incapacitated the beast with a single shot to the head. Well done.
Take this! Are you guys nuts? What were you thinking, running right into the middle of a Critshot pack?
Huh?
I'm guessing you guys came from the capital looking for something to eat. But you're not gonna have much more luck out here in the boonies, Eth. What the?
A wolfman.
What the hell are you guys? Why's your skin so smooth?
Wait, please wait.
We just want to talk.
Wait a second, are you guys mages?
Huh?
Damn it. Come on, follow me. Critchots are cowards, but if you stick around too long, they'll call more friends and overwhelm you.
He just hefted that huge demonic beast like it was nothing.
Come on, move it!
Let's go along with him, Mash.
Right. I'll bring up the rear, Master.
Damn it, the Critchot are restless today. What'd you guys do to get them so worked up?
I don't know.
Come on, keep moving. Otherwise, the Critchot'll have you for dinner. Unless their noise attracts a Diavoltron first.
I'm sorry, what's a Diavoltron?
A giant serpent with multiple heads that can wipe out an entire village easy as you like. Don't you guys know anything? Okay, we're here. Damn it, the Oprichniki are on patrol. They'll collect my kill as taxes. Listen up. Don't let any other Yaga see you. They're always looking for more sacrifices for the Oprichniki.
Oprichniki.
Oh crap, oh crap.
Huh? What's with you guys? Aha, I see how it is. The Oprichniki are after you guys. Come with me. Any enemy of the Oprichniki is a friend of mine. I think I can help you out, if you have something to offer in return.
Master.
Let's go with him.
All right, we'll accompany you.
Good. Come on, you Colden.
Hey, if it isn't Potsy.
Try to stay out of sight.
Huh? Do you smell that weird scent too? Is it coming from those two?
It's coming from this demonic beast, obviously. Didn't bleed it out properly.
No leisure for the poor, huh? You sure you're gonna make it through the winter like that?
Guess you're not worried about yourself, huh?
Nope. I've got plenty stored away. If you ever find yourself running low on food, how about I sell you some on the cheap? But you will have to tell me where your best hunting grounds are.
I'll think about it. See you around.
Hey, your little friends there wouldn't be with the rebel army, would they? 'Cause if they are, you know I've got to report them to the Oprichniki. Tsar's decree and all.
If these guys turn out to be with the rebel army, I'm gonna tell the Oprichniki you and I are the best of friends.
Come on, cut that out. We're not friends. We barely know each other.
You sure about that? Because we've been having a good long talk for a while now. Can't you feel everyone else watching us?
Damn it.
All right, let's hurry up and get to my house before anyone else comes sniffing around. Good. The Oprichniki still don't know you're here.
Thank you so much.
Don't need your thanks, just give me something as compensation. It's all about bartering, right?
Something. Huh. What should we do, Senpai?
Would information suffice?
What the hell is that?
Magecraft-based communication. Since you realize those two are mages, I assumed your kind would possess a deep knowledge of magecraft. But judging from your response, it appears that your kind have only ever heard of magecraft. Am I correct?
Oh, so it's not actually real.
I assure you it is. I'm speaking to you in person, albeit from a great distance. Now, as I was saying, if we possess any information that may be of use to you, we are happy to provide it.
Don't suppose you know of any good hunting grounds, do you?
If the location of a Kreechot nest would suffice, then yes, we have found a number of them.
Kreechot nests, huh? Nice. Those things are pushovers.
Pushovers? Those.
Well, yeah. You can actually kill them, as long as you shoot them or hit them hard enough. Way better than the demonic beasts who just won't die.
Very well, I'm prepared to share the locations of these Kreechot nests. So first, I would appreciate you telling us everything you know about this place.
Well, wait. Introductions first. What's your name?
My name, huh? They say that if you ever tell a Koldun your name, you'll be cursed.
Excuse me, but what are these Koldun? I can tell you mean us, but beyond that.
It means mage. I've never seen one myself before, but there's a whole bunch of them in the Imperial family, right? Then again, Koldun or not, you don't seem like much of a threat. I doubt you could curse anyone if you tried.
True, I've never been very good at curses.
Alright, my name's Patsy. Now, who are you guys?
I'm Mash Kirilight.
Sherlock Holmes.
And I'm Gudao.
Mash, Sherlock, and Gudao, huh? Alright, now what are you guys? If the Oprichniki are after you, does that mean you're with the Rebel Army?
Rebel Army? Hang on, we're not...
Where do I begin?
Now, calm yourself, my dear Watson. Allow me to do the explaining. First, we have a few questions of our own.
I don't think so. First, you need to answer my...
What year is it right now?
Huh?
Holmes is right. That's the first thing we need to confirm. It is abnormally cold, even for Russia. It can't possibly be the Russia we know. That could mean we're in a different time period, just like the singularities.
I don't know why you're asking such a stupid question, but fine. It's 2020. What about it?
I see. What about that enormous storm? It appears to be nothing so much as a solid wall composed of incredibly powerful wind. Is that normal?
Hell no, it's not. Been living here in Russia for 20 years and I've never seen anything like it before. Is it true what they say about the world getting closed off?
It would seem that it is. As of right now, the only place we can confirm actually exists is Russia. We came here from beyond Russia to see if we can't do something about it.
Beyond? You mean from outside Russia? I don't know what they're talking about. What could he mean, outside Russia? There is nothing outside Russia. Any land people could have lived on should be long gone by now. I guess they could be from the boonies, but then again, they're not Yaga either. Maybe there really are still other nations out there? Alright, I can tell you got your own stuff you're dealing with. But I'm not gonna pry, not looking for friends. So then, why's a bunch of outsiders like you on the outs with the Oprichniki?
Unfortunately, your guess is as good as ours. We still don't even know what they really are. That being the case, we would tremendously appreciate if you could tell us. What are the Oprichniki?
You're kidding me. How did you survive this long without knowing even that? The Oprichniki are brutal hunters, Ivan the Terrible's personal bodyguards.
Ivan the Terrible.
Wasn't he a Russian Tsar?
Yes, he was. If you know that much, then more detailed explanations can wait.
Wait a moment. Patsy just told us that this is still the year 2020. If it is, why would Ivan the Terrible's bodyguards still be around?
Maybe he's a servant.
Huh? A servant? You guys have some pretty bizarre questions. Ivan the Terrible's alive and well. He's been around for almost 500 years, so he's the oldest Yaga of all.
What?
I take it the Yaga are your kind?
That's right. Geez, you outsiders really don't know anything, do you? How the hell do you all survive this long being this ignorant? You been living under a rock the last few hundred years or something? Then again, they do say this kind of ignorance is common for mages.
Would you tell us about your history?
I can only give you a real brief overview. You do know about the Great Cold Wave that happened 450 years ago, right? The new ice age, they say, happened after a meteor struck the planet? Once that hit, Earth turned into an ice planet. It got so cold that the old species, the humans, couldn't survive here anymore. They say that none of the other countries were able to handle the cold, so their populations died out. But Russians have always dealt with the cold, so we had it better here. Even so, we still lost about 90% of our population. Hell, we nearly lost the whole damn country. So before that could happen, Ivan the Terrible and a mage developed a plan. We, the Yaga, are the result.
Does that mean you're a mixture of demonic beast and human?
What the? Who are you? And why are you so tiny?
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just a passing genius doing as geniuses do. So, the people of Russia were combined with demonic beasts via some kind of magecraft. Do I have that right?
Yeah, got it in one. Not that I remember any of it myself, though. I've been a Yaga my whole life. This is my first time ever seeing the old human species.
I see, that explains quite a lot. Thank you, Patsy.
Now, who are you guys anyway?
We're with Chaldea.
Chaldea?
An organization tasked with the preservation of humanity and saving the world.
Now I have even more questions.
Basically, we're here to save the world.
Huh. Well, ain't that something? So are you like a bunch of idiots then?
I understand how fantastical that must sound, but I assure you we are deadly serious.
Well, whatever. Whatever nutty plan you guys got up your sleeve, if it'll shake things up around here, I'm all for it. After all, you're the first outsiders I've ever seen in my life. Anyway, I'll do you a favor and forget I ever heard your nonsense. Just hurry it up with the hunting grounds info.
Very well then. Show me a map and I will tell you where to go.
You better not be pulling my tail about this. Alright, this is our town here.
So this is Yaga Smolensk, and this city far up to the northeast must be Yaga Moscow. In that case, this spot here is one of the hunting grounds I discovered earlier.
Just so you guys know, I may hate the Oprichniki, but I hate liars even more. Now stay put until I get back. Got it?
We're not going anywhere.
If those hunting grounds turn out to be a sham, I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth.
Looks like he's gone to check out those hunting grounds. By the way, Holmes, can I pick your brain for a moment?
What is this place? Why have humans been combined with demonic beasts? That violates one of Magecraft's strictest taboos. Is this what all singularities are like?
It would hardly be unusual for one. What is abundantly clear is that this is not our own history.
Still,
What is it, Master?
something seems different about this singularity.
Regardless, we now know that the opponent you two must face is Ivan the Terrible, a version of him who has somehow managed to survive for approximately 500 years, strange as that may sound. The Oprichniki were indeed Ivan the Terrible's personal bodyguards. Now then, Gordolf, allow me to ask you something.
Yes? What is it, Holmes?
Are you certain the Oprichnik you defeated was not in fact human?
Oh yes, absolutely. He dissolved into nothing once I socked him with a good golf punch. From the look of it, I would guess he was a familiar of some sort.
I concur. I too sensed nothing human about them during my own skirmishes. Originally, the Oprichniki were a corps of soldiers established by Ivan the Terrible himself. It is said they dressed completely in black, carried around dog heads and whips made from bristling animal pelts, and only rode black horses. Their job was to eradicate the Tsar's enemies. It is said they would set upon their opponents like dogs and clean them out as swiftly as a broom gathering dust. They swore absolute loyalty to the Tsar and committed all manner of unspeakable atrocities in his name. But none of them became heroic spirits. As Gordolf surmised, they're familiars belonging to Ivan the Terrible.
Did he make them with his noble phantasm?
Those are certainly the two most likely possibilities. The terror the Oprichniki wrought swept throughout all of Russia, after all. It is quite possible that creating them could have become a skill or even noble phantasm he possesses. And if the Oprichniki are still terrorizing all of Russia,
Does that mean Ivan the Terrible is the servant responsible for the attack on Chaldea? Oh right, he isn't a servant. He's flesh and blood, just like Nero was.
nonetheless, we have far too few options available to us at this point. As such, our first order of business should be securing a ley line.
Well, as luck would have it, I detected something that looked an awful lot like a ley line back when Gudao and Mash were making their escape with Potsy. Unfortunately, it is quite a ways from your current position. It'd be extremely risky for the two of you to head there alone.
Well, then just have that furred freak take you there.
He's already done so much for us.
Then we use Magecraft to charm him. Must I think of everything around here?
Not so fast, Gordolf. Remember, the Yaga are part demonic beast. That most likely means they possess a strong, innate resistance to Magecraft. I doubt that a charm cast over a transmission would have much effect.
Either way, we should wait for Potsy to come back. We may not be able to convince him to take us, but maybe he'll at least tell us about a safe path.
Looks like I found myself a real bunch of weirdos. I'd only ever heard about the old species in legends. Seeing how weak they are in person, it's a wonder they survived as long as they did. I guess technically they're our ancestors. Maybe that's why I never thought to eat them. I can always leave them to fend for themselves if they don't have anything to offer, but it looks like they know a whole bunch of good hunting grounds. And more than anything, they're new. I've never seen anything like them before in my life. Most Yaga wouldn't be comfortable with that, but oddly enough, it doesn't bother me at all. I know it's things like that that put me at odds with the other Yaga. Oftentimes, I'll find myself thinking, asking myself questions like, Why do we have to be strong? Why is it wrong to be weak? And why are we always starving for something, never feeling satisfied? Whenever anyone hears me, they just laugh. They tell me I'm a fool and ask why I would waste my time thinking about meaningless crap. I know it's meaningless just as much as anyone. I wish I could stop myself from thinking about these things too. But...
Patsy. Hey, Patsy.
What is it?
Are you going hunting?
So what if I am?
Sorry, but those hunting grounds belong to the town.
Why do you think I only hunt the strays?
Those stray demonic beasts belong to the town too. Not that any are straying off anyway, since that spot's been closed down.
Is that so? Fine. I'll just have to find somewhere else to hunt, won't I? I glared at the jackass as I turned around and headed off in the opposite direction from the sealed-off hunting grounds. It's not just him. The other Yaga are all keeping their eyes on me too, making sure I don't go messing up their territory. Some demonic beasts are easier to hunt than others. The Kreechot tend to be on the harder side, since they'll keep calling in reinforcements until you're overwhelmed, but there are some places it's manageable. Like, say, a ravine that leads to a dead end. Somewhere the other Kreechot can't hear their pack mates' cries for help. Yaga have taken advantage of that, and set up hunting grounds that make it easy to harvest demonic beasts. It may not compare to what I hear the old times were like, when they used to breed enough domesticated beasts on farms for everyone to eat. But nowadays, hunting grounds like that, where you can hunt in safety and rest easy knowing the beasts will multiply again over time, are lifelines for us. Which is why it only takes getting labeled as a weakling once for everything to go south. It doesn't take long for a Yaga to die if we don't get enough to eat, and this town is ruthless about seeing the runt of the litter cut loose. The whole town makes it a point to eliminate nearby villages, curry favor with the Tsar, and kowtow to the Oprichniki. They know about the Yaga's ironclad law that only the strong may eat and maliciously use it against us. I know I'm skating on thin ice myself, but there's nothing I can do about it. I can't defy the Tsar. I've got no choice but to run from the Oprichniki. But if these humans I've met really are mages, and they really do end up saving the world, maybe that'll help this constant ache in my chest go away, even a little. Of course, I still don't know if I can even trust them. Well, I'll be damned. I can't remember the last time I killed this many. With a haul like this, I could still scrape by even after they pick me clean for taxes.
Patsy!
What is it?
You're looking flushed today, aren't you?
This is about my taxes, right? Here, take it.
Yup, that takes care of you. But what about your mother's taxes? Hey, it's no fur off my snout. Your old lady's not pulling her weight anymore anyway. And you know as well as I do that this town doesn't need any Yaga who can't hunt. Honestly, I don't even know why you bother paying her share. It doesn't make a damn lick of sense.
None of your business. Here, there's my mother's share. This town has no use for my mother anymore. She's well aware of that, so all she does now is wait around to die. Waiting for the time when she finally starves to death.
Who is it?
Here's some meat. I'll just leave it here.
Oh, thank you. I don't know how I can repay you.
Don't worry about it.
My husband and son will be home soon. Why don't you stay and eat with us?
No thanks. She doesn't even recognize my face anymore. They say it happens a lot once a Yaga gets up there in years. They say their memories get fuzzy, so they start clinging to them more and more until they end up living the rest of their lives in a fantasy world. There's no point in keeping my mom alive anymore. I should just let her die and become one with the earth. It's not like she'll be any help to me while she's still kicking. Only the strong have a right to eat, and she hasn't been strong for a long time. So then why do I keep helping her like this? I'm back. Your info was good. Brought in my biggest haul in ages. Hard to believe there was that good a hunting spot right near the town that nobody ever noticed before. Thanks to your tip, I've still got a bunch left over even after paying my taxes. Though I did get a few snide remarks about my haul.
Snide remarks?
Hey, it's a long story. Never mind that. What other hunting grounds have you got for me? Hurry up and tell me so I can go check it out. Gotta hunt while I've still got the energy.
Of course, of course. Very well then, I imagine you may not have much of a response to this next question, but I must ask nonetheless. What can you tell us about that mysterious tree?
If anything, I was hoping you guys could tell me that. What the hell is that thing?
Do you remember when it first appeared?
About 3 months ago, I'd say. Everyone was all excited when it first showed up, saying it was a miracle the Tsar performed for us, but it never actually gave us anything useful. The Oprichniki don't react to it either, so all I really know is that it's just a big damn tree. Are we done now? Because I want to check out those other hunting grounds while...
Just a moment. Now that we know the full extent of the situation, I'm afraid that information was insufficient.
Come on, I don't have anything else I can trade you. Unless you're after my gun and you can have that over my dead body.
No, it's not that. We want a kite.
A kite?
All you have to do is collect some materials. I can tell you what we need right now if you like. Now that I have a clearer picture of your people's technological and cultural progress, I am quite certain you should have little trouble finding them.
All right, as long as I don't have to leave town.
Thank you. I commend your decisiveness. Good show, Potsy.
What do you want with a kite, Holmes? Shouldn't we have traded for food first?
The pudgy one is right. It's been too long since I've had a decent cut of roast beef.
Not at all. Food's crucial too, of course, but as they say, safety first. That is what you're going for, right, Holmes?
Indeed, it will require a bit of brute strength, but we will be taking a page from Benjamin Franklin's book.
I see where you're going with this. So you want to connect it to the briefcase?
I do.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm going to use lightning to secure the power you need to summon servants.
That's barbaric. Why, it's downright primitive.
Not at all. That briefcase was originally designed to be usable even in eras without electricity. All Gudao need do to make use of it is draw a summoning circle on a ley line and wait for a single bolt of lightning to strike.
Man, I really am a genius, aren't I? I doubt there's anyone else in all of history who could have made the summoning system this streamlined. Being me is so awesome.
All right, so when is the next thunderstorm?
Our forecast says tomorrow. Suffice to say that time is not on our side. I'm afraid we must get this kite ready to fly before the end of the day. Now then, Mr. Gudao, have you ever made a kite before?
Yes, technically.
Excellent. Now is the time to put that knowledge to use.
Here you go. They were all real easy to find. Now are you going to tell me about those other hunting grounds?
Of course, I am pleased to make an equitable trade.
This one's far. Probably take me a day to get there. All right, you guys stay put. Don't go outside and don't eat anything besides the food I gave you.
See you later, Patsy.
Man, it feels weird getting a send-off.
Alright then, now it's time for arts and crafts. Remember, without this kite, you will not be able to summon servants. It is no exaggeration to say that the very fate of the world hinges upon this kite. This may be the most important arts and crafts project in the history of mankind. No pressure.
No, not that one, that one. Yes, you're supposed to cut that one. No, not there. Ugh, this is so frustrating.
I'm sorry, Da Vinci, but it's not always easy to understand what you mean.
No, not there. How is the kite supposed to fly if you cut that?
No, that's correct. The next cut needs to be on the opposite side.
Really? I never knew there was so much to kite making. I always thought you just stuck some poles to fabric like a tent and the whole thing just flies.
Here's some water, Senpai. Just relax and take it nice and easy. I have to say, though, this is kind of fun. I only hope it ends up flying well. I can bend the wire we're using for the kite's frame, Senpai. I am a demi-servant, after all.
Don't be silly. In your normal form, you're even weaker than Gudao is.
Oh, right. That took a lot longer than I thought it would.
Well, this is an unfortunate turn of events. I can already hear the rumble of thunder nearby. The kite's design should be fine, but we still don't know whether it will fly in this world. The world is enveloped by a raging storm, after all. There is no telling how violently the winds may be blowing at high altitudes. Nonetheless, the kite's frame should be sturdy enough to accommodate extreme conditions. At this point, we have done all we can.
Great, that was the last part. It might have been a long and winding road to get here, but at least we got here. Now for the most important touch. What sort of picture should we draw on it?
Damn it, Da Vinci, I'm a master, not an artist.
What? But I was all set to paint a Vitruvian good enough to put on the Voyager.
Stop that! You'll frighten the locals half to death. Just scribble some assy-eye expression on it and be done with it.
Well, now, I'm impressed you know about that. True, it is important to retain one's sense of playfulness. Miss Kyrilight, would you do the honors of drawing something?
Of course. Art design is one of my specialties. Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure it's a glamorous kite that will make everyone sit up and take notice.
Well, it's certainly one of a kind.
I'm sorry. I did my best to convert your face into a Euclidean plane, Senpai, but I'm afraid it didn't go so well.
I like it. It has a unique charm about it, and it should serve to ward off evil spirits. Now you'd best be on your way. I'm afraid we don't have time to wait for Patsy to return.
I'll leave him a note letting him know where we are. Okay, Master. Let's sneak out of here. There are a lot more people. I mean Yaga here than I thought there'd be. Huh? What was that sound?
Anastasia, where are you, Anastasia?
I am here, my Tsar.
Ah, my Empress, my beloved wife, tell me, is Russia at peace?
Of course it is, my Tsar. The Oprichniki are fighting hard all throughout the land in order to spread your glory far and wide. Please rest and do not be troubled.
I see. So Russia is at peace. That makes 200 years of peace in Russia. What about the outside? I must spread my glory beyond Russia's borders. I must share it with those from other lands who can only shiver in the cold, waiting for their ends. Tell me, how fares Europe and the Far East?
They too are at peace, my Tsar. Europe has bowed to your will,
and negotiations in the Far East are proceeding apace. The war is over, and Russia will have their allegiance soon.
I see. That is good. No, that is not good at all. Peace alone is not enough. I must press onward with renewed vigor and expand my domain. I must unite the world and ensure its happiness.
Amadeus.
Very well. So sleepy. Am I dreaming?
Good night, my Tsar. May your repose be blessed with sweet dreams.
Did you get Ivan's attack under control?
Yes, he's sleeping soundly now, thanks to Mozart's piano. Even though the Tsar is from a Lostbelt, the musical arts seem to have an oddly powerful effect over him. I'm even feeling a bit sleepy myself now.
Good. We need him to stay asleep for the time being. We can't have him finding out what's really going on and heading out on a campaign. That'd be the worst possible scenario. We must first be certain that his rule extends throughout the Lostbelt before we do anything else.
Then I will entrust him to Amadeus for a while, and deal with the rebels myself. The mere thought that there is a rebellion taking place fills me with revulsion.
No, not an option. There's no way Amadeus alone can keep the Tsar pacified. If he starts really acting up, even I couldn't say what might happen. And I can't stand that. As much as is possible, I want to eliminate any chance of surprise from my plan. When I need your help, I'll make sure to call for you after the Tsar has been safely secured.
As you wish. You are my master, and I am your servant. I will trust in your judgment.
Thanks, that'll be a big help.
Pardon me. I hope I'm not interrupting your pillow talk.
I'd watch your tongue if I were you, Metropolitan Macarius. You may be the Tsar's mentor, but I am still a member of the imperial family, and I will not tolerate such uncouth remarks.
You wound me, Grand Duchess. I have nothing but the highest respect for every member of the Russian imperial family. No matter what sort of family they may be, or what sort of end the Grand Duchess may have met.
How dare you?
Wait, both of you stand down. I don't want to see any infighting. We don't have time for it anyway. Father, your job is to placate the Tsar, right? Then quit following the Grand Duchess around and hurry up with the repairs to the cathedral. Or do you have something urgent to tell us? Did something happen with one of the other Lostbelts?
Of course. This is very urgent, Cryptor number 1. Today is your lucky day. You finally have a chance to prove yourself in battle.
You're kidding me. They already showed up?
They have. There's been a disturbance on the outskirts. Their shadow border has emerged here in our own Russia. We haven't pinpointed their exact location yet, though. Still, this is their first Lostbelt. It will take them at least several days to fully comprehend how this world works. I believe now would be the perfect time to eliminate them while they are still regaining their balance.
I don't want to leave the Tsar's side right now. I'll let the Oprichniki handle them. Besides, Koyanskaya is the one who let them get away in the first place. Why not make her take care of them? Or are you gonna do it yourself? That might give you a chance to be useful for a change.
Oh no, I couldn't. Unfortunately, the Tsar's condition worries me as well, so I would much rather not stray too far from Yaga Moscow. As for Miss Koyanskaya, she may well be to blame for this little predicament, but she too is quite hard at work at the moment. I believe her work is of a rather private nature. It is very much in line with her hobbies.
Hobbies? She's supposed to be leading the Oprichniki. What else could she be up to?
Kadok. I'm told that woman has been going around distributing food to the Yaga at exorbitant prices. So exorbitant that they're forced to rob their neighbors of everything they have to even have a hope of purchasing it.
I can't believe her. We come all this way and she's still going around picking on the weak. Father, I don't like you, but I can understand you. I believe you are genuinely dedicated to keeping Russia safe from harm. But Koyanskaya, I can't make heads or tails of what she's thinking or what she really wants to do. I mean, unlike you, she can come and go between Lostbelts whenever she pleases, right? Then why can't we make her go to one that's a little more civilized? She doesn't need to stick around a destitute world like this one.
I'm afraid not. She's not one to change her behavior, no matter where she finds herself. In one sense, her actions stem from a love for humanity. That includes driving the weak into tight spots, sneering at them, and stepping on them. She will never oppose us, or the Cryptors. It's best to think of her as a difficult mercenary who will get the job done as long as you can pay for her services. All that said, I do agree that she has been acting a little too freely. Very well then, I will speak to her and tell her to restrain herself while she is here in Russia. That should ensure she follows your commands as well. Does that suit you, Master of the Grand Duchess?
Fine with me. If she's gonna call herself a mercenary, I won't hesitate to use her like one. The Oprichniki aren't gonna die as long as Ivan keeps dreaming. Tell Koyanskaya to make sure she finishes off Chaldea's leftovers for good this time. They're only human, so they're bound to stop by a town sooner or later. Have her keep an eye on the major ones, and take them out as soon as she finds them.
Understood. I really must point out, though, how terrible a thing that is for you to say of your former comrades, Cadix and Lupus. And here I thought you were a kinder soul than that. Have these last few months been hard for you? Perhaps you should follow the Tsar's example and get some sleep yourself.
I'll admit I've been pushing myself past my limits, but I'm still the same guy I always was. Like you said, Chaldea's people are my former comrades. Emphasis on former. Now, as the only master in Russia in this Lostbelt, my goal is to ensure it comes out on top. I'm gonna pull off something a master from proper human history never could. I have to.
Well, it's good to see you're in such high spirits. Pushing oneself too hard is a privilege afforded only to the young, after all. Rest assured, you have my full support. Cadix Zem Lupus, I have nothing but respect for your aspirations and for your determination. But I will offer one piece of advice. He who does not love himself can never save the world. If I were you, I would think long and hard about where that hostility of yours comes from.
Hostility, huh? So he's basically telling me to get over myself and accept that they're my rivals. The hell they are. They just got lucky, that's...
You mustn't say things you don't really mean, Cadix. Even if you are only bluffing, lies like that will only eat away at you. Cadix, you weren't able to save the world. That is simply a fact, and one you must accept. They accomplished something you could not. That is why you must take advantage of this new opportunity, to show everyone what you can really do. This is your opportunity to show them how strong you truly are, to demonstrate why you are a Cryptor, why you are one of those who were originally meant to save the world.
I know. Believe me, I know.
There are a lot more people. I mean, Yaga here than I thought there'd be.
Huh? What was that sound?
Let's go check it out.
Understood. Let's try to keep out of sight.
Hold it! What do you think you're doing? There is no possible way anything good can come of this. Holmes, Da Vinci, are you completely oblivious to the concept of risk management?
What's the matter? According to the memories I possess, this is how they always do things. It's like they say, knowing the right thing to do and actually doing it are two different things.
It looks like Someone's handing out food? They're certainly all lining up for something.
Hello again, my little Yaga. Congratulations on making it through another day in your miserable lives. It's so sad, isn't it? No matter how hard you work, you can never save enough to live on or hope to move up in the world. But don't worry, your cute little guardian angel is here to help you all survive this horribly dark, dreadful blizzard. Don't be shy. Come on up and take a gander at my goods. There's nothing NFF services can't provide, whether it's food, medical equipment, or even prohibited goods like alcohol.
That's...
That voice. The one positively dripping with honey atop ice cream atop even more honey. Both of you hide. Watch from as far away as possible. Do not approach under any circumstances, not unless you want to get ensnared in a honey trap like I was.
You got it.
Welcome to TV Koyanskaya's Honey Kitchen, now open for business. Hello and good day, all you lovely customers. I do appreciate your knowingly patronizing my cruel little establishment. Oh yes, I know all about how hard it is being a Yaga. You have very hardy bodies, so hardy in fact that you're practically immortal. But the trade-off is that you burn through calories at a tremendous rate. Really, you all die so comically quickly if you aren't eating about 10 times the food a good old-fashioned human would. You might say that Yaga traded the ability to survive extreme cold for truly shoddy energy efficiency. At any rate, if you don't get enough calories here in Russia, you'll soon end up a Yaga Sikla. But fortunately, I've come all the way from Yaga Moscow to help you survive. Now come on, don't be shy. Empty your wallets and prostrate yourselves before your savior goddess.
So the human's back again, huh? Damn it. How dare she mock us like that?
Hey, shut your damn mouth! Do you want her to start making us jump through impossible hoops again? At least pretend like you're grateful to her. Yeah, her methods aside, at least she's helping us. Hi, Miss Koyanskaya. I'd like to buy some food, please. Is everything okay, Miss Koyanskaya?
Oh, how sad, how truly, truly sad. You Yaga must have piroshki for brains. How could you possibly forget the proper way to address your owner? It's Mistress Koyanskaya, peons. I swear, your minds are as frail as your bodies are ugly. You're completely lacking in tact and have not a shred of decorum. What an achingly dull history you ended up in. I don't know what your leader was thinking, combining humans with animals. Now you've lost the innocence of the latter and the brains of the former. All you've managed to do is cancel out all the good bits of either half of you. And you have the gall to call yourselves a new species just because you can barely eke out an existence here? What a joke.
What was that? Hey, you. I don't care if you're one of the Tsar's personal guard. But he talks about us like that and gets away with it. Tsar himself came up with our demonic beast transformation policy. The only ones who would criticize it are traitorous rebels. Ah! No, wait!
Ah!
See what happens when you oppose me? Tee-hee. So sorry about that, my little Yaga. My Oprichniki are special, you see. They're an elite type that reacts instantly if I get just the teensiest bit upset, so make sure you watch your language.
Hey, but Miss Koyanskaya, just now you were the one who was...
Oh, do my ears deceive me, or are you the second brave moron with a death wish today?
No, not at all. Forgive me, Mistress Koyanskaya.
There we go. I knew you could do it now. Let's get down to business. Since your food shortage problem keeps getting worse, I made sure to bring twice as much as last time. Go ahead and load up on anything you like. There's plenty to go around.
All right, as long as we can get more huh? What's with these prices?
Ah yes, 1 cut of Krichat shoulder meat. That'll be 500,000 rubles, please.
It's 3 times more expensive than last time, and we couldn't even afford the prices back then. This isn't helping us at all. It used to be as long as we obeyed the Tsar's laws, he'd provide us with the minimum amount of food we needed to get by. But now we have to trade everything we've got, down to our furniture. And if that wasn't bad enough, the prices keep going up every damn time. You're bleeding us dry for everything we've got. Why are you torturing us like this?
Oh my, I don't like the sound of that. Teehee, is that an incipient riot I smell? Well, as the Tsar's personal guard, I guess I'd better do something about that, hadn't I? Perhaps we can try another way of resolving the food shortages then?
Oh, wait, please, we're not looking for trouble. It's just, with prices like these, you might as well be telling us to die. Could you at least put them back to what they were last time? That way, we should just be able to pay. Please, Mistress Koyanskaya, I'm begging you.
I wish I could help you, now that you're finally wising up a bit. But I can't. Sorry, what you see is what you get. Prices may go up, but they never go down. That's NFF Service's most sacred rule. Besides, you aren't really incapable of paying, right? I know you've still got room to fall back on.
Room to... I promise you we don't. This is all we...
Don't be silly. You've still got plenty to work with. You've stamina to waste arguing with me. You've got plenty of nerve letting the rebels remain at large. And you've got a friend right there next to you. One with just as much money to spare. Isn't it the Yaga way to take from the weak? Besides, I said it myself earlier. There's more than one way to resolve a food shortage.
Huh?
So that's the way it is, huh? Since you're telling us this, and you're one of the Tsar's personal guard, if I go along with this, I won't get in trouble?
Nope. I couldn't care less about silly ethical concerns you pathetic little things might have.
Huh? Hey, don't tell me you're just giving up? Come on, give her a piece of your...
Don't worry, I'm not. Let's go get us some food together. You, me, and your money.
Why would they do something like that?
At least we've avoided being spotted. Koyanskaya just left with the wagon, along with the Yaga who collapsed when their friends struck them in the head.
Bash, Godao. Neither of you looks or sounds particularly happy about that. Tell me what happened as briefly as possible. Broad strokes will suffice.
Koyanskaya, the woman who attacked Chaldea, was distributing food to the townspeople. But it looked like she was charging them prices high enough that she was really just extorting them. Eventually, the Yaga started arguing with her about the prices, and then a fight broke out among them, and only half of the Yaga there ended up receiving food. Director Gordolf, I think the other half were probably
Killed? By their friends? Do you mean the ones who acquired food did so by stealing their friends' money?
Even if she was attempting to reduce their numbers, that is a needlessly cruel way to do so. I suppose culling half their population will help the remaining Yaga survive now that there are fewer mouths to feed, but...
Hey, spare me your cold-blooded analysis. The point is that Koyanskaya is a demon dressed as a woman. Godao, as of right now, you have no means of fighting back. Had Koyanskaya seen you just now, you would be dead, just like I would be. Of course, in my case, I turned a few of the Oprichniki into goo with my Goff Punch magecraft. But a third-rate no, a pale imitation of a mage like yourself would have no chance. Lucky for you, you had some shadows to cower in. That suited you far better than a mage's outfit. In that sense, you did quite well. I understand how you must feel, so you did well to stay out of sight, regardless.
Director Gordolf.
Still, what a wretched stroke of luck to learn that Koyanskaya is here in Russia as well.
I'll say. And on top of that, she's a servant. These magical energy readings don't lie. She must have been concealing that in Chaldea. but she obviously isn't bothering to here. She must be working for Kirshtaria for the cryptors.
So that priest is most likely a servant as well, since he was clearly there as Koyanskaya's equal. Nonetheless.
What is it, Mr. Holmes? Are you concerned by the astounding lack of judgment that Mr. Gordolf showed by unwittingly bringing both Koyanskaya and Father Kotomin to Chaldea?
I'll have you know I'm the greatest victim in all this. Have you not a shred of consideration? Gudao, what have you been teaching your charge that makes her think it's okay to talk to her superiors like that? That she said it with such a straight face only makes it all the more painful.
In Koyanskaya's case, you're quite right, Miss Kyrillite. Gordolf was undoubtedly lax in his vetting, but so too was Koyanskaya's disguise immaculate. But the same cannot be said for Father Kotomine. He was a genuine clergyman, sent in official capacity by the Holy Church. As such, Gordolf had no advance contact with him, and thus cannot be held liable. I believe Father Kotomine and Koyanskaya must have first met in person, on the boat to Chaldea in the Antarctic. Isn't that right, Director?
Yes, that's right. I'm quite certain he was absent for most of my meeting.
In which case, they must have executed their plan via a network we had no means of learning about. We shall need to investigate that soon. Now then. Da Vinci, Mr. Gudao, although it's a bit untimely, there is something else I must tell you. There is no man by the name of Kotomine Kure employed by the Holy Church. Or at least, there was no one by that name on the 2019 list of the Church's clergy.
Really? Then does that mean the name Kotomine Kire is made up?
No, someone by that name did in fact exist at one time. However, according to Chaldea's records, Kotomine Kire died in Japan in 2004.
So basically he's a zombie. Has that sucker-punching backstabber actually been a pseudo-servant all this time? Or maybe he's a servant that's basically a heroic spirit possessing a dead body. Or, well, is that sort of thing even possible?
I wish I could say no, that no heroic spirit would ever be content with using a dead body as its host. But it is very possible that there are certain heroic spirits who may only be summonable as pseudo-servants using a dead body for a host. However, this bit of information can at least lay that theory to rest. The Holy Church's report says the following. Kotomine Kire's body was completely incinerated at the time of his death, making recovery impossible. In other words, Father Kotomine's body no longer exists, at least not in our world.
Then does that mean...
That is a possibility, but at this point, that is all it is. We still have far too little information to theorize any further.
Well, I thought I smelled something delicious. Do I detect some adorable little rats hiding out in this back alley? I do wish I could let you get away, but now that I've found you, I certainly can't do that now, can I? Especially not after Kotomine just told me to squash any repulsive insects I happen to find. Hello, my little Chaldeans. Congratulations on making it back alive. I must applaud your luck and sheer tenacity.
Koyanskaya.
Master, get back.
Oh, look at you, bravely trying to keep your master safe. But you really should know better, Mash. If you're going to act like you can fight, you'd better be ready for your enemy to call your bluff. Consider your current situation, your abilities, your position. You may be okay with dying yourself, but what about the boy behind you? At times like this, the best thing you can do is throw away your pride and roll over like the dog you are.
We'll never roll over for you.
Just kidding. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious seeing you flailing about so desperately, Gudao. Luckily for you, I'm still not done with my work for today, and I like to do one job at a time. So I won't come looking for you until tomorrow. Killing you now would go against my principles. So for today, I'll be generous and let you go off on your merry way. Besides, I expect that'll make things more interesting down the road. After all, it's not fair for Kadok to have all the advantage. We should give you at least something of a fighting chance.
First, you destroy Chaldea, and now you want to pit Senpai against Kadok and the others.
Calm down, Mash.
But...
That's right. I'm going to have you and the Cryptors kill each other, Gudao. That's what we've been working towards all this time. It would be a huge disappointment if all that buildup were to fizzle out at the very first Cryptor. Good grief, I trust you're listening in, Sherlock Holmes. How could you let them go out without any protection whatsoever? Shouldn't you be way more cautious? If any other servants had been assigned to Russia instead of me, your little journey would be over now.
I never thought I would see an enemy servant be concerned for her opposition. Although, the other servants, you say. Would you mind giving us any more hints while you're at it? What is your true name? Who is your master? How many of you are there? And furthermore, what is this singularity really called?
That's more like it. It's not worth crushing you unless you put up a decent fight. You did put one over on me back at Chaldea, after all. I'll have to pay you back double when I finally get to meet you in person. Oh, and unfortunately for you, I won't be offering up any more hints. I've been working my fingers to the bone over the past year to get everything ready. You'll just have to figure out whatever you don't yet know for yourselves. Our leader has come from far, far away and is intentionally staying out of the spotlight right now.
Why did you torment the Yaga?
Oh, that? You mean you can't tell? Just because I'm your enemy doesn't mean I'm an ally to Russia, to Kadok Zemlupus. In the end, the Yaga are another branch of human evolution. That makes them very much an object of hatred for me. So I exploit them as brutally and thoroughly as I can. It's my life's work. I enjoy it and take it seriously. Besides, the whole notion of a societal structure that exploits the poor was something you humans came up with, wasn't it? Oh, but violence is bad. We don't want that now, do we? I may have made use of military force back at Chaldea, but only because I had no other choice. Normally, I wouldn't resort to such barbarism. If the takeover had lasted a year or so, I would have made sure you all ended up killing each other much more peacefully. Resorting to something as brutish as violence to destroy what you detest is the height of human folly. Your kind brought destruction down upon your own heads. I have no plans to stoop to your level. So, there you have it. I won't lay a finger on you. I've already fulfilled His Imperial Majesty, Ivan the Terrible's request to eliminate the biggest threat, Chaldeas. Controlling the Oprichniki now is just a bit of after-sales service. If you're going to fight this Cryptor, I'll let him command the Oprichniki instead.
So, you're saying you have no intention of fighting us here because we're completely powerless? That you're going to let us go because we're not worth your time?
That's right. Nice to see you finally understand, Mash. I'm impressed you were able to face the facts you really, really didn't want to. So I'll tell you what, in honor of that show of earnestness and loyalty, I really will let you off the hook this time. Truth be told, I was planning to gobble you both up right after you'd let your guard down.
Wait,
That's it. That's the way, Mash Gudao. Don't fight an opponent you can't beat. That's the first law of the jungle. Since you're such smart boys and girls, I'll go ahead and make you a promise. If you manage to survive Russia, I'll be sure to come see you again. When I do, we can hash things out mano a mano. Keep on scurrying around like the little rats you are until then, okay? I'm an advisor to the Cryptors, you see. As long as you keep on your little journey, we will meet again.
enemy servant. Is this really the energy signature of a servant? Regardless, I've lost that wicked magical energy signature. I'm sorry, Master. I wanted to do something about her, but I couldn't.
It's okay, Mash. I couldn't do anything either.
I know, but, well, now that I've calmed down, I have so many questions. Why did she reveal herself to us?
It's probably how she gets her kicks.
What was that scream?
This is very bad. I understand how angry you both must be on seeing Chaldea's destructor, but I need you both calm. It seems things have taken a turn for the worse in that town. Make your way back to Potsy's house immediately, and mind your surroundings.
Understood. Okay, Master, let's keep out of sight.
Please forgive me. Please forgive me. O Light of the Tsar. Everyone in this town is a good, upstanding Yaga who loves and worships the Tsar. Nobody here would ever think of defying him. I admit that my brother tried to join the rebel army, and you, Oprichniki, executed him for that. But that has nothing to do with me, and I don't know anything about any mage.
Glory to the Tsar. Glory to the Tsar. As his servants, it is our job to crush the seeds of rebellion quickly before they can take root. Therefore, we have confiscated your belongings and burned down your house. This is the fate for all who would oppose the emergency prerogative.
You can't be serious?
We will ask the questions. Where is the mage?
I told you I don't know any mage.
Then that is proof you do not fully understand the glory of the Tsar. Break him, kill him.
No, please, I'm begging you.
Master.
Wait, I know someone. I know someone who defies the Tsar. His name is Potsy.
Potsy.
Come to think of it, they did seem to be treating him a bit strangely.
There's something shady about him, and his father was killed for defying you guys. He's been real flush lately, too. He must be selling information to the rebel army. He's the one with the traitorous rebel army.
Hey, are you kidding me with this shit?
Potsy.
Why do you have to show up now?
Who are you calling a traitor?
You! Everyone knows you're with the rebel army, right guys?
You bastard!
Then how do you explain that haul? All the town's hunting grounds are sealed off, but you managed to pay your taxes and still had food to spare. That's all the proof we need. All right, I did my part. So long, Patsy.
You are a member of the rebel army. You stand in defiance of the Tsar. You lack respect for the Tsar. Those who turn their backs on the Tsar's glory will be tortured until they have confessed their sins, then executed. Do not resist.
Oh yeah? Watch me!
He shot him. Patsy just openly defied the Tsar.
Oh shit.
Treasonous action confirmed. Normally, you would be eliminated.
See that? That is what happens when you go flying off the handle without thinking ahead. Still, I must commend him for his timing. This will be an excellent distraction. Now then, Gudao, I trust you know what to do next. Head to the ley line while the Oprichniki are preoccupied with that beast.
I'm ready, Master.
Let's do this.
Right.
Huh? Why would you do that?
I understand your confusion, Gordolf, but this is simply how Chaldea, rolls, as they say. I do hope you will learn to accept it. Rest assured that endeavors like this are far from fruitless. They may be fraught with risk, but their returns more than make up for it.
That's right. This is the ship we're all on. Besides, this will also help save his life. All right, Gudao, grab Potsy and get out of there. If you don't do something, he's gonna keep fighting the Oprichniki until they kill him.
I think so too. If it comes down to it, then I'll...
Absolutely not.
Treasonous action confirmed. Normally you would be eliminated. At the moment, Captain Koyanskaya is handling our actions, our protocol, and our pay. We cannot carry out any executions without her approval. So instead, we will crush your limbs to neutralize you.
Potsy.
Huh? What are you guys doing here?
We'll explain later. Please follow us. We know a surefire escape route.
Whoa, what's with her? She doesn't have any fur, just like Mistress Koyanskaya. Is that the Khaldun mage everyone's been talking about?
What are you...
Rebels have no right to speak. Hold your tongue.
Damn it all!
Let's go. There's too many of them.
You think I don't know? Wait, you guys have fought the Oprichniki before, haven't you?
Yes, we have. So we know full well how quickly they move. Don't worry. I know we can get away.
Indeed. However, be aware that if you follow our suggestion, you will no longer be able to return to this town. If that is acceptable to you, you will have our full support in making your escape. How about it?
Why would that matter to him? You saw how the other creatures ratted on him. You there, you've been on the outs with this town for some time now, haven't you? Surely you can't possibly have any lingering attachments.
Even still,
Colluders spotted. The captain must hear of this at once, requesting authorization for execution.
Damn it! Alright, I'll come with you. Now hurry up and lead the way, Gudao. You don't want to get shot in the back, do you?
Good, you managed to escape the town. I'm glad to see no one was hurt.
We made it.
Yes. Senpai's plan to knock things over in the alley to slow their pursuit worked wonders.
Yeah, it was like a famous scene out of an old Japanese samurai movie. The kind where the hero makes his escape while periodically stopping to cut down one of the bad guys. Though, of course, you see that kind of thing in the London slums all the time, too.
Good thing the Oprichniki never tried to shoot you. You probably wouldn't have made it out otherwise. I don't know what happened, but I guess there must have been some sort of mistake in the chain of command.
Indeed, we should all be grateful for this stroke of good luck. For now, I'm afraid you must keep moving. I've put up a beacon at your destination. Miss Kirilight, would you mind showing Potsy?
Of course. Here, Potsy.
I see. So it's a top-down map of a mountain? It's tough to tell what's what with all these bumps. Oh, I get it. It's showing the mountain's elevation changes. That's pretty nice.
That red light is your destination. Once you arrive at the mountain path, I would like you to lead the way. A map can only tell you so much, after all. As you are a local, we will have to place our trust in your knowledge of the region. Naturally, I would like you to avoid any areas where demonic beasts are known to appear. And do remember that we are under pursuit.
Yeah, I got it. Come on, Gudao, Mash, let's get going. Although now that I stop and think about it, I get the feeling you guys have been pulling my strings this whole time. A lot of people really hate your guts, don't they?
Ha ha ha, that they do. Especially good, honest people like yourself.
I don't feel anyone staring daggers into my back anymore. Looks like we finally lost the Oprichniki. Damn it, why'd this have to happen to me?
I'm so sorry. This is all our fault. We didn't know anything about this place, but we still had you take us to your house.
Knock it off. Just forget about that. I wasn't thinking straight either. This is what I get for jumping at a chance to strike it rich without thinking it through. It's my fault as much as yours, so that makes us even. There's one thing I still don't get. Why didn't you use me as a decoy and run off when you had the chance?
We couldn't just abandon you.
No, we couldn't. Both Master and I wanted to help you.
Times like that, you're supposed to let the other guy take the fall. But you guys just couldn't keep your noses out of it, huh? I mean, it's not like me dying's gonna make any difference to your survival.
Indeed, the Beast Man is exactly right. You're nothing but a defective demi-servant and a useless third-rate master. That's why I told you to stay out of sight instead of getting into fights you can't win.
Sorry for everything.
You're a weird one, aren't you? Or is that just how all mages are? The Yaga way of life is simple. Only the strong get to eat.
Oh, but surely the weak serve a purpose as well by providing meat for the strong to consume. That is typically the law of the jungle, after all.
Not for us. For us, the weak aren't even worth eating. Every Yaga knows that. Man, you mages really throw me off my game.
I assure you, most mages would make the same choice you would under those circumstances. The one there with you now is the odd man out. He is motivated primarily by his emotions, rather than what he stands to gain or lose.
Ugh, goddammit. Guess I'll just have to lay low in some other town until the Oprichniki forget about me. Hell, at this point, maybe I really will join the rebel army.
The rebel army, huh? I remember hearing them mentioned before. I presume they are a group who takes issue with Ivan the Terrible's reign?
That's right. Word has it they've been around in some form or another for the last 450 years. Sometimes it was nobles fighting. Sometimes it was normal folk who'd run out of food. But whoever it is, it almost always ends with the Oprichniki slaughtering them. Though nowadays it sounds like they're still putting up a good fight. I also heard a strange rumor about them. Yeah, I remember now. They say their leader's a lady archer who still looks like one of the old humans before Ivan's reign began.
Maybe she's a servant?
Servant? Who'd she be serving if she's the leader?
If she really is a servant, we definitely need to meet her and see if she can help us. At the very least, she's already fighting Ivan the Terrible, so it's safe to assume that our goals are already closely aligned. And if she's a rogue servant, so much the better. Servants can't reach their full potential without a master, after all. If you tempt her with a contract, she might even offer to join us of her own accord.
So there's been a servant summoned here, but it would not seem to be a counter-reaction on the part of a holy grail. Perhaps this servant was summoned in consequence of our arrival with the proper human history spirit origin graph. Or perhaps she is the last bit of resistance this land, no human history itself had to offer.
Holmes, something on your mind?
Of course, there is never a moment when my mind is not occupied. And in order for us to truly be able to act here, we must ensure the servant summoning is successful. You should be seeing an area well suited to summoning about now. A cave, to be precise.
I see it. It's hard to see in this blizzard, but I think I can make out the cave now. I also hear thunder overhead. I understand it's statistically very unlikely, but I am a bit concerned about us getting struck by lightning.
Sorry about that, but I'm glad you made it there in time. That thunder is the mark of some extremely precious energy after all. Okay, Gudao, it's time to fly that kite. Go on, help him, Mash.
All right. Leave the flying to me, Master. By the way, Da Vinci, it is safe to fly a kite in a storm like this, right? You're sure I'm not going to be electrocuted or anything, right?
Oh.
That is not a reassuring
This is why you really shouldn't work on such short notice. It's way too easy to forget about little details like that. But never mind that now. Come on, get that kite up in the air. Chop chop.
Hold up a minute.
Look, Benjamin Franklin did an experiment very similar to this, and he came out of it just fine.
Well, some of the people who tried to replicate his results weren't so lucky. But you can't do science without breaking a few scientists or eggs.
What sort of monstrous servants are you? I've never seen such a hostile working environment. Wait, that's it! I've just had a flash of inspiration. Gudao, use your head! If there's a dangerous job to be done, delegate it to someone else. Say that Yaga there with you. Perhaps his kind don't mind being zapped with lightning.
Are you nuts? I wouldn't last 2 seconds. Lightning's one of the Tsar's most powerful weapons. It'd fry me like a piece of Kritchat bacon.
Grr, how dare you question my intelligence, Beastman? Think! You've already revolted against that Tsar of yours, haven't you? There's no turning tail and running away now. You need to face reality!
Reality? That's rich coming from a furless bunch of pink-skinned humans from some fairy tale paradise.
It would seem that the lightning here is strong enough to discourage even young Potsy. Alas, we have no alternative. Miss Kyrie Light, please connect the wire to the Spirit Origin briefcase. Once that is done, I want you to run as fast as you can while holding the kite horizontally.
Understood. I'll make sure the kite gets airborne. Here goes.
The kite has reached the center of the thunderclouds. Activating conversion spell now. Way to go, Mash.
Good. Continue to keep an eye on the kite, Miss Curie Light. Mr. Gudao, remain on standby near the Spirit Origin briefcase. It is crucial for the summon that you be there. This is a forced summon. Once one of the heroic spirits you have bonded with has been summoned, they will convert the lightning into magical energy and use it to form a spirit origin. But that alone will not keep them here for very long. If a servant summoned via human magecraft is to remain in this world, they will need an attractor, a master that can serve as their anchor. Your job is to converse with the servant that appears and form a contract with them immediately.
Got it.
What's all this about? Man, that thing's really up there. I swear, I have no idea what these humans are thinking.
Hold it, Holmes. Just because this isn't the Russia we know doesn't mean we can let some commoner witness magecraft being performed. Can't you get that Wolfman to go off somewhere else? Surely you don't want to ruin his life by showing him things he's better off not knowing?
I suppose you do have a point. Very well then, I will speak with him. Potsy, I'm terribly sorry to ask this of you, but we are about to perform a highly secret ritual here. Would you mind waiting outside the cave until it is complete? Again, I do apologize.
Wait, what? So I'm not good enough to see their secret little ritual, huh? Damn it, they wouldn't even be here now if I hadn't shown them the way. What do I care about rituals? I can smell them, so they're over here, huh? Most Yaga go their whole lives without even hearing about mages, let alone meeting one. I know that mages worked with Ivan the Terrible to perform the spell that combined humans and demonic beasts. The one that created us, the Yaga. And I know that if they hadn't turned us into Yaga, we'd probably never have survived the Great Cold Wave. They say that mages are still at work trying all sorts of spells in the hopes that one of them can save the world. Of course, they also say that all the mages were killed when they got on Ivan the Terrible's bad side. All the rumors are so vague as to be damn near worthless. I know that mages exist, but I've no idea what they actually do. I figured that, being a mage and all, they'd have so much magical energy that even a Yaga like me could sense it. But as far as I can tell, that Gudao guy isn't anything special. If he were a Yaga, he'd have been too weak to survive more than a day after being born. I have no idea why the Oprichniki would care about him or any of them. Still, I can't help but think. Maybe he really will end up saving this world. Which is why I can't stand them keeping this ritual thing a secret from me. Not after they've gone and gotten my hopes up like that. I can sense those two humans now, along with a ton of magical energy. Alright then, let's see what this secret ritual's all about. What is that?
It was an intricately designed symbol of magecraft, one meant to make miracles possible.
Everything's in place, Master. The Spirit Origin briefcase now has enough charge for a single summon.
The boy extended his right hand and called out loud and clear.
My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and abide by this will and reason, then answer me. I hereby swear. I embody all that is good in the world. I shall defeat all that is evil in the world. Seventh heaven clad in the 3 words of power, come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales.
What?
Those words bring about genuine miracles. They are an incantation, spun in search of bravery and wisdom, all in the service of overcoming any difficulties that may stand in the way. The Fate System, a secret ritual for summoning heroic spirits.
My name is Avisbro. I am a caster. I come in response to your summon. It would seem, though, that the circumstances are somewhat unusual. And you over there, are you an enemy?
Ah!
Patsy.
I thought this might happen.
You saw the secret summoning ritual? Cursed fool of a beast. How dare you trample all over my kindness? Godao! Order that servant of yours to dispose of the witness.
Ha, now calm yourself, Gordolf. Surely there is no need in a world with no Mages Association. For that matter, even if we weren't able to keep the summoning ritual perfectly secret, I doubt there is anyone in this Russia who could decipher it. Besides, I believe Patsy understanding our power would in fact be to our benefit.
That guy just appeared out of nowhere. Hey, are you human?
I am not. I am a servant, one who long ago made his mark on history. Thanks to my accomplishments, I ascended to the throne as a heroic spirit. Now I serve this man, for he is my master.
Heroic spirit? Then does that mean you're like Ivan the Terrible?
Ho, so our enemy is Ivan the Terrible, eh? That's going to be difficult.
I've never seen this heroic spirit before.
As a result of my summoning, I know all the information my master possesses. That said, it seems there are still many things we have yet to learn about this strange land. Now then, where to begin? Before we discuss matters further, why don't I show you what I am capable of?
Demonic beasts! Damn it, I didn't even notice them following me here.
Word of warning before I fight, my body is frail and weak. Maybe the least useful out of all the classes, in the sense that I cannot do anything by myself. But I am also a miracle worker. So to begin, I would like to show you what manner of miracles I am capable of performing. Now let us do battle.
That was incredible. Those stones, they just flattened those Creechot like it was nothing.
These are my golems. I'm too weak to fight myself, so my only option is to have them do so on my behalf. Now, Master, we can talk more later. First, I'm going to make this cave into my workshop. That should strengthen our ability to summon, which will in turn allow you to make use of your Spirit Origin graph. That way you may call upon the shadows of the servants registered within that briefcase whenever you like. You will, of course, only be able to do so in combat, as this power is sadly quite limited in its scope. Now then, I think I shall rest until the workshop is complete. Master Gudao, Mash Kairi Light. Patchy the Yaga, was it? Allow me to introduce myself again. My true name is Avisbron. As you can see, I am a caster, just a humble maker of golems. But given the circumstances, it would nonetheless seem that I am just the servant for the job.
So you weren't part of the spirit origin graph? Mr. Gudao has never met you before, eh? Then it must have been the land itself crying out for help that brought you here, rather than a bond with him. It would seem that the existing heroic spirits cannot easily materialize in this world.
Nope. Just one more thing that sets this place apart from a singularity. I guess this is what that magecraft theory was talking about. But that can wait. For now, I'm just glad we have a new ally, and one who seems likely to be very helpful at that. Avisbron, given your particular expertise, do you think you might be able to repair the Shadow Border's armor?
Let me see the data.
By all means. Go on, give it to me straight.
We'll first need to find the right materials. I should be able to craft a suitable armor plate as long as we have quality ore imbued with magical energy. Ordinarily, such ore is only traded among mages. But I believe we should be able to find some here.
Good answer. Just what I'd expect to hear from the forefather of all golems. Mind if I leave him in charge of fixing the Shadow Border's armor, Holmes?
Not at all. That would certainly be a great help. Now then, Mr. Gudao, Miss Kairi Light, Potsy. I believe we should decide on our next course of action. Assuming that's all right with you, Gordolf?
Of course. I will have the final say, yes?
Naturally. Da Vinci, I would ask you to continue learning everything you can regarding the materials. For the other matter we discussed, that is.
Okay, I'm on it.
Right. In brief, I believe our next move should be to rendezvous with this rebel army. We now know that its leader is a servant. Moreover, there is a strong chance they will elect to join us, given that they oppose Ivan the Terrible.
But we don't know where the rebel army is.
I believe Potsy can be of assistance there. You do know where they are, don't you?
Not exactly, but I do know of a few villages that are rumored to have ties to them. Word has it they provide them with food, hide them from the Oprichniki, that sort of thing.
Then that is where we will go. I trust that's all right with you, Director?
A village where rebels gather? I don't much care for the notion, but then again, I won't have to be the one going there anyway. Very well then, be off with you, Gudao. I await good news and a much overdue supply of food. The Shadow Border's reserves are nearly empty, and the state of one's belly has a direct effect on morale. I'm sure you are well aware of this, but the Border's staff are mentally exhausted as well. They have been battling hunger, the cold, and cabin fever for some time now. At least you've been able to walk around outside.
Oh right, I almost forgot about that little problem. But are we sure we can even eat Kritchat meat?
We had better be able to eat it. Forget the roast beef now. I'd be happy with a side of bacon. The Music family has been practicing alchemy for generations. Even if the meat does contain toxins, rest assured that I can make it edible. I've been stranded and alone in snowy mountains countless times before, so I've invented my own spells to turn bad meat good. I can even transform spoiled meat into sirloin. Why else do you think I'm known as Music the Phoenix?
Wow, what a useless totally useful spell. It's definitely a narrow niche, but it's just the one we need right now.
Understood.
Good. Once the Shadow Border is working again, we should be able to support you in a much more active capacity.
Very well then, let us be on our way, Master. I've sealed off and hidden this workshop with boulders. It shall be our secret hideout.
It's very well hidden. I can't see it at all anymore. But how are we going to find it again ourselves?
Not to worry. I've set a golem to sense when we draw near and guide us in.
Wow, let's hear it for golems.
It's nothing special for a golem keeper like me. Although as a mage, I am merely second-rate. Now then, let us head for one of the villages said to be aiding the rebel army.
If I may, do be as quick about this as you can.
I know. Anyway, we'll have to pass through another village to get to the one we want. Make sure you stay out of trouble there. It's mostly neutral, but it does lean pro-Ivan. Alright, let's get in and get out quickly, before anyone notices how much you guys stand out.
Hold it.
What do you want?
You've got to pay the toll. If you mean to use our village as a shortcut, it's only fair.
That's ridiculous. I'm not paying that.
You're off to join the rebel army, right? You can pay the toll, or I can capture and report you. Either way, it's no fur off my snout.
Regrettably, we don't have a single ruble to our name at the moment. And I do not wish to cause you injury if I can help it. However, if we cannot settle this peacefully... Well, Master, what would you have us do?
Let's make a break for it.
Guess that's the only choice we got. Come on, Gudao.
If you wish to run away, then I shall have my golems form a protective wall. Mash, you get on top of the getaway golem.
Alright.
My, that certainly took a while.
I see that village is incapable of picking a side.
I'm surprised you could tell, human. Yeah, that's right. That village is full of Yaga who can't make up their minds.
What do you mean?
They continue to support Ivan the Terrible while also making deals that obviously help the rebel army. Places like that are inevitably seen as enemies by both sides. They end up destroyed when one invades.
Still, given their location, it is likely they are left with no other choice. They are situated far from the capital, and close to the rebel army after all. Can we truly blame them for living their lives the best they can with the meager options available to them?
The trick to living a life with one foot in two camps is to throw away all you hold dear and compromise every step of the way. While you may never enjoy a better tomorrow, at least you have the solace of knowing yesterday wasn't too bad. If you cannot do that, but instead constantly flit back and forth, you doom yourself to destruction. I saw it happen to my own family back when the political infighting grew especially fierce. Uh-oh, just thinking about it is making me nauseous.
Please try to calm down.
I don't know too much about it myself, but I've heard that, for a mage, there are few things worse than having their family fall to ruin.
You hit the nail on the head. That village is flitting back and forth. They're scrambling around trying to make ends meet and getting nowhere fast.
All that aside, that village seemed very different from the town where you lived, Patsy. It almost felt like something out of the Middle Ages.
True, Yaga Smolensk's buildings did appear to be a bit more modern.
That's because they were made back in human times.
Then those buildings are all over 400 years old?
That's right. They've been patched up over the years, but no one knows how to build like that anymore. The best we can do now is fill in any holes that show up. If we ever had a major earthquake, everything'd probably come tumbling down like a house of cards.
Much as I would be interested to learn more about the Yaga's civilization, I believe we should set that aside for the moment. Right now, Our most pressing concern is finding a way to make contact with the rebel army.
You're right, Avisbron. Let's see. What if we start casually dropping words like servant, master, and singularity when we talk to other Yaga?
I've always wanted to be a secret agent.
Right?
Unfortunately, I don't believe it will be that easy. The rank-and-file soldiers have most likely never heard of those things. We must also not forget that there are servants on the enemy's side as well as our own. Merely revealing ourselves as master and servant may not be enough to convince the rebels of our intentions.
Quite right. As such, we should keep things simple and merely do what we can to demonstrate our desire to join. Tell me, Patsy, do you have any interest in joining the rebel army?
Ivan the Terrible's been ruling this land with his Oprichniki for 450 years now. He's the great Tsar. He's freaking immortal. We've been living in fear of his regime all our lives, but if my only choices now are to curl up and die, or to go down fighting, I'll choose the latter, proudly.
I see. Personally, I would have been satisfied if you were merely willing to pretend to join them, but this should suffice just as well.
Hey, you're the guys who got me mixed up in all this in the first place.
You have me there.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. Truth to tell, I've been pissed off for a while about how I've had to just sit back and take all this shit.
I suppose the right thing to do here would be to honor your wishes.
How much longer are you going to drag this interminable conversation out? If he wants to do it, let him do it. We need to hurry and repair the shadow border. The Oprichniki could be looking for us even as we speak.
In that case, why don't we let Patsy go into the village first and meet back up with him later?
Sounds great to me. Don't worry, I'll make sure to introduce you guys. After all, you're all I've got to hang my hat on. Okay, just sit tight.
Is something bothering you, Master? Do you regret involving Patsy in this ordeal?
I do want to respect his wishes, but
there is nothing more you can do now. Sometimes we decide our own fate, and sometimes others decide it for us. Now we must be patient. Rome was not built in a day, correct? This is true for golems as well.
Really? Because you sure seem to have been throwing them together by the score in like seconds.
That is simply the nature of my magecraft. And trust me, I did not reach this point in a day.
It's starting to get dark. What should we do? It must be okay to enter the village now, right?
Wait, someone's coming.
may I ask who you are?
You the ones Patsy was talking about?
That's us.
Can you take your hoods off so I can see your faces? I'll be damned. Guess he was telling the truth.
Indeed he was. Incidentally, I will tell you now that I have no intention of removing my mask. Now may we ask you something? We have proven to you that we are not Yaga. So why are your comrades still training their firearms on us?
Easy. There's been some rumors going around lately, you see. And they say that Ivan the Terrible's working with a human mage now. One with a human-bodied servant in tow. Sorry, pal, but you're not getting any mercy from us.
Well, Master, what would you have us do?
Please don't kill them.
If that is your command, then that is what I shall do. Is that your wish as well, Mash?
Yes, they're just trying to protect themselves, so...
I see. Then I shall instruct my golems not to kill. Now let me show you the most well-kept secret among the golems I command. My fair Yaga, while I pledge to do my utmost to restrain myself, I'm afraid that I cannot be held responsible should one of my golems strike you in a particularly vulnerable place. Say your prayers.
Stop!
Hello there. I take it you are the leader.
I am. And now I have seen your power for myself. You say you are here to join the rebel army?
If it's okay with you.
Of course, I would be glad to welcome you. Were you not human? In this world, there are only two kinds of people who look like humans, mages and servants. And that means you are our enemy.
Huh? Please, I promise you we're...
Are you with the Tsar or are you not? The answer to that lies in whether you are merciful as well as strong. And so I shall make you a grossly unfair proposal. Fight us without killing us, even as we do our best to kill you.
I see. Well, that is certainly as unfair as you say.
If you have strength enough to kill us all, then you are no spy. There would be no point in spying on us if you could simply kill us at your leisure, after all. But if you are strong enough to kill us and choose to spare our lives, that would prove you are merciful, and that is a kindness only humans possess. That is my offer. You may take it or leave it.
Well, Master, now what would you have us do? I will abide by whatever you decide.
We're going to do exactly what she says.
Understood.
Can you go on?
No, I'm sorry, I can't move anymore.
I believe he should be all right after a few days' rest.
It would seem we have been thoroughly defeated. Very well, we surrender. If you truly had been sent by Ivan the Terrible, we would clearly have no chance of victory. But fortunately, it seems you are not with him after all.
Say your name wouldn't happen to be...
Do excuse me. My name is Atalante. I wield the power of the demonic beast known as the Caledonian Boar.
I see. So you are an altar.
Essentially, but it's not so bad as you might think. I'm guessing my spirit origin always had an affinity for this demonic beast. This made it easy to convince the Yaga that I was on their side.
Atalante, do you not remember us?
No, I do not. The first thing I remember is finding myself in this land. I believe it was the death throes of this very world that called me here. The real Russia, the one from our world, has been overwritten by a Russia from a different history. It has been 3 months since I was summoned, which is as far back as my memories go. In fact, there is something I would like to ask you as well.
What is it?
Am I doing the right thing? Am I behaving the way a heroic spirit should?
That is hard to answer. I'm afraid I'm not at all familiar with the no doubt myriad extenuating circumstances surrounding this particular conflict. What I can say with confidence is that, compared Russia as we know it, Ivan the Terrible seems to be a most tyrannical leader indeed. And as such, I believe that in standing up to him, you are doing exactly what a heroic spirit should.
Right. Good point. I pray that you are right. Anyway, let's return to our stronghold. You can all treat your wounds there. You three can come too. I'll show you the way.
There's actually 4 of us.
4?
You must be talking about that Yaga, Potsy.
I see. Very well, bring him along too.
I hope Patsy's all right.
I thought I was gonna die! I thought I was gonna die!
Snap out of it, Potsy.
Luck is on your side today, Yaga.
Hey, I'm alive. Looks like you guys are okay too. Man, that was too close for comfort.
All right, we are off to the stronghold. Stay alert for shadows and familiars.
Not to worry. I'll have one of my drone golems keep watch.
Good. Now get on your bicorns and we'll be on our way.
I'll ride on one of my golems. Would you and Mash like to do the same?
Hell yes.
I don't suppose I could ride on one too, could I?
By all means. It's no more trouble to make 3 than it is to make 2.
Kirumo, how are things in the village?
Not good, I'm afraid. They've always been treated very badly there, thanks to their connections to us. We've done what we can to help each other out till now, but now things are getting worse.
On top of that, the Oprichniki have been even more violent lately. Rumor has it they even burned some other village to the ground after there was a revolt there. The people there had no choice but to give up that place and move on.
Well, I can't blame them for that. That village only ever existed to serve as a decoy. Still, leaving, a bold decision. I would be surprised if 30, even 20% of them survived the journey.
Maybe not, but 20% surviving is still better than all of them getting massacred by the Oprichniki.
Hey, how do you guys sleep at night?
Huh?
Don't you feel the least bit guilty about these villagers giving up their lives for you guys?
Aha, you're from one of those villages too, huh? Don't worry, so am I.
Answer the damn question!
Sure, we feel bad about it, but what are we supposed to do? We're fighting a war against Ivan the Terrible here. The immortal Tsar who's been alive for the last 450 years. Who knows how many villages have been sacrificed over the years, or how many innocent Yaga, children included, have lost their lives. What other choice do we have? I know we're all gonna go to hell for this, and once we get there, Vai's gonna look at us with those mystic eyes and see every awful thing we've ever done. But before that happens, I want to defeat Ivan the Terrible once and for all, so that my kid can at least grow up in a world without him. And now that the boss, Lady Atalante's joined us, this is the best chance we might ever have to make that happen. We're gonna spark a revolution right here in Russia!
Revolution is all well and good, but I believe we will need to do something about these demonic beasts first.
Looks that way. All hands, ready your weapons. All right, Master of Chaldea, caster servant. Let's see what you're really capable of. Surely you're not going to let demonic beasts like this get the better of you?
Of course not, Master. I await your orders.
Hey, I finished skinning them.
Well done, Patsy. You can let the pack golems carry them now. By the way, Atalante, there is something I wish to ask you.
What is it?
If there are any demonic beast materials at the Rebel Army stronghold, I was hoping you could let us have them.
Of course, we have a fair amount stocked up. I will consider rewarding you with them, depending on how well you work. Okay, we're almost at the hidden tunnel. We still need to pass through it before we arrive at our stronghold, so I am afraid you will need to bear with us a little longer. What about the cold? I am a servant, and they are Yaga, so we have no issue handling it, but the same cannot be true of you.
Oh, we're okay. Master has a mystic code designed for extremely cold environments.
Good.
Thank you for your concern.
It's not that. I just found it strange that you could endure it, as no ordinary humans could survive this cold. When you get right down to it, I am but one rather atypical aspect of Atalante, manifesting as a servant. I am afraid I do not have much in the way of common sense. Anyway, the tunnel is crawling with demonic beasts, but they are weak, hiding here for shelter. We can simply cut our way through them without issue.
Master, we seem to be out of the border's comms range.
Comms? Is that a method of using magecraft to see things that are far away? The tunnel must be affecting it. These comms of yours should be fixed once we get out. Just forget about them in the meantime.
On a different subject, we've seen a lot of demonic beasts, but I'm surprised we haven't seen any normal animals yet.
Normal animals? Those all went extinct ages ago.
Extinct?
That certainly makes sense if you think about it. There are simply no ordinary animals that could survive such a harsh environment. Add an overwhelmingly dominant species to the mix, and it's little wonder the other animals went extinct.
I've heard there used to be much smaller animals centuries ago. They were called, cats and dogs, I think?
Cats. Perhaps it has something to do with this form I've been summoned in, but my memories of cats and dogs are all hazy.
You're all right, Fu.
Boss, I can smell blood. Something's eating a demonic beast. Whatever it is, it's really big. This is bad.
All non-servants, stay back. That is the scent of a demon boar. It seems we can ill afford to linger here. We must kill it quickly, is that clear?
Got it.
Good. This will be another chance to show me what you are capable of, Gudao. It seems we find ourselves in possession of an unexpectedly large quantity of meat. Everyone, take as much as you can carry.
I think I'll take some of this earth while I'm at it. This cave is rather a lucky find. All the demonic beasts that inhabit it must have affected the earth's properties. I should be able to make some excellent golems with this.
It kind of looks like you're tilling a field.
I would say it is closer to pottery.
This is great. Now my kid won't have to go hungry.
Kid?
Yeah, my child, what? Did you think I was single? Well, I'm not. I know we call ourselves the Rebel Army, but there's a lot of Yaga who came here with their families after having their villages razed, because they had nowhere else to go. I'm one of them.
Your villages were burned down, huh?
You mean by the Oprichniki?
That's right. Hell, that's how most of us rebel soldiers ended up joining. One of the lucky ones. The whole family made it out alive. Some of the kids here saw their parents murdered right in front of them.
That's horrible.
We don't have time for idle chatter. Let's go.
Right, sorry, boss. Come on, guys, let's get a move on.
Okay, we're here.
For the record, I didn't see anything that looked like it might be tracking us. But just to be safe, I will set out a few hidden security golems to keep watch.
That'd be great, thanks.
Ah, it would seem we're back online. Report! Give me a goddamn report right now! Why'd you go silent for so long? Just what the hell are you doing?
Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Master, myself, Avisbron, and Potsy are all currently accompanying the Rebel Army. We're just outside their hideout right now. We'll use this opportunity to regroup and to see if we can acquire the parts we need to repair the border. We'll also see if we can replenish our food stores too, assuming that's possible anyway.
A hidden stronghold, huh? I'm not super familiar with fortress engineering, but I have to say that they seem to have done a good job with this one. It's surrounded by cliffs, making it impossible to invade from the flank or rear, and its gates are equipped with ballistae to handle frontal assaults. They've even got a barricade in place to defend against the Oprichniki's cavalry. There's no way any enemies could take this place down without significant casualties. I guess they don't call themselves the Rebel Army for nothing.
Open the gate! Open the gate now!
Hey, it's the boss! The boss is back! Open the gate! Welcome back, boss. Is it just me? Or are there more of you now?
Yes, there are. I'll explain about them later. We brought back plenty of meat. Enough for everyone to eat their fill.
Hooray! We've got meat. Thank you, boss.
Once you have eaten up, assemble the commanders for a meeting. I'm sorry, Master and Company, but I'm afraid I must ask you to wait in the corner until then.
Actually, we could really use some food too.
Are you sure humans can eat demonic beast meat? I suppose you must have a highly skilled cook. Very well, it would be a shame to let the excess go to waste. I'll have 3 kilograms set aside for you.
Thank you so much. This is great, Senpai. Everyone will be so happy to hear we have food.
I would rather not draw too much attention if I can help it, so I would be happy to wait in the corner.
I'm happy to wait around for a while too.
Me too. Okay, Master. Why don't we all take a little break? It looks like the Yaga haven't had a chance to eat their fill like this for some time. I'm glad they were willing to share some of this meat with us, too. I followed Director Gordolf's advice on how to remove the toxins. Hopefully it turned out okay. How is it, Master?
Not bad at all.
You certainly are made of stern stuff, Master.
You guys are picky, aren't you? Me, I don't care what I eat as long as it fills me up. What is it, kid?
Who's that hairless Yaga?
You mean me?
Uh-huh. Are you a ghost? Doesn't it hurt your face not having fur on it?
All the time, but I don't let it bother me.
Wow!
Come on, kid, get out of here. Gotta say, though, I was expecting the Rebel Army to be more army-ish. Between all the kids and old folks here, it seems more like a refugee camp than anything.
Right you are, Patsy. So far as I can tell, only 60% of these Yaga are fit for combat at most. The most we could hope for from the remaining is backup, and even that is, at best, a faint hope.
There you are, Godao. I see the applicant is here too. Let us be perfectly clear about one thing. Yes, our goals are aligned in that we both desire to overthrow Ivan the Terrible. But that does not mean that we will be taking orders from you.
Don't worry, I wouldn't expect you to either.
For one thing, we can't hope to take on the Oprichniki with our respective abilities getting in each other's way. To fight them is to fight a force of nature. However, you are genuinely powerful, and so I would hate to lose that power for our side. So to start, I would like to see how you do as a reserve corps, as a way of determining your utility. In particular, I have missions which I have been putting off for a long time that require a small, elite team. So far, I have been going out on my own and managing the best I can, but I am also this army's leader. I don't fear death, but I can't have the entire army shutting down while they wait for me to return. Would you undertake these missions in my stead?
Pardon me, Miss Adelante. My apologies for interrupting you, and remotely at that. I believe you have heard about us from Mr. Godao and Miss Kirilight, but please allow us to introduce ourselves properly. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm a servant just like you, and this is...
Hi there, I'm Leonardo da Vinci. I have my reasons for my spirit origin being in low power mode, but we'll just skip all that for now if you don't mind. Adelante, I'm a servant from proper human history just like you. Also, I'm a genius, so don't be afraid to ask for help if you've got a tricky problem. That said, there's still a lot we don't know, since we only just came to this world. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
A child hero? Are you altered too? Well, no matter. It would be wrong to refuse a request from a child. What is it you wish to know?
What can you tell us about that huge tree? From what we've been told, it sounds like it's a fairly recent development. You wouldn't happen to know what it is, would you?
You mean the tree so large it appears to support the entire world? There is a tree like that in my own mythology, but... No, I doubt that tree and this one have anything to do with one another. I am sorry to say that I do not know what it is either. However, my spy in Yaga Moscow did tell me one thing.
Oh, what is it?
I suppose it would be wrong to withhold this until you have completed your end of the deal I wish to make. Doing so would only raise your hopes to an unreasonable degree. All we have is a name.
A name?
Yes, it is called the Tree of Emptiness. I'm told the human-looking court mage was muttering it to himself during a walk around the city. Apparently, he said, the Tree of Emptiness still hasn't taken root.
The Tree of Emptiness, eh? It shrouds itself with clouds in lieu of leaves, a cloud tree, if you will. For the time being, I will see what I can find out about this Tree of Emptiness from our database. I doubt my search will prove fruitful, though.
Do what you wish. Now, what about you? Will you undertake this mission for me?
You bet.
Thank you. Potsy, you will go with them as they are still unfamiliar with this land. Since you are a hunter, I trust you know how to use a gun?
Does that mean you're gonna let me join?
If that is what you want.
Well, I do have my own grudge against the Oprichniki.
A grudge, that alone will not see you to the end of this battle. You must make a choice and hold to it with all your conviction. Otherwise, this Russian blizzard will swallow you up in an instant.
I know that.
Then here is your first mission. I want you to journey to the nearby village and pass out our manifesto.
Manifesto?
We want other Yaga to know that the rebel army exists and that our goal is to overthrow Ivan the Terrible and wipe out the Oprichniki. And if possible, we would like their help in procuring food and medicine.
You got any idea how risky that is? What are you gonna do if one of these Yaga squeals on us?
Should that happen, I want you to handle it however you feel is necessary.
Not the most comprehensive of plans, Still, we will need assistance from other villages if we are to campaign in such a vast land.
Good, we're finally finding our footing. Now we can start moving forward.
I can get you the demonic beast fangs and golem cores now. Here is what we have from those we killed earlier. You may have them now as an advance for this mission.
What about the rest?
Who do you think we are? We are the rebel army. We never have enough supplies to go around. I can only give you the fangs and cores because we have little need for them. As for the rest, well, there are cities that have sworn total allegiance to Ivan the Terrible. I would like to capture a number of them at some point. If you can help me do that, I'll consider helping you find the rest. How does that sound?
What do you say, Director?
It's all right if you refuse.
Do so, and we will simply kick you out of here.
Oh, very well. Godao, Mash, handle this errand ASAP.
Good. Now I have marked the villages I want you to go to on this map. Make sure you visit all of them.
I'll check into the shortest routes to each from here.
Thank you, Holmes.
Good, we're finally finding our footing. Now we can start moving forward. Do you think you can stop by the shadow border first? We would like you to bring back the food you just acquired. I'm also told there's something else that needs to be done before we can begin the repairs.
Come on, Master. Let's get going.
How's it moving so fast?
I optimized the golems for speed. I certainly hoped that they could move at least this fast.
So this is what real magecraft is like, huh? Damn it. I should have been a mage myself.
I'm afraid it's not that simple, Patsy. Avisbrone is one of the most famous Kabbalists in history. It would take at least 10 generations for an ordinary mage to reach this level of magecraft.
Thank you, Mash. But all I did was attempt many different casting experiments to find what I was looking for.
What were you looking for?
My final goal was to create a golem that would be known as the Primordial Man. A golem that could guide my people in their time of suffering and help them to build a new Eden. Regrettably, I did not live long enough to see that wish fulfilled. Still, I am glad that the knowledge I gained along the way is serving to protect humanity now.
Okay, we're coming up on a village. We better get off these things or they might spark a riot.
A good point. Very well then, I'll disable them for now.
This is the first village on our list. Get your hoods on and follow me, just like we discussed.
Understood. We're counting on you, Patchy.
Depending on how this manifesto goes over, we might need to make a hasty escape.
Halt! Who goes there?
We are the army who will bring the tyrannical Ivan IV to justice. We're here to deliver a manifesto to you from our leader. We ask that you read it and give us your response to its call to action.
You're with the rebel army. Okay, come on in.
That was easy. I'm actually kind of worried now.
Everything seems to be alright, at least for now. Let's see what they have to say.
So that's why we're hoping you can help us out with any food and medical supplies you can spare.
Maybe it's because he's grown old, or because someone's talked him into it, or because there's something strange going on in Russia right now. But all I know for sure is that the Tsar hasn't said one thing for the past 3 months, and the Oprichniki have cracked down on us harder than ever. The only reason this village has escaped their wrath is because we're located far away from the closest highway, and because of how poor we are. All that said, young ones, the Tsar is still the Tsar. We Yaga must never forget what he has done for Russia and for us. If he hadn't come up with a way to combine us with demonic beasts and turn us into Yaga, we would have died out long ago. It's only by his grace that we are alive at all, so we cannot lend our aid to the rebel army.
I see. Then I guess we're done here. Come on, Godao.
Let me finish. That said, the Oprichniki have been out of control. They are neither Yaga nor the old humans. If the Tsar refuses to keep them in check, we have no choice but to defend ourselves. So the question is, are you strong enough to take them on? That is what I would like you to show me.
You heard the man.
How can we do that?
Oh, that's easy. We have a number of strong Yaga here in our village, as well as some domesticated demonic beasts. What do you say to a battle against them? Not to the death, but anything else goes.
Doesn't seem like we have much choice.
We'll fight them, and we'll beat them.
Oh, interesting. I don't know who you are, but small as you appear, that seems a rather difficult task.
I can't say I care to demonstrate my strength in this way. But I suppose we have no other choice. Very well then. Let's give them a good show.
I don't get it. Why must everything in this world be decided by strength alone?
Mash.
I'm sorry, it's nothing. Okay, Master. Please go ahead and give Avisborn your orders.
That should do it. As you can see, they are still very much alive.
You mean you really didn't kill a single one? Are you a servant?
Why, yes, I am.
I see. We have heard of servants before. They say you are monsters from another world, and that you are terribly powerful, despite looking like humans. I've even heard that some servants possess power great enough to rival the Tsar. Are you one of them?
No, there is nothing particularly special about me. I am just a simple scholar and golem keeper. A perfectly ordinary human as you might find anywhere in the world.
On behalf of our village, I promise to offer our full support to the rebel army. Though I'm afraid we can only spare a little in the way of food and medical supplies.
That's okay. Even a little bit goes a long way.
By the way, I trust you'll be delivering your manifesto to the 2 neighboring villages as well? Let me write you a letter of recommendation. It should help things go more smoothly when you visit them.
Thank you so much.
Although I'm afraid we've lost contact with the other 2 villages recently. They may have been overrun by bandits or demonic beasts. If they have, could I ask you to give them a proper burial?
Okay, we will.
Please store any food or medicine you can spare in this carrier golem if you don't mind. Now then, let us head to the next village.
This is terrible.
Damn, this is definitely a no-go. Let's head to the next village.
Shouldn't we look for survivors?
Don't bother. There aren't any.
Hello! Is anyone there?
Hello, Shadow Border Crew. Are you able to scan the area for signs of life?
We're tuning our equipment to make it capable of scanning for this world's life forms, using that Yaga's life signs as a base. But the Shadow Border scanner is an older model, so I'm told it will take time to enter the parameters and cross-reference it with the approximation data. Suffice to say, it will go faster if you just look around, Avisbron.
Understood.
Hey, anybody.
Over here.
Master!
Are you alright?
Yeah. I was just knocked out for a while there.
What happened here?
Bandits. We fought them off as best we could. We only lasted 4 days before they... Damn it. Are there any other survivors?
I'm afraid not.
Damn it!
Where'd these bandits run off to?
I don't know for sure, but probably one of the neighboring villages.
We were just at one of those villages ourselves. so they must have gone to the other one.
I've got a map here. Come on.
I'm afraid we can't take you with us, but I can leave this food and some medical supplies with you.
Thanks. I think I'll be okay once I rest up. As for food, well, I'll figure something out. If you're gonna go help the other village, then hurry, before they end up like ours. Then again, I guess you can't really call this a village anymore.
Sorry to leave you, but we've gotta go.
Please take one of my golems so we can hurry there, Master. I would hate for us to arrive too late. Master, the golem I sent on ahead has found the village.
How's it looking?
Not good. They have lit a red signal fire.
Oh crap. That's a distress signal.
There might still be time.
I see shadows in front of us. They're Yaga.
Ah! Ah! Out our way! Out our way! Move aside, or we'll kill you dead.
It would seem they are not interested in a peaceful discussion. I believe things will go faster if I simply knock them aside.
Right, please hurry.
There they go. It would seem there is no need to follow them.
Guess they weren't actually trying to attack us.
Right. If anything, it looked more like they were running away. Some of them even broke away during the fight.
I'm sure there are any number of reasons why they may have done so. But for the moment, perhaps our time might be better spent making haste to our goal. What is it, Holmes?
It took some time to register the Yaga biosignals, but I've managed by using Potsy's as a base. That said, at this point all I can do is use this data to determine if any Yaga are in the direction you're headed. For example, at this moment, I can tell you that there are several hundred Yaga along your current path. I rather doubt they are all bandits, so it would seem that there is still an opportunity to stop those who are.
Come on, Gudao, let's hurry.
What's going on?
Oh, hello there. Are you the people from Chaldea?
Did you say Chaldea?
Is that a no?
No, I mean, yes, we are from Chaldea, but...
Thank you so much for all your help. I'm so sorry I couldn't thank you properly back then. Oh, I didn't realize we'd left the distress signal burning. Hey, somebody put that fire out.
I'm sorry, but... Huh?
What do you mean? Aren't you the ones who picked up our signal?
Sorry, we don't know what you're talking about. How about you begin at the beginning, Gramps?
Yes, of course. It was the second day of the bandits' attack. We erected a barricade and did our best to hold them off from within the village, but none of us here are strong enough to defeat even a lowly foot soldier. Nor, unfortunately, were the bandits. Things may actually have been better had they clearly outmatched us. Had they done that, they likely would have just made off with our possessions and spared our lives. But unfortunately, they were just as desperate as we were. A number of them were injured. I imagine they must have run into some fierce resistance at the last village they attacked. So for them, things had reached a point where it was either kill or be killed. Of course, we lit a distress signal soon after the attack began, but we didn't actually expect anyone to respond. The Oprichniki certainly wouldn't. They only exist to serve the Tsar, after all. At best, we held out a sliver of hope that one of the nearby villages might send someone to help.
But then, help really did arrive?
Exactly. They were human, just like you, so at first I thought they were a mage. I was certain we were holed up safely, with no way for anyone to get in. But suddenly, without any warning at all, they were just here. Then they approached the bandits, and asked them why they were doing something so foolish. That enraged the bandits, so they turned their fury on the human. But whoever the human was, they defeated all of the bandits at once. Though they were completely surrounded, the human used some kind of weapon, a thin sword or something, to cut off a few of the bandits' limbs. I couldn't tell if it was magecraft, or a trick you might see from a street performer in a big city. And then there was that frightening bloodlust. It was like an immense pressure emanating from this human. I think even a Kritchat would turn tail and run from it. The bandits were clearly shocked. They must have realized they were facing an opponent they couldn't possibly defeat. The ones who remained began to panic, scrambling to get away. They fled in the direction you came from. We were still dumbfounded by what we'd just seen, when the human audibly sighed and said, "What a headache. Once again I have cut something worthless." To me their sigh sounded more than a little weary, but also kind and comforting. Then, after treating the injured Yaga's wounds, they headed off into the mountains. By this point I had relaxed a bit, so I called out to them and asked their name. Their only reply was, "I'm from Chaldea." Then they clicked their tongue and went on their way.
Thank you for telling us.
May I ask you a question? Can you tell us what this person who claimed to be from Chaldea looked like?
Well, strangely enough, nobody can seem to remember them clearly. We do know their clothes were worn, and they looked like they had been wandering for a long time. And while their face was covered up by a hood, I distinctly remember they didn't have any fur, just like you, so I knew they weren't Yaga.
Then there's another human here besides us? Or maybe another servant?
If this person is claiming to be from Chaldea, they must be an acquaintance of yours. They may be one of the heroic spirits in Chaldea's records, like Atalante. At any rate, the important thing is that they're not our enemy. In fact, they even seem to be improving our reputation.
What do you make of this, Holmes?
Had Mr. Godot summoned this servant, assuming that is what they are, it would make sense for them to say they are from Chaldea. But the only servant we have summoned here is Avisbron. Another possibility is that it's a servant summoned here by the land itself, like Miss Atalante. But that too seems highly unlikely. In which case, it may truly be another survivor from Chaldea. One who simply happened to wander into this frozen version of Russia, much like us.
I wonder who it could be.
Oh, I almost forgot. This is the Rebel Army's manifesto. Mind taking a look at it?
Now I see. So Chaldea is allied with the Rebel Army. Well, I certainly can't refuse after you've saved our lives. We will gladly support you in any way we can.
Great. That's 2 out of the 3 villages on our side. Not bad. There's nothing we can do about the one that was wiped out before we got here, though. Oh, right. There was a single survivor at the village that got wiped out. Can you send someone there to pick him up? If you can, it'd be nice for you to give him some work here. I'm sure he wasn't hurt too badly.
Well, now, a survivor, you say? All right, I'll send someone out right away.
Great. Then that takes care of our mission.
Excellent. Now then, Patsy. There is one more place we need to stop, so here is where we must part ways, though temporarily.
Huh? You want me to go back by myself?
Wouldn't it be quicker for you to return without us, since we won't be slowing you down?
Are you kidding? Avisabron's golems move way faster than I can. But okay. I'll ask the village chief to help me snag a bicorn. Alright, I'll give our report to Atalante. Just make sure you get back to the stronghold as soon as you can.
Take care out there.
Man, it still feels weird having people being so kind like this. Anyway, I doubt you guys are gonna betray us or get cold feet all of a sudden. But don't take too long coming back. You hear?
Gudao, returning to base.
Mash Kirilight, returning to base.
Welcome back, you two. Nice to meet you in person, Avispron. It's an honor to meet such a distinguished golem master. No matter how bad things may get, the artist in me will never stop appreciating fine art.
You're too kind, Leonardo da Vinci. I'm the one who should be honored to meet you. Truth be told, I'm somewhat embarrassed to be greeted so kindly by such a renowned genius. Now then, I take it you called us here to do more than merely deliver a report.
Yup, I did. Come on, Mash, you're overdue for a checkup.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, I completely forgot.
I figured as much. Emergency or not, you still transformed again, didn't you? Normally, I'd want to examine you immediately, but of course, circumstances aren't exactly ideal here. All right, off to the exam room with you. Take care of Gudao for me, will you, Holmes?
Certainly. Very well then, Gorodolph. Now that we have the information Mr. Gudao acquired for us, what say we use it to plan our next move?
Yes, of course. So what do we do next?
Well, to begin...
Okay, you're all done. Doesn't look like anything major's messed up. Your servant spirit origin is still too unstable to rely on. But physically, you're totally healthy. Better than healthy, even. Back at Chaldea, your human body and servant spirit origin failed to work together, causing your body to attack itself in the form of auto-intoxication. But it looks like that disappeared during our voyage in void space. I really am a genius, aren't I? Even my medical care is flawless.
Technical Advisor Da Vinci. Could I talk to you about something?
Oh, this sounds serious. Let me just grab myself a seat here. Right then. What's up? Hopefully it's something I can help you with.
Be honest with me. How many more times can I fight as a servant? I know I've reached my limit as a demi-servant. But this is all too big for me to just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. I need to be able to fight beside Master again, even if it's unsafe. Da Vinci?
Oh, forget it. No more cagey answers and no more keeping secrets. It's really not a question of how many at this point. You're perfectly capable of fighting plenty now. Remember, you awoke the spirit origin that had been dormant in you for the last year. You might not be quite as strong as you once were, what with the extreme cold and all, but it's not as if fighting is causing you a lot of pain, right? And that is because your body has acclimated to being a demi-servant again. At this point, it's actually all just a mental thing. Of course, that's really the biggest challenge of all.
Really? But I thought Galahad was gone, that he decided I wasn't worthy.
Yup, I bet he did, the jerk. I'm pretty annoyed about that myself. It's been a year since the battle at the Temple of Time. After handling your medical care during that whole time, there's one thing I can say for sure. Galahad isn't helping you anymore. That so-called Holy Knight abandoned his responsibility to you. He might as well have written you a Dear John letter to say he wasn't going to help anymore. And you'll just have to take care of yourself from now on. So yeah, he's bailed on you and he isn't coming back, ever.
But then how was I able to transform?
Simple. You and Galahad are different people. He only really allowed you to give form to his power. You were borrowing it from him. And thanks to your experience in battle, you grew into your own as a Knight of the Shield. The person you were when you fused with that heroic spirit and the person you are now are pretty much completely different people at this point. Galahad may be gone, but you are a full-fledged demi-servant in your own right now. Get it? The harm transforming has been doing to you, and the fact that your spirit origin seems weaker. None of that has to do with Galahad. It's all you, your body, your mind. Your weakness is just the state your body is in, and your inability to transform as completely as you'd like is just a matter of your own mind holding you back.
Can you be more specific? Does that mean if I can resolve those two problems, I can be useful to everyone again?
Well, with Galahad gone, your spirit origin dropped pretty sharply. You've lost more than half your power. It's no wonder you're not as strong as you used to be. So that's the plain old physical problem. It also means you've lost the skills, gifts, and protection that came from his legend. From here on, you'll need to develop and hone your own way of fighting. Of course, we can help you with that. We just have to get back to the original plan.
The original plan? You mean Project Ortonax?
Oh, you know about that. Did Romani tell you?
Oh, actually, I heard about it from Director Marisbury. He said heroic spirits would probably reject a demi-servant. So Project Ortonax would make up for any difficulty I might have in functioning properly as a servant.
I can't believe he had that much foresight and still didn't think to stop the demi-servant experiments. Just what did he think heroic spirit bodies are anyway? He should be ashamed of himself, letting them degrade just so he could accomplish his goal. Well, not that I've been overly picky about my own methods. Me standing here now talking to you is proof enough, I suppose. Anywho, your physical strength issue should take care of itself over time. We can talk more about that later. So that leaves the mental aspect, Mash. Right now, you're scared to transform. Your body refuses to make the servant transformation because you are so riddled with doubts.
Doubts? I am?
Yes, and I don't mean our last conversation about how being a servant could harm you.
Okay, so you're saying there's a different problem?
Yup, this time you don't really want to fight. Of course, that may have been true for all the other times as well. But when we were fighting to save humanity, it was obvious we were doing the right thing. So because of that, you were able to fight in spite of your fear. But that's not true anymore. We aren't facing that kind of threat this time around. You can sense it, and I'm sure Godao can too. And that makes this an even bigger problem than Galahad being gone, or the harmful side effects of your transformation into a servant. Mash Kirilight, can you fight for what you believe is right, even against your fellow man? Even when that enemy hasn't done anything wrong?
Well, how was this even helpful? All we've learned is that Russia has been overrun by a bunch of beastly barbarians.
Gordolf, they are not beasts, they are Yaga.
Isn't that just what they've decided to call themselves?
Not at all. The Kabbalah and alchemy may both be magecraft, but they are also quite different. Their magecraft base and their spells may both differ greatly. But both are part of a system of knowledge and mechanics that is collectively known as magecraft. Beastmen and Yaga may appear the same to you, but I assure you they are entirely different. The creatures you refer to, Gordolf, are werewolves, lycanthropes, and the like. They are demonic beasts who are awakened to their true nature by blood. However, Yaga are a fusion of demonic beast and human. As such, their closest approximation would be combined phantasmals, such as chimeras.
I see. So Yaga and Beastmen have different origins, eh?
Correct. However, the fundamental issue lies elsewhere.
Oh?
Listen closely. The Yaga have formed a country. They have their own culture, their own way of life.
And is that in some way different from the singularities you claim to have resolved?
Yes, very much so. The singularities we resolved created hypothetical versions of history at different points in time. Think of each as something of a diversion from the main track of history. Chaldea resolved these singularities by ray-shifting to those points in time and setting history back on its proper course. This is different, though. The divergent point in history seems to be 450 years ago. Most likely it occurred at the moment that the Great Cold Wave hit, and Ivan the Terrible merged with demonic beasts to become a Yaga.
Then this world's singularity occurred in the past? It's over?
Precisely. In other words, the hypothetical history this singularity created has continued into the present. Take Patsy's scoped bolt-action hunting rifle, for example. It is very similar to a modern-day gun. But it is still far from cutting-edge technology. I believe it is made with engineering that, from our standpoint, would be half a century out of date. But that sort of firearm was cutting-edge back when it was introduced in Ivan the Terrible's era. Furthermore, this one has a major trait that sets it apart even from our own modern-day weaponry. It is specifically designed to kill demonic beasts.
Ah, yes, I noticed that as well. I have a similar magical gun myself, you see. When he fired his gun, a spell was activated, though it was a primitive one.
I believe that weapon was made with the intention to be used by the Yaga. Most likely, it uses magical energy instead of additional gunpowder to increase its muzzle velocity, thereby increasing its round's penetrative power. Patsy seemed perfectly comfortable with it, as did the other Yaga. And from that, we can deduce that this world is entirely separate from our own. It followed an entirely different track of history than ours did. As such, it would be inappropriate to call it a singularity.
I don't care what you call it. We have a much more important question that needs answering. Will overthrowing Ivan the Terrible actually solve the problem here?
Given the nature of our enemy, I do think defeating him would have some effect on this world.
Come now, aren't you the world's greatest detective? Aren't you supposed to have brilliant flashes of insight or something?
I'm afraid there is very little to work with, even in the way of circumstantial evidence. Besides? Now is not the time.
He actually said it.
That's the great detective for you.
Ha ha ha. That said, we may not yet know the full extent of the situation, but the problem isn't especially complex. After all, we know exactly who our enemy is, a version of Ivan the Terrible who has been ruling Russia for roughly 500 years. That is the single largest point of differentiation between our Russia's history and this one. There can be no doubt that he is key to this world. For the moment, our interests would best be served by continuing to aid the rebel army, as that is sure to lead us to Ivan the Terrible in due time.
So what you're saying is that we've got a long road ahead full of twists and turns. Damn it!
That's not all.
Indeed, the human mage serving Ivan the Terrible and their human-looking servant. The latter is most likely the woman we saw at Chaldea. Of course, it could also be Koyanskaya or the priest.
Just thinking about them gives me chills. Well, me and my bank account in Koyanskaya's case.
The most pressing problem is the mage. Kirshtaria called himself a crypter. He also said that there were 7 of them, which corresponds to the number of mages from Team A who disappeared from their coffins. It follows then that one of those 7 mages is now serving Ivan the Terrible. Assuming we wish to take Koyanskaya at her word, the mage is Kadak Zemlupas. Of course, we cannot be certain that is the case at this stage. But if it is, then we must ask ourselves what measures he is likely to take to deal with us.
Ordinary people are scorned, and strong people envied. Those fancy mages from noble families competing on skill? What a joke. As if they've ever won anything with their own 2 hands. Me, I worked to get where I was. I poured everything I had into it. Sometimes I'd cry like a baby about how meaningless it all felt, but I'd always dry my tears and keep on going. And the ones who were born with money and power hated me for it. They called me a worthless dog. They said I wasn't even human, that I was nothing more than livestock. But when 7 people were assembled to serve as humanity's first line of defense, it was different. I was chosen to be one of them, and not for political reasons. They chose me on my own merits, nothing more. But then, it was all over before it even began. I never had a chance. That's right. We were done, and there was nothing we could do about it.
You have the most frightful expression on your face, Caddock. Are you all right?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Nothing to worry about, I promise.
Why are you always so quick to apologize? Do you still feel inferior?
Sorry. Damn it. Look, I can't really help being a walking inferiority complex.
You still feel that way even though you were able to summon me. Luxury, jewelry, sell-off.
Sometimes I have no idea what you're saying. So, being able to summon you is a luxury, like jewelry. And if I have a problem with that, you're gonna sell me off. Is that right?
Yes, that is perfect. Well done.
I guess you're right. I'm a first-class master, which is why you're a first-class servant.
But aren't you worried about how much magical energy you have?
You know that's a sore spot for me. It's a good thing that casters don't need much magical energy from their masters, but it still takes a hell of a lot to make a workshop and power a noble phantasm.
Don't worry about that. My darling V will handle it.
In proper human history, V was supposed to be some unimaginably horrific monster.
Oh, he is. Nikolai Gogol came up with him. He's a monster with very heavy eyelids. But Gogol didn't come up with him out of nowhere. He drew inspiration from the fearsome Balor of Irish myth. And there were other sources of inspiration, like Solodivi Bunyo, whose fiery gaze could reduce entire towns to ash, and Boniak, who is said to have killed no fewer than 40,000 people. V is the Romanovs' little Easter egg, our secret weapon.
Maybe he wandered into proper human history from the Lostbelt. V's power always was abnormal, even in his own time. Well, for my part, I was also surprised to find you were a mage, in the true sense of the word.
I suppose. Now that I've been redefined as a heroic spirit, I've become a mage representing the version of Russia we are in now. I may have been a pathetic failure in proper human history, but in this Lostbelt, I've become a Grand Duchess of Ice. And it's all thanks to you, Catexum Lupus.
I'm sorry for the twisted way I summoned you. It's just, that was the only way I could make sure you'd be a powerful, heroic spirit.
Was what I said unclear? I was thanking you in my own way. I don't mind that I am irregular. Thanks to that, I cannot even remember my family's faces clearly. I may look like a human on the outside, but inside I'm much more Yaga. And because you summoned me to this Lostbelt, where even historical records are muddled, all I can remember is that I'm Anastasia, the Grand Duchess, and a shaman who made a pact with V. Either way, I have no attachment whatsoever to proper human history. I'm happy to be a Lostbelt servant. You don't have to worry about anything. You are free to make use of me however you see fit.
I know. Believe me, I have every intention of taking advantage of that power of yours.
It is thanks to this power that I am able to kill. I will kill Chaldea, so that they no longer get in our way. I will kill the rebel army, who would defy the Tsardom even in this Lostbelt Russia. And then...
Whoa there. That's far enough, Grand Duchess. Remember, he's only sleeping. You've got to keep a lid on that magical energy of yours too, at least while you're here. He's gonna keep on sleeping like a baby. That's how it has to be for the time being.
You're not much fun, are you?
Oh, come off it. You think I don't know that? But I can't afford to lose again. Not this time. I'm gonna see this through to the end, no matter what. If I don't, that's it. I'm dead.
I see. Then I hope you'll do your best to keep fighting, my master.
I will.
Okay, that's enough narrow-mindedness for one day. I'm going to work on my dress.
Wait, hold up. Why would you even need that?
Why, for the ball, of course.
There aren't any balls here.
Then I'll throw one myself.
You think anyone here still knows how to dance? You're gonna have to trust me on this. They don't. Not in this world. Oh, crap. You're not planning to dance with me, are you?
Of course not. Don't worry. I'm only joking. I would never put on a ball. And stop looking at me as though I were some sort of monster. The next time you do that, I'll freeze your feet to the floor and make you sleep in the hallway standing up. There. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Master. You need to handle my charming insistence that I have my own way much better than you have been.
This is exhausting.
Morning, Godao. Did you get a good night's sleep? I know a 4-hour nap isn't much, but I bet it's a lot better than sleeping outside. Now here's some coffee and a plate of hard-boiled eggs. Or at least, rations that kind of resemble them. We ran out of eggs way back, sadly. Still, doesn't this make it feel like a typical morning inside a cramped submarine?
Thanks, Da Vinci.
No problem. Anyway, now that you're awake, there's something important we have to discuss.
Hey, where's Mash?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about. I've put her back on navigation duty. She's on board, naturally. Your heroic spirit summoning went great. Avispron is proving to be a very dependable servant. He's probably the best one we could have hoped for in this frozen wasteland. You can't fight the cold with combat prowess alone now, can you? Even Napoleon ended up losing to Russia's cold, and that was proper human history to boot. But Avispron's golems can serve as walls and labor. Hell, they're fixing the border even as we speak. And of course, they make great soldiers too. So since Mash can't fight, there's no reason for her to accompany you, or for you to have to keep her safe.
Good. I don't want to add to her burden.
Oh, burden, huh? Well, in that regard, you'll just have to wait a little longer.
Master.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm so sorry, Master. I won't be able to help you on the front line anymore.
It's for the best, Mash. I'm worried about you.
But I'm fine, really. There's nothing wrong with me physically. It's just...
We'll still be fighting together, just in different places.
Right.
Good morning, Mr. Godao. I'm sorry we couldn't let you rest longer. I do hope you made the most of your warm blanket while you had the opportunity. Now then, back to the task at hand. Our goal remains the same. Find out what has happened here. Thanks to your previous efforts, we now know several things. There is a new race of people called Yaga. Ivan the Terrible lives and has ruled for the past 500 years. An endless storm rages at the fringes of this world, and there is the mysterious tree. I believe unraveling the mysteries of each of these points will determine our future course of action. To begin, we need more information on Ivan the Terrible. Fortunately, we have the Rebel Army's trust. At present, we plan to continue working with them in an effort to make our way to him. If at all possible, I would like to help the Rebel Army with their aims as well. Helping them to reach a point where they can defeat the Oprichniki would be ideal.
Atalante may be a famous hunter in Greek myth, but I fear she would have a hard time facing Ivan the Terrible.
Can't you summon a more powerful servant? You know, like the King of Heroes, or the King of Conquerors, or the King of Knights?
I'm afraid that in that particular regard, our prospects are rather dim at the present moment. Summoning such a powerful servant here would be sure to spark all manner of rumors. If the rebel army hasn't heard any such rumors, then it is safe to assume there is no heroic spirit in this world who could save it single-handedly. Of course, there is always the possibility that they have heard such rumors and simply haven't yet told us.
I suppose that would be too much to hope for.
This is not an ideal time for a bold, daring plan. At the moment, we need to focus on laying foundations.
You said it. Okay, Gordolf, time for you to go back to checking tomorrow's weather forecast.
Anyone could tell you what tomorrow's weather will be here. Blizzard, blizzard, and more blizzard.
All right, see you later, Mash.
See you soon.
Right. Good luck, Master. It's just around midday now, but this blizzard isn't letting up at all. I placed a waypoint marking the location of the rebel army's hideout. Please take care not to get turned around on your way there.
Stop, Godao.
Abisbron. What was that sound?
It sounds like something is crawling.
Something quite large at that. You know, I've heard rumors that giants used to walk the earth back in the Age of Gods.
I wonder if that's what Potsy was talking about.
You mean the Diavoltron?
Right. The demonic beast that can destroy a whole village on its own. Looking at it now, it seems that was no exaggeration.
It appears to resemble a large hydra. Well, Master, what would you have us do? Shall we fight it or avoid it? I believe there is no wrong answer here. I will go along with whatever you decide.
Let's get out of here before it sees us.
I think that's a smart choice. All right, I'll guide you on a detour.
Wait, I can see a number of Krichat.
They must be waiting to pick off the Diavoltron's leftovers.
It doesn't seem like that serpent has noticed them. I believe we should take them down quickly and quietly. It seems we were successful in disposing of the Krichat before they could alert the Diavoltron to our presence. Now let us move on before it spots us. I must say I am quite pleased with how this turned out.
Halt!
This is Godao, and I am Avisbron. We are members of the rebel army. Please open the gate.
Oh, it's you guys. Perfect timing.
What do you mean?
Boss has another favor to ask you. She wants your help hashing things out with other servants.
Hey there. Where's the other one? Where'd Mash go?
Hello, Patsy. I hope you don't mind my cutting in remotely like this. I was reassigned to the rear guard. Avisbron is here now, and I can only be so much help in battle. So for the time being, I'll be supporting you all as a navigator.
Oh, huh. All right. Anyway, you looked pretty tough to me, but I guess I was wrong.
So you have returned. Potsy told me everything that happened. You did well convincing 2 out of the 3 villages to help us. It is a shame the third village was destroyed, but there's nothing we can do about that now. Well, I take it Mash has bowed out?
Yes, I'm sorry.
It is fine. You must have your reasons, so I will not pry. If you have determined you are unable to fight, then removing yourself from the battlefield is the only sensible decision. Now then. While you were visiting those two villages, we learned about another possible ally. While it's safe to say that most of the frontier area's population is on our side, we still have precious few actual soldiers who are able to fight.
Understandable, given that most of them are mere villagers.
You see, there's actually another faction here in Russia, in addition to the Tsar's Oprichniki and our rebel army. Our numbers are primarily composed of farmers, but theirs are deserters and former nobility. The problem is that this faction is also being led by a servant.
Do you know who they are?
I've met him once. I still know little about him, but I believe he was of a class similar to my own. He also wasn't wearing any clothes.
Was it Roland?
I'm afraid I did not get his name. At any rate, given that their leader is also a servant, it falls to me to meet with him. Avisbron, I would like you to keep an eye on our base while I am gone. Would you mind?
What say you, Master?
Do it.
Very well, your wish is my command. I will leave your golem as it is then. Atalante, would you like a golem as well?
No, thank you. I have no need for any vehicle. My name is famous for a reason.
Ah, yes. As I recall, you were the fastest runner in all of Greek myth.
Patsy, I want you to come with us too. They're sure to get suspicious if we come without at least one Yaga. Furthermore, I am told you are a hunter, so I would like you to kill and dress any beasts we find along the way. I could do that as well, but I doubt the same is true for the Chaldean.
Got it. I can do that. Well, Gudao, looks like you and I are heading out together again.
I'm glad to have you with us, Patchy.
Then it looks like we're good to go. Oh, right. Patsy, would you tell Yashkia to come here?
You got it.
No!
Looking around here, I see kids playing, old folks relaxing comfortably, and farmers tilling their fields like they don't have a care in the world. For some reason, it makes me sick. I'd had such a clear image of what the rebel army's life must be like. I imagined brave soldiers proudly risking their lives to defeat Ivan the Terrible. But now here I am, and I see it for what it is. A bunch of weakling Yaga with nowhere else to go. Kids, the elderly, farmers, this is their refuge. And that human-looking monster is the only thing keeping them safe. Hey, you're Yashkia, right?
Huh? Yeah, that's me.
The boss wants to see you. Some kind of message before we head out.
Got it. I'll be right there.
This is a map, and it's not of this area. The topography's too different. Are they planning on relocating the stronghold? Whatever.
All right, everyone. Take care of things while I am gone.
It's in good hands, boss.
Are you leaving, boss?
Yes, but do not worry, I promise to return.
Okay.
All right now. We'll start with a cave at the halfway point. Patsy, you'll obtain and dress some meat before we get there.
Got it. All right, might as well get going.
The weather is nice today. The blizzard has died down considerably.
It's still just as cold as ever, though.
That is one of the worst things about this world. I'm afraid this is as close as it gets to a bright and sunny day here.
Wait, is your world a lot brighter than this, Gudao?
Yes, it is. It depends on where you go, but I would certainly say blue sky is much more common in our world. Though, honestly, I haven't seen much of it myself, so it's a little silly for me to speak of it like I'm an expert.
Blue sky, huh? For us, this is about as blue as it gets. Hey, when you say blue, you mean blue, right? Do you really get clear skies like that?
Sure do.
I see. What a weird color for the sky.
Not at all. A clear blue sky brings peace of mind to all manner of people. Of course, different people do prefer different colors of sky. That's just as true for Yaga, too. Still, for us old-fashioned humans, it is depressing seeing the sky so stormy all the time. Anyway, I can smell demonic beasts nearby. Let's go hunting, Gudao.
Man, I'm still super impressed with you guys. What's that scent?
That is no demonic beast. It smells like Yaga blood. It is likely too late to help, but we should go check it out nonetheless.
Hey, I found them. Although...
What's up?
I see.
They're dead. I suppose they had an unlucky encounter with demonic beasts.
No, it's not that. They were killed by a weapon, and a frighteningly sharp one at that. No Yaga sword or hatchet would make a cut so clean. Their skin is much tougher than any human's, so the only way to cut through them like this is with a very sharp weapon and a truly powerful blow.
Could it be a Yaga hunting other Yaga with a blade? Or maybe there's a demonic beast with blades like this?
I've never heard of anything like that. And then there's these footprints. These are no Yaga prints. These are human prints, like yours.
Like ours? Come to think of it, we did hear about someone who protected a Yaga village from bandits.
Ah yes, the one who supposedly sliced off the bandit's arms in an instant. This may indeed be our swordsman, but there is too little evidence to be certain. It could also be another servant we know nothing about, after all.
We shall have to keep all that in mind. Now come on, the sun is going to set soon. We can rest in the cave up ahead. Potsy, will you drain our prey's blood?
Erp.
Guess this stench would be a lot for a human to take. Just sit tight. You can make most of it go away by draining the blood and letting it sit in water mixed with salt and herbs for a while. I'll put the entrails aside too. If you boil them and keep them in a leather pouch, that can work as a lure for demonic beasts. If things get bad, you can just toss it and the things will go running after it.
Are the entrails inedible?
Technically no, but they don't exactly taste great. Plus, they're real poisonous.
Then, they must contain a lot of toxins. It'd be safer to just avoid them then.
Yep, but the back meat's safe. Here, I just finished cooking some. Go on, eat up.
Pretty, wild flavor.
Right? You know, the more I look at that thing, the stranger it seems.
From our perspective, it is you, Yaga, who are the real wonder. I still cannot fathom how your kind has managed to survive in this frigid world.
It does regularly fall below minus 100 degrees at night, and on particularly cold days. I don't see how even merging with demonic beasts let you survive.
Don't go around asking other Yaga about that. It's considered a serious taboo. There was a time, back before we had guns that could kill demonic beasts, when we used to eat weak Yaga. Well, you know how people used to breed livestock, right? Artificial selection, I think they called it. That's how we survived this long, too. The weak were weeded out. The strong and weak were analyzed to see what separated them, and the strong were prized above all else. After we merged with demonic beasts, we ate those who were swallowed up by their power, or couldn't handle it, or could never see themselves going on like this. Next, we fed on the young and sickly, followed by those who were just straight up weak. After all that, we stopped just being a combination of demonic beast and human and started being Yaga. My old man told me where our name came from a long time ago. It was something like Baba Yaga, I think.
Baba Yaga. That's a figure from Slavic folklore. I believe she was a man-eating witch.
They say that's where we got the idea to start calling ourselves Yaga. That's what we started calling ourselves to set us apart from the old, frail humans. Or maybe because we were willing to kill and eat our own kind. Anyway, now you know why we're called that. It reminds us, so we never forget what we did. Somebody named us Yaga for a reason, so when you get right down to it, we really aren't like you guys.
No, maybe not. We are weak and frail, which is why we banded together.
To be honest, I feel rather at home among this Yaga society, except when it comes to the children. I have no problem with grown-ups fighting and eating each other, but children...
I see you're still you, alter or not.
But that is none of your business.
Maybe that's why the other Yaga accepted you as their boss. A new blizzard began at nightfall and it never stopped. We ended up waiting in the cave overnight. Even when morning came, it was only marginally brighter out than it had been at night. But for a Yaga like me, that light was more than enough. After all, I could still clearly make out Gudao as he was sleeping in this dimly lit cave. He still had his eyes closed, but he was quietly talking to Mash's projection. Even I didn't feel right listening in on that. Besides, I could tell from his expression that they weren't talking about anything important, let alone me. Atalante, though. She had her eyes closed, but I was pretty sure she wasn't actually sleeping. Just turning and looking at her for a bit made her furrow her brow. I turned away pretty quickly. If I'd kept looking at her for just one more second, I'm sure she'd have opened her eyes. Atalante's no Yaga, but she looks more like one of us than she does humans. That's probably why the Yaga trust her. She's only a little different from us. That's not true for Gudao, though. It isn't just the way he looks. There's something fundamentally different about him. A long, long time ago, I left something behind that I just couldn't take anymore. It nags at me now, just a little bit, like a tiny thorn jabbing me in the chest. Nevertheless, I decided to just put it out of my mind. To close my eyes, fall asleep, and not think about anything. According to the map, there's nothing but ruined old villages up ahead. You sure we're going the right way?
I am.
The blizzard seems even stronger than usual today. Maybe that's why our comms keep cutting out. At Chaldea, we could stay in contact no matter how far apart in time and space we might be. But now... Are you all right, Master?
I can feel my breath turning into ice.
Normally that would be fatal, but it looks like your special mystic code is doing its job.
Huh?
Who goes there?
That's what I want to know. What are you lot doing in a dilapidated old frontier town like this? I'm afraid with a storm like this going on, I've got no choice but to take a few pot shots.
I could have sworn he was aiming directly at us just now.
I am Atalante, hunter of Greece. I wish to speak to your leader.
I ain't got a damn thing to talk about with you.
Well, we do. And we are coming your way whether you like it or not.
Fine then. You want to come over here, be my guest. But I'm gonna see what you're made of first. Let me introduce myself right proper. Name's Billy the Kid. Get past me if you can. Whoa there. Hold your horses a moment.
Good grief. He certainly does not lack for energy.
Billy!
Chaldea? What's that? Ain't never heard of that before. What do y'all even know about me anyways? Just been one damn mess after another since we got summoned here. We ain't got a scintilla of an idea what we ought to be doing or how to go about it.
Master, this Billy doesn't match the record in the spirit origin graph. He doesn't appear to be the same Billy we got to know back in North America.
This world must have summoned him then. I'm surprised there was enough magical energy for that, given the lack of a holy grail. Oh, wait. There is no reason to assume there is no holy grail here. That would be nonsensical. The very fact that there are servants without a master proves that there must be a holy grail here, or something equivalent to one. If a holy grail does not fall into human hands, it acts as a neutral source of magical energy, one that simply reacts to the world it finds itself in. In which case, it would be perfectly sensible for it to respond to humanity's death throes by summoning servants to counter the source of that trouble.
I haven't met you before, but...
That's so. Well, afraid I'm the only me I know of. Now then, hey Berserker, that hunter lady's here. And she's got a human and some other servants with her.
She's finally here, huh? All right, me and you'll do this together. Hey there. Didn't know we were back on speaking terms.
Beowulf?
Who are you, a human? No, you must be a servant. And you must be a mage. So you're the master, huh? So are you the mage working for Ivan the Terrible?
No way.
Chaldea, as in the Stargazers, seems to ring a bell. Maybe, maybe not. Damn it, my memory's been messed up ever since I got summoned. Can't even remember anything about myself.
We met in America.
America. Nope, sorry, I can't remember. And that means I can't trust you. Still, if you've come all the way out here, you must have known what you were getting yourself into. First we fight, then we talk. In Russia, you gotta be strong to survive. Prove to me that you're the strongest there is.
I see. All right, let us do battle.
Atalante?
Trust me on this, Master Mash. He's no ordinary warmonger. I am certain there is a method to his madness.
Got it.
Good. Now, since you've got two on your side, oi, Billy.
All right. If we're doing this, I ain't gonna hold nothing back. You wanna earn our trust? Then my six-shooter will determine whether you're worthy.
Here they come, Godao. I trust you are ready to meet them.
There we go. That ought to do it.
Phew, you guys are good.
You see, Yaga, these guys' strength is the real deal. Anyone got a problem with them?
Nope.
Not here.
Not at all.
Great. Now we should be all set. Welcome to the Thugs' Village.
Come on, we'll show you the way.
Good grief. So that is what that was about.
Sorry about that, Master of Chaldea or whatever it was. How about we start over? I'm Beowulf and that's Billy. We're just a couple of wandering bastards who got summoned here about 3 months ago. We didn't have a master, or even the faintest idea what the hell was going on besides the fact that it's ungodly cold here. After wandering around aimlessly for a while, one thing led to another, and we ended up becoming guards for this village. Well, leaders, really.
I can't believe that 2 rogue servants survived out here for 3 whole months. Still, you both appear to be from proper human history. Why did you challenge us to a fight?
We had to prove that we were strong, or the Yaga outside would never have accepted us.
Even with their boss vouching for us?
Trust me, they're stubborn as hell. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it for themselves.
Here, have some coffee. Or, well, it's broth made from beans that look a mite like coffee at least. I added a bit of sugar so it'll taste better than it looks. Just a little something in the way of an apology for that testing business out there. Reckon we got a little carried away, seeing other humans, well, servants and a mage besides us.
Yep, hell, I was downright euphoric. Sorry about that, lady.
Do not trouble yourself about it. In truth, I am positively elated that I was not the only one the land called here. I cannot believe you made coffee here, Eth. What a peculiar taste. It tastes like spiced apple, and yet there is still a distinct coffee flavor to it.
I feel so much warmer.
Ain't that the truth? Seems these Yaga are just as keen to eat a good meal as any of us humans.
That, I am afraid, is a luxury our rebel army cannot afford.
Whoops, sorry about that.
Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is Atalante. I am the servant leading the rebel army against Ivan the Terrible. The last time we met, we did little more than glare at one another from across the snowy plains without revealing our true names. I am pleased we have had the chance to sit face to face and speak with each other.
Same here, I'm glad you stopped by. The Yaga here can be a little weird at times. Of course, that's probably why they didn't have a place under Ivan's regime.
For our part, the rebel army decided to revolt because they were too weak to survive under Ivan's rule. I know our groups possess very different temperaments, but would it be possible for us to join forces nonetheless?
Well, speaking for ourselves, we ain't got no quarrel with the notion, but...
I don't see our people going for it. For the moment, I'd have to say no.
That hardly comes as a surprise. The Yaga in the rebel army had no issue with my being a woman. But given how the others were looking at me earlier...
Yep. For these Yaga, male chauvinism's the order of the day. There's no strong female Yaga, or at least there weren't any that were able to prove their strength. So this lot's gone and decided that all females are weak everywhere.
What drivel? Both men and women are equally capable fighters, so long as they are well trained. Yaga may not die from extreme temperatures or excessive blood loss like humans do, but they are just as vulnerable to having their brains or hearts destroyed as we are, male or female.
You wouldn't die from losing a lot of blood, Patchy?
Oh, right. I guess you humans can die that way, huh? If you sever a Yaga's artery or the like, our blood vessels just reconnect themselves. If we're losing blood, we just produce more automatically. So you humans die if one of your arteries gets severed, huh? Sounds rough.
That reminds me. On our way here, we saw some Yaga who had been cut to pieces. Was that your doing, Beowulf?
Cut to pieces? I don't remember killing any Yaga recently. Besides, my sword's practically a club, really. Better for pounding than slashing.
The Yaga have been passing around a story about a human killer. Sounds similar, you ask me.
Killer?
Right. There was an urban legend of sorts going around sometime after we were summoned here. Says there's someone going around cutting down Oprichniki and Yaga alike. Whoever it is happened to save one of our guys at one point, and he said they claimed to be from Chaldea.
Chaldea. That is your organization, is it not, Godao? Do you have any idea who this person might be?
Not a clue.
Well, they may not be our ally, but if they are killing Oprichniki, they are no friend of the Tsar either.
Anyway, getting back on track. One of the problems is that these Yaga put too much importance on being strong, but that's not by any means the only problem. They think it's only proper for the weak to serve the strong, or for those who are big and tall to look down on those who aren't, so to speak.
Been telling them that ain't the case, but calling them slow learners is giving them too much credit. I've been ambushed more times than I care to count. Course, a few rounds to the knees and belly settled them down. See, Yaga are more than a bit tough to kill.
The whole reason these Yaga have come to accept us as their leaders is because we've kept beating them in one-on-one duels. And since you guys held your own against us, they'll accept you too.
Truly, we'd love to get the hell out of this place ourselves.
But we can't. We know what would happen if we did.
I see. These Yaga would turn to banditry.
That's the big problem. You guys must have run into bandits a few times by now, right? Well, they used to be part of our group. And there's bound to be some Yaga here who aren't going to be happy about you killing their friends.
You mean you knew your Yaga had turned to banditry and did nothing to stop them?
No, that ain't the way of it. When Beowulf and I took over things here, some of the Yaga got it into their heads to defect. Said they wouldn't let no humans lead them, and they'd rather join up with the rebel army. Never entered our minds they'd set upon other settlements and steal food. We're awful sorry.
They must have changed their minds after seeing us. They probably wrote us off as just a group of weak, disenfranchised Yaga, led by a human female.
It's my fault for not stopping them. I'm sorry.
What is done is done. I cannot expect you to keep track of those who have defected from your command. Still, given everything you have told us, it does seem that joining forces would be fraught with risk. My settlement is home not only to women who have never seen combat, but also children, the elderly, and those suffering various illnesses. There would inevitably be a great deal of discord between the two sides.
Exactly, so how about this? Instead of joining forces, we forge an alliance. That way, there shouldn't be any problem.
So we would each carry out our own tasks separately, but work toward the same goal? Yes, that would be better. We may not be able to coordinate our plans of attack, but we could at least avoid getting in each other's way. How would we communicate?
Well, what about that lovely girl of yours who pops up and chimes in every now and then? Can't you people at Chaldea or whatever it was do something to keep us in touch?
I'm sorry. Right now, the Shadow Border is only capable of communicating with Master. What do you think, Da Vinci?
Let's see. Looks like we had some comm devices back in America. Oh, I even made a note saying how much easier they made things. We don't have anything like that right now, nor the materials to make them. Plus, this world doesn't really work by the rules we're used to. Unlike proper human history, it's just too stagnant here for magical energy to reach around the world so readily. It's safe to communicate with Godao since he's a Chaldean master. But any other transmissions could end up getting intercepted. Sorry, but no dice.
Gotcha. Well, that's a right shame. Suppose we can always use the demonic beast we domesticated.
You mean you've domesticated a demonic beast here too?
Course. Well, wasn't my doing so much as a mage's, but y'all get the idea. You got any casters working for you?
2, and they're both awesome.
has certainly proven most dependable, but who's the other one you're talking about? Ow!
Hey there, I'm Leonardo da Vinci, caster extraordinaire. Well, technically it's the original Da Vinci who was a caster.
Well, this is a surprise. For some reason, I already know your name. But I didn't really expect the prime of your life to have been at such a young age.
Is it so strange?
Yeah, looking at you now, you look almost like a child. Guess it's true what they say about artists and writers hitting their peak at different ages.
What are you saying? Don't be fooled. She may look young, but she's just as old and cranky on the inside as Youch!
Anyway, can I see this demonic beast of yours?
Sure, here he is.
It certainly is an unusual-looking creature. Even I've never seen its like before.
He could be a species that went extinct in our world. That aside, he's certainly...
Indescribably cute.
Right, he's a real cutie.
Does he have a name?
Sure he does. This is Shan Shan.
What a lovely name.
This little fella here can sniff out Beowulf or me purely from our magical energy.
Interesting. But I'm afraid I don't see how we could follow magical energy through a comms device.
Then I will have him learn my scent. Here, Shan Shan, it is all right.
Is it just me, or is he really, really afraid of you?
Well, I suppose these things happen.
She's really taking this hard.
She did grow up in the forest among all sorts of different beasts, after all.
Well, I have killed many of his fellow demonic beasts. I suppose it is no wonder he is frightened of me.
What about me?
Well, now he certainly seems fine with the master here.
Shan Shan, I want you to remember his scent. Can you do that?
He's shaking his head.
I see. Okay, I understand. Atalante, he can't learn your scent because you're too similar to demonic beasts. As far as Shan Shan's concerned, you're more of a predator than a friend.
I see. Well, if that is how it is, then there is nothing I can do.
As for you, Master of Chaldea, that mystic code of yours seems to be masking any magical energy he might use to track you. But of course, you probably can't survive here without it. And since Shan Shan can't track Yaga's scents...
Yeah, that rules me out too.
I suppose that doesn't leave us much choice. Well then, I've come to a decision. I'll go with them.
So what, you're just gonna pawn these guys off on me?
Putting down roots ain't really in the cards for outlaws like me. Besides, you're a king. The heart of it is that I got a feeling we servants were summoned here to fight this Ivan the Terrible. Of course, that's true of you as well, Bio. But you got other things to keep you here. But that ain't the case for me. Honestly,
Whoa there, Billy. You don't need to say anything more. Go on then, get out of here.
I surely will. Sorry to be leaving you behind with all the tough work.
Ah well, what can you do? That's just how it is for kings.
Thanks, Bio. You take care of these folks while I'm away.
Don't worry, they'll be in good hands. There you have it, Atalante. Billy's gonna be tagging along with you now.
I would ask if you will be able to keep these Yaga in line on your own, but I suppose that would be unbecoming.
Damn straight it would. I'm Beowulf, remember? As long as this spirit origin body of mine remembers I'm a king, I'll make a fair, just government and save the people of this land.
A fair and just government.
Thanks, Your Majesty.
Honestly, I'm not really cut out for this stuff. So there you have it, Atalante. From now on, me and all these other outlaw Yaga will be helping the rebel army out. As for you, Master of Chaldea, You have my word that I'll support you guys however I can.
I know. That is the one thing I have been certain of since I was summoned here.
Just be careful. Ivan the Terrible's seriously bad news. I've never seen him in person, but I can tell he's like a bomb waiting to go off.
I know. That is the one thing I have been certain of since I was summoned here. He has lived for over 450 years. He is likely to be as powerful as a phantasmal from the age of gods, potentially even at the level of a divine beast. Compared to that, my Caledonian boar was merely a common demonic beast.
The Oprichniki are a real pain too, since they're as strong as a servant in their own right.
What did you say?
Hold it, as strong as a servant? I was able to defeat one of them myself. A servant should have no trouble with them.
Right. The Oprichniki in the capital are a lot stronger than the ones around the frontier.
Really?
The closer you get to the capital, the stronger they get. I'm guessing it's something to do with their faith in the Tsar. The more the Oprichniki believe in him, the more it manifests as increased strength.
You're kidding me.
This is awful.
It's okay. We've got strength to spare on our side, too.
Thank you. Your words are most reassuring.
Pardon my intrusion, but there's one last thing I would like to ask you. Are you familiar with that giant tree, the one supposedly called the Tree of Emptiness?
Of course. Didn't know that was its name, though.
Is there anything you can tell us about it? Anything at all?
I think I might have heard something before.
Hey, wasn't Zhdanov talking about it not too long ago? Remember? Back when he was still in Yaga Moscow. Said he and some friends of his went to get a look at it.
That's it. And I think he said there was nothing there.
Nothing?
Yeah, just a plain old giant tree.
So it is nothing but an ordinary, if giant, tree, is it? Fascinating. The more I hear, the more intriguing this becomes.
Really? A plain old tree? Fascinating?
Absolutely. I would like to go see it for myself, but...
I definitely wouldn't do that if I were you. That thing's right near Yaga Moscow. Not the kind of place you just wander into for a bit of sightseeing.
Naturally.
All right, now that that's settled, I think it's time we got started. First off, we need to talk about our plan of action. We'll wait for the right time to make a move, then we'll go around stirring up trouble near the capital.
And you would do this as a diversionary action in order to draw out the capital's Oprichniki.
Right. They don't care what we get up to here on the frontier, but they're not going to take anything that disturbs their Tsar's glory lying down. So they'll definitely send out the Oprichniki in droves to deal with us. I'm sure they'll summon more Oprichniki afterward, but it's not going to happen right away. Which means this'd give you rebel guys a chance to attack the capital while it's relatively unguarded. How's that sound?
That sounds ideal to me as well. What do you think, Master?
I'm concerned about the other servants.
Right. You did say there were at least 3 servants on the enemy side, correct?
Koyanskaya, Father Kotomine, and that girl with the ice-cold eyes. Her ice spells were like nothing I've ever seen. Given her appearance, I think.
Yeah, I'd give it even odds that she's the Grand Duchess. I don't know what she's doing on Ivan's side, but given that she is, I think our only option is to face them all head-on.
My contact in the capital has reported seeing a young woman there. He said she's called the Grand Duchess, and that she commands the highest respect from the Oprichniki, despite appearing human.
Gotcha. This is your dream, eh? Huh, gotcha. This is your dream, eh?
Pain that grows more terrible with each passing moment. Unfathomable bewilderment. Fear that threatens to swallow you whole. And above all, complete and utter loathing for the soldiers who look down at you in scorn. In an instant, my pain turned to pleasure, and I vowed I would kill them all myself. Yes, there was never a time I did not hear this voice. Not that Olga, Tatiana, Maria, Alexei, Papa, or Mama ever noticed. I could always hear this voice, whether I was playing a prank or climbing a tree. But I also knew it wasn't anything like a guardian angel. If it was, I wouldn't be dead right now. Even when I only had seconds left to live, all he did was stare at me. He was a creature of fantasy, summoned by my desire to kill those who had wronged me. A monster with mystic eyes, who only appears to Romanovs who were born with the ability to see him. The soldiers hacked my body to pieces. Then they burned me and buried my ashes. Even as my clothes were stripped off, my body chopped to pieces, and my ashen remains planted in the ground. I was still conscious enough to understand what was happening. And that is why I made certain those soldiers would never again enjoy a moment of peace. Death is too good for you. No, you're going to live in fear for the rest of your lives. IV will always be watching you. I will forever pass judgment on your sins. I will forever see to your punishment. I will always, always be watching until the day you die. Always, always, always. Ugh, damn it. Gray skies, a world without light. I've never known anything else. Did I wake you?
I wasn't sleeping. I was just dreaming.
Is there a difference?
Huge. It's the difference between your mind being shut off and your mind changing gears. Dreams have long since abandoned my sleep, and now I no longer need sleep.
That sounds just like it is with servants.
So what's the occasion? Did something happen?
We received a report from the Oprichniki we sent out to the frontier. It didn't have much to say, but it did mention that they had burned down one of the rebel army's storehouses.
That should make things more difficult for them.
And then there's the servants who aren't with the rebels. We should figure out what to do about them soon, before they think to challenge the Tsar's glory.
We should be able to handle them together. The Metropolitan can take care of things here in the meantime.
Then it's a date. I'll go get ready.
What do you need to get ready for? Just go like that.
You really don't know how to treat your servants, do you? You're supposed to send me off with a smile.
Lay off. I'm all about efficiency. There's no other way an ordinary guy like me could ever catch up to a genius. The only way to beat someone who understands efficiency at a practical level is to dream up something even more efficient.
I see. In that case, come help me get ready. That will be more efficient than simply waiting around.
Yeah.
Stop answering me like some lazy soldier. It makes me feel like cursing you.
All right, Anastasia. So what is it you want my help with?
I want you to help me choose which coat I should wear.
What an innocent, heartwarming sight. It was like watching them dance a waltz on top of the thinnest of ice, where one crack could send them tumbling into the abyss. I guess it just goes to show that the Grand Duchess is a good match for our timid Caddock.
A boy weakened by his reluctance to give up on anything, and a girl empowered after giving up everything, huh? They are quite the pair. Each makes up for the other's shortcomings. Even I can't think of a servant and master that are better suited to each other. Which is why you really should stop stirring them up just for your amusement, Koyanskaya. As the Tsar's aide, I can't overlook this any longer.
Oh my, I didn't know you were so patriotic. Does it pain you to see your beloved homeland so messed up? Well, lucky for you, I was just thinking it's time I was on my merry little way anyway. I've already said hello to the Chaldeans, and I've confirmed that the Tsar is coming along nicely. So, since there's no work left for me to do here, I'll be moving on to my next assigned destination. Especially since Lord Wodime has apparently gone and sent out Miss High and Mighty Keenis, too.
By all means. Your preferred forms of entertainment are nowhere to be found in Russia anyway. There are no humans desperately fighting for their survival here. Not a single person you would enjoy trampling all over. No matter how you look at it, this Lostbelt is utterly devoid of hope for the future.
Yes, so it would seem. That's the one part that's truly a shame. Well, I'd best be on my way. No point sticking around a barren land with no money to be made, after all.
I see you travel light. Oh yes, would you like me to pray for your safe travels?
No, thank you. I have a feeling your prayers would only bring about the opposite of what they sought. Well, here's to doing business again. Remember, when you want to get rich at others' expense, or want to be happy no matter who else it might hurt, make sure to call on NFF services. We make all those sorts of dreams come true.
Rats, I believe she called them. It takes one to know one, as the saying goes. You should learn to be mindful of the dangers that line your path, Koyanskaya. As things stand now, you may as well be a rat fleeing a sinking ship.
Well, that was a productive chat. Nice to get some good news for a change. All right, Billy, you take it from here.
Sure thing, B.O. Hope we meet again down the road.
Where are you off to, Billy?
Oh, I'll be riding with them. Beowulf will be running this show from now on.
What? You're joining the rebel army?
Sure am. I know you don't hold humans in high esteem, but there's heaps more to them than you think. Servant or no, I'm still just a good old-fashioned human. Suits me just fine to rebel with the rest. See you around.
Two days after setting off on their journey.
Huh? Shanshan's trying to tell us something.
It seems there are demonic beasts nearby. Are you ready, Patsy?
Yeah, I know the deal. Time for some fresh meat.
Hey, that could be your catchphrase.
Sometimes I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, they ain't exactly delicious, but there's plenty of meat on them. All right, what say we rustle up some grub for the rebel army?
All right, we got meat. You guys are all gonna have some too, right?
Well, servants ain't really gotta eat. But if there's enough to go around, I'll have myself a bite. But the real silver dollar is the alcohol you have with stewed meat.
I know how you feel. I would love some cider myself.
Cider? Huh? I'm partial to bourbon myself. Tequila ain't bad either. Of course, back in that village, I'd brew just about anything I had on hand.
I've heard there's different kinds of alcohol, but I've only ever had the one kind. What do the others taste like?
Ah, right. Most of what y'all gotta drink's just straight vodka with no kind of flavor to it, yeah? I've still got a bit of the last batch I distilled. Care for a nip?
Sure, I'll give it a shot. That's good. Really good. Though it does taste a little weak.
Actually, this here's about as strong as it gets back home. Guess you Yaga really can hold your drink.
A little too well, if you ask me.
We should be there soon.
No signal fire. It seems things kept running fine even though we were gone for quite a while. We're back. Open the gate.
Welcome back, boss.
I see you've returned.
I have some good news. Another servant by the name of Billy the Kid has agreed to join us.
Howdy. You must be Avis Braun, Billy the Kid. Nice to meet you.
The pleasure is all mine. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I must greet you with some bad news.
Oh, what is it?
We are on the verge of running out of food altogether.
This area stopped receiving food from the capital a long time ago. The capital also lays first claim to any demonic beasts the hunters catch here. That is why these Yaga had no choice but to revolt. It was the only choice if they wished to survive. Securing a food supply was our most important order of business as well. It was simply not possible to grow enough grain to feed everyone. So we worked together with other villages to hunt demonic beasts and share their meat. That was enough to get by, at least until now.
Why did the food supply suddenly run out?
The rebel army simply grew faster than we expected. There are more mouths to feed now. We have no right to turn anyone away, after all.
A lot of youngsters around here. Ever occur to you to turn them away, Atalanti?
No. Their mothers and fathers have all vowed to fight to ensure their children do not go hungry. That system where the weak are left behind to die is precisely what they wish to fight against. As such, the rebel army is honor-bound to keep children alive.
Can't say you're being exactly objective about all this, are you?
No.
Hell yeah, that's great. Sure am glad I decided to sign on with y'all.
That aside, even as matters stand, our food reserves should have been sufficient to keep us fed for some time.
Ah, you mean the storehouse?
Storehouse?
It should be all right to tell you now. We had a hidden storehouse that only a select few of our members knew about.
You're speaking in the past tense. I'm gonna venture a guess that it ain't around no more.
That's right. We were storing roughly 30% of all of our food there. When our stronghold's reserves fell low enough, we would restock them from the storehouse, but now...
Now that storehouse is gone, huh?
Indeed. I am told the Oprichniki found our Yaga as they were carrying food out. They then burned down the storehouse and killed everyone there.
That they burned it down?
The Oprichniki have no need for food. No matter how much the rest of the country is starving, they will always favor the Tsar's glory above all else.
I see. Then they are almost certainly Ivan the Terrible's noble phantasm, as we suspected. But then how could he maintain his noble phantasm for all hours of the day like this? To do so would consume an incredible amount of magical energy. No, that can't be right. The law of equivalent exchange simply wouldn't allow for that.
Avis Braun?
My apologies. First, we need to resolve our food supply problem, don't we?
Right. This may be difficult for a human like you to understand, Gudao, but Yaga require a tremendous amount of food and can starve very quickly. On average, a human can go as many as 7 days without food as long as they have access to water. But a Yaga can only last without food for 3 days before they die of starvation. On top of that, the average Yaga requires several times the calories per day as the average human. That is the plight every Yaga faces. If they are to survive in this frozen tundra, they must consume vast quantities of food.
I see, that does make sense. I apologize for this example, but it reminds me of a certain species of rat. This rat would need to eat constantly, or it would burn too many calories and die on the spot.
Is that really the best example you could come up with?
At any rate, with so many Yaga, we could dedicate all of our resources to hunting and still not have enough food to feed them all. And we have precious little food left before we run out entirely. All right, how do we resolve this?
I had hoped it would not come to this, but under the circumstances, we have no choice but to steal food from the pro-Tsar city of Yaga Smolensk. Yaga Smolensk is situated some distance away from both the frontier and the capital, and has relatively few oprichniki guarding it.
You want to steal food?
And from my town?
I see no alternative, though I agree that it is a most distasteful move.
I know that. But we must consider the children and elderly who cannot long survive without food. Even then, it is a catch-22. Should we devote all our food to them, our soldiers on the front lines will find themselves too weak to fight. Please understand, I know that this is one of the worst moves the rebel army could make. That is why I have chosen one of the cities most loyal to the Tsar. Further, we will not be taking all of their food. We will send as many soldiers as we are able and attempt to negotiate to secure food. However, this time we will not give them the option of refusal. We will leave with the supplies we require, whether they agree or not. I only hope we can take just enough so that neither we nor they end up starving.
It's gonna be tough. I mean, they've already got heaps of food stored away, but...
Yeah, they've also got a bunch of secret demonic beast hunting grounds they keep to themselves.
That's how they do things there. They don't just make sure they've got enough to eat. They always make a bundle by selling off the excess.
No wonder they have no problem sucking up to the oprichniki. They never have to worry about starving.
They've got it made there just as much as they do up in Yaga Moscow.
Some Yaga they are. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Hey, you don't think you guys would do the same thing if you were in their position? None of them asked to be in that situation, and it still took everyone who lives there everything they had to build that city. It's not like they're all living it up either. Some of them couldn't hunt and ended up starving to death. Still, even having said all that, I bet it does sound like they've got it made compared to life in a village. But that doesn't mean they're bad guys, or that it's okay to do whatever you want to them.
You from there or something?
I was, before they kicked me out. I'm not gonna defend them, and I'm not against stealing their food either. But they're still Yaga, just like you and me. Don't forget that.
Potsy is right. I will not have any harm come to the city's residents. That was always the plan, but make doubly sure that all the soldiers know that. If any one of you so much as touches a hair on a child's head, I will fill you with so many arrows you will wonder when you became a hedgehog.
What's a hedgehog? Some kind of demonic beast?
Right, I forgot who I was talking to for a moment. At any rate, we will take what we need to survive. No more. If they think us evil for doing so, let them. Our goal is to defeat Ivan the Terrible and to purge the oprichniki from this world. Once we do that, this frozen empire will finally see dawn. The tides of history will once again begin to move. Soldiers, take up your arms!
Good grief. So they're left with no choice but to stage an uprising.
Better than letting some of them starve to death. Besides, isn't this a welcome turn of events for us?
Guerrilla warfare is one thing, but we still have far too few soldiers to think about fighting the oprichniki head-on. As of now, the resistance movement consists of us, the rebel army, Avis Braun, Miss Atalante, Billy, and Beowulf. Avis Braun's golems may be something of an equalizing factor, but we still need at least one more capable ally.
Patsy, are you okay with this? Yaga Smolensk is your hometown, right?
No, I'm fine with that. I'd already given up on it anyway. Besides, it sounds like the leader's gonna make sure our soldiers take it easy on them.
I don't know if it will be that simple.
Why not, Abisbron?
I am a servant. I still have my memories from my old life. I believe I know a little something about proper human history, as well as the history of this world. And the way I see it, I'm afraid there are very, very few instances in all of time, past and present, where plundering of this sort went off without a hitch. At worst, a squabble could lead to a full-blown massacre.
A massacre?
But that's...
Oh, it's perfectly likely, Mash. Even proper human history's chock full of people who were smarter than me and more powerful than me. And heaps of them did miles worse than anything I ever even dreamed up. And I think you know that just as well as I do. And I know to a certainty that if I'd had that kind of power, I'd have done the same terrible things.
Good intentions notwithstanding, massacres can still occur. And this particular situation will be especially fraught with danger. First of all, the Yaga in Patsy's hometown and the Yaga in the rebel army do not enjoy the same quality of life. And as we saw earlier, the rebel Yaga resent them for choosing stability and for swearing fealty to the Tsar and his oprichniki. We cannot be certain that this resentment will not transform this small raid into a massacre.
I won't let that happen.
I'm afraid that is a promise you cannot keep.
What was that?
A massacre is not always some sinister thing arranged by evil men who seek to murder the innocent. They are like brush fires, sparking and spreading out of control. Hoaxes, history, hatred, misinformation, suspicion, racial discrimination, disparity of wealth, pride, panic, propaganda. All of these things mixed together into a nightmare slurry. What is more, these things do not happen gradually, as in the proverbial slippery slope. What happens is that frustration and discontent continue to build to a breaking point until the tiniest spark causes a tremendous explosion. If we were on the defending side, it would simply be a matter of keeping the would-be victims safe. But as we are on the aggressor's side, that is not an option.
Then there's nothing we can do.
Damn it.
I at least want to keep the damage to a minimum.
Then we should focus all our efforts on defeating the oprichniki as swiftly as possible. The worst possible scenario would be if the oprichniki and the rebel army were to wage battle in the city with the residents caught in the crossfire. The rebels would assume the city's residents side with the oprichniki, and the oprichniki would think nothing of slaughtering residents to get to the rebels. That would leave no one willing or able to rescue the residents. Therefore, we must eliminate any factor that might lead to a massacre before it has a chance to cause the situation to escalate. Would that be acceptable, Master?
Sounds good to me. Let's do it.
Understood. In that case, I have a request to make. The rebel army still needs some time to prepare before leaving for the city. During that time, I would like to gather as many materials as possible in order to build a wall.
Wall?
Indeed, a wall of golems.
I got the golem cores.
Damn, but I'm beat.
Excellent. It seems this version of Russia is well suited to golem making.
Sorry about this, Patchy.
You should be. It was damn tough, even with the pickaxe. Alright, I got a little meat. Not much, but it's better than not eating.
Very well. I will keep working to make as many golems as I can in the time we have. Let me know when the rebel army is about to move out.
Got it. Shan, come on over and learn this fella's scent.
Are you sure he can?
Good point. You seem like you ain't got much of an odor to you. How about he learns the smell of the earth making up these golems instead?
That does seem like it would work better. All right, I will await your message.
Got it. Okay, let's head back then.
Man, you could almost cut the tension with a knife.
Of course. This excursion will be nothing like the small-scale skirmishes we have been waging thus far. Not to mention, there is a very real risk that we may have to deal with a large number of oprichniki.
Atalante.
What is it, Chaldeans? Is something on your mind?
Yes, as a matter of fact.
A massacre, huh? True. It would be dishonest of me to say that the possibility never crossed my mind. But what of it? I have a duty to keep these rebels safe. It falls to me to save the parents attempting to atone for their children's deaths with their own lives. I understand that this is not the sort of majestic act that will stop this nightmarish chain of events. However, so long as a massacre remains only a possibility and not a certainty, I cannot concern myself with it. Do you know what it feels like to be a soldier given food meant for starving children, just so you do not collapse from hunger on the battlefield? Perhaps the truly contemptible thing is neither the Tsar nor the oprichniki, but this very world for making it nearly impossible to grow grain here.
The world itself, huh?
At any rate, there is still some time before we depart. I will pass on your concerns to the soldiers myself.
Thank you, Atalante.
It is almost more than I can bear, Gudao. Like Billy and Beowulf, I have no memory of fighting to restore humanity. But is fighting saving the world supposed to be this painful? I cannot tell any longer.
Metropolitan Macarius, the Tsar wishes to see you.
Does he now? How unusual for him to wake up at this time of day. He must have had a bad dream. Very well, I'll be right there.
Do hurry, please. If you upset him, even you may not survive his ire.
That could be difficult. It is my job to sway the Tsar's decisions. I cannot simply tell him what he wishes to hear to the exclusion of all else. I must be frank even if he may not like what I have to say. Isn't that the role of Metropolitan Macarius?
Metropolitan Macarius, huh? May I ask you something, Father?
Of course.
I can't tell what it is you want. I can't tell what your ultimate goal is. And I can't tell what you really think.
I desire what you desire, Grand Duchess. You and I wish for the same things. I promise you that much is true. If I were asked to choose a side, I would absolutely choose yours.
Huh?
Forgive me, that joke was in poor taste. Just the improper remarks of a certain foolish man. To you, that must have sounded downright abusive. Please forget I said anything. I am here to do my job, nothing more, even if I must reduce myself to a pawn in the process. I am here to sing the praises of survival, to offer condolences upon death, to confer blessings upon all manner of life, and to bring salvation to the forlorn souls of this eternal tundra. Right now, that is all I am concerned with, Your Imperial Highness.
I see. Go on, you shouldn't keep the Tsar waiting.
Good. He's gone. I still have no idea what that guy's really thinking.
It's strange. I don't distrust him as much as you do.
You're kidding me. He's one of the servants that not even Wodime can control. You know, the guys Wodime calls the disciples of the foreign god. In some ways, they're even more trouble than Chaldea.
That's true. And I know we shouldn't trust them, just like we shouldn't trust Koyanskaya. But for some reason, I really do feel like Father Macarius is going to stick with us to the end, no matter what.
I know you're there, Gottlieb.
Are you here to anger the Tsar, Macarius? He's dreaming peacefully now. Don't wake him.
It's my duty as the Metropolitan of Moscow to inform the Tsar how his campaigns are faring. Don't worry, I won't make an ordeal out of it. The Tsar allowed his anger to get the better of him not too long ago, and ended up wiping an entire village off the map. He feels very bad about that, you see, so I imagine he will devote himself to prayer for some time as penance.
Is that all? If you have nothing to say to the Tsar, then I assume you have something to say to me. What is it?
I was just curious how you are feeling now that you have materialized as a servant. After all, you and I are much alike. Neither of us would generally be expected to become a heroic spirit. It's only thanks to finding a suitable human body that we were able to become servants. And it is nice being a servant. No need to worry about wasted time on sleep or meals. But of course, just because it's possible to do so doesn't mean it's pleasant. Gottlieb, you must be tired of doing nothing but playing the piano all day. Now is your chance to fulfill your true purpose as a servant. You are to leave for Yaga Kazan. A band of rebels comprised of ex-nobility has taken the city over. Go there with the Oprichniki and wipe them all out as quickly as possible.
You want me to leave my piano? What are you thinking?
Worry not. I will handle your duties in your absence. They were mine before you were summoned, after all. Rest assured that the Tsar will be duly pacified while you are gone.
Very well.
Make sure you do a good job, Maestro. If you don't, this Lostbelt will be subjected to an even more torturous hell.
Was I not summoned to ensure that hell endures? Fine then, I will kill them all. Make sure the Oprichniki can keep up with me. Somebody fetch me a bicorn.
I wish you luck, Gottlieb. Or would you prefer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart?
Thank you. I shall ensure those who defy the Tsar meet with swift and terrible death. Just as surely as my own death was arranged by the man in grey.
Ah, Father Macarius. My beloved wife, Anastasia, has informed me of what has been happening. She tells me you have been traveling the land, spreading peace, and preaching my gospel in my stead.
It is a pleasure to see you again, Your Imperial Majesty. It fills my heart with joy to see you doing so well today. If the people living on the frontier of Russia are ignorant of your glory, then I must head there at once to enlighten them. But as you can see, I too am old and frail. I'm afraid I can only serve in your stead for so long. My deepest wish is that your wounds will soon heal, so that you may reassure your subjects in person.
Yes, you're right. You must be the only one who dares to reprimand or criticize me. It is like a dream. Yes, just like a dream. It is like my Russia, as it once was. I seek peace, all for the sake of love. Anastasia, light of my life. I will never lose you again. Russia must remain forevermore. Macarius, you are the one man worthy of my trust. Tell me, is the frontier still a lawless, forsaken land?
Not at all, Tsar. The Yaga there know of you, and have nothing but respect and admiration for you. This is thanks entirely to your guards patrolling the land to maintain peace and order. The only problem is that there are not quite enough of them.
I see. Then I shall bolster the Oprichniki's numbers. I shall send them even to the cities in the farthest reaches of the land. Will that do, Macarius?
Indeed it will. That is just what is needed. Do that and all the Yaga will surely be able to receive your grace.
Forgive me, Macarius. I have become something dreadful.
What do you mean, my Tsar?
I have been alive for 450 years, and I will surely continue to live forever. But I am still not strong enough. My glorious Tsar is lacking. I must bring light to all reaches of the world. I must bring love capable of withstanding this blizzard to all the Yaga. And to do that, I must eliminate all those with evil in their hearts. I have received a revelation from a god. Though it may be a god from a distant land, it is still very much like the god we know. This god told me to spread the glory of Russia far and wide and to condemn those worlds that did not end up like our own. They told me to wipe out the so-called proper humanity who did not see fit to save us, to eliminate the cursed stargazers of Chaldea. But alas, I cannot take action against them myself. I have already made the mistake of acting in anger. And in consequence, an entire village is gone.
Those Yaga had abandoned their faith and neglected to pay you homage, Tsar. It was only a matter of time until they gave in to the temptations of evil and fell prey to the blizzard. You need not pity them.
You may be right, and yet, if only I was stronger, this could all have been avoided. The foreign god brought salvation upon this land. It gave us the Tree of Emptiness, the power with which to fight the other Lostbelts. Thanks to the foreign god's blessing, the entire world will one day be just like this Russia. I do not care for that power. I may be the rightful ruler of the world, but what would I rule if the entire world were frozen solid? I am the great Tsar. The Tsar cannot make mistakes. The Tsar can never err. This time the glory of my great Russia will know no bounds. I will make sure of it. And to do that, I will need the Oprichniki, my faithful hunting dogs who will lay the groundwork to make my dream possible. Macarius, I am doing the right thing, aren't I? I must not stop now, surely.
Of course you are, and of course you must not, Tsar. But the time is not yet right for you to awaken. You must let your wounds heal and wait for the day when your eyes will truly open. That will be a day of feasting and celebration, the day when a new Russia finally blooms. But for now, you must rest and recuperate. You must sleep.
Yes, I cannot hear the piano any longer, but, Macarius, if that is what you say, then that is what I shall do.
The Tsar has gone back to sleep. Russia will once again know peace, albeit temporarily. Now we no longer need to worry about the Tsar knocking down the Tree of Emptiness. Will this do, O foreign priestess? I can't tell if she's happy or upset. Even if I can't understand her language, I should at least learn to read her expressions, or I'll never be able to listen to her confessions.
Ready to go, Goodell? I have already sent soldiers on ahead to take up positions around the city. We will begin by eliminating the Oprichniki occupying the city, then we may start negotiations with the mayor. He will likely grow more unwilling to negotiate if the battle drags on, so we must attack swiftly and decisively to break their resolve. All right, let's go. Ha!
Boss took out the last of the Oprichniki.
But who are you people?
We are those who have sworn to defy Ivan the Terrible and the Oprichniki's oppressive regime.
It's the rebel army!
You all knew about the Yaga suffering in the frontier, yet you still kowtowed to the Oprichniki and told them about the Yaga who had fled. I understand it is the Yaga way to submit to the strong, and that it is what you must do to survive. But there is a price for the choices you have made, and now it is time to pay that price. Bring us 60% of the food you have stored.
Over half our stock? You can't be serious. We'll all starve to death.
I know a lie when I smell one. You could hand over 70% and still be just fine.
What? That's absurd.
As long as you lot do not eat greedily, that is. Did you really think you could fool me? I have heard all about how some Yaga communities have essentially separated into nobility and commoners. How foolish. In this frigid tundra, any Yaga who does not receive a fair share of food cannot hope to survive. Did you honestly think you could form a nobility caste whose only role is to sit around and grow fat?
You misunderstand. We would never think to establish a nobility, not sanctioned by the Tsar. All we did was divide our roles. Weaklings like the old, the sick, and orphans are weeded out, leaving the warriors to protect the city, and the rest of us to keep it running. That's how we've kept this city safe all these years.
Warriors keeping the city safe? The only thing they're keeping safe is the demonic beast colonies. I also know how they have been shooting Yaga from other villages who happen to cross their path.
Shut your mouth, you furless freak! Those demonic beasts are our quarry!
I am speaking to your mayor. Stay out of this.
Wait, please, you win. We'll bring you the food. But please, at least take no more than 30, no, 40%.
50%. Give us half your food and we will leave your city in peace. I assure you this will not be a regular occurrence. Our current circumstances are unusually dire. I hope you can understand, Mayor.
Very well.
I understand Atalante went on the offensive to discourage them from resisting, but she may have gone a bit too far.
Holmes?
Hostility is running high in the rebel army right now. You can see it in their eyes.
Oh yes, I can tell. I know that glare all too well. I have seen it aimed my way many a time.
And yet, you're still standing.
Indeed, they used to call me the indomitable Gordy, just like my father.
Foe wishes you luck.
Don't you tell me that, cursed little monster. This is the thanks I get for sharing my bacon with you every morning?
So for the moment, this hostility remains relegated to tongue-clicking and spitting in disgust. However, it will take but a single spark to ignite a conflagration. Be careful, Mr. Goodall.
Ah! Master.
Shut up! I barely bumped into him.
How can you say that? He's only a child.
We're in a hurry here. I don't have time for this shit.
Both of you just settle down.
Teh.
How dare you all revolt like this? It was the Tsar who made it possible for us to survive this world. You wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for him, you ingrates!
Shut up! Do you know what it's like having to watch the Oprichniki murder your little sister? They trampled her with their black horses until her body was just a red smear on the ground.
Only because she was weak and deserved to die.
Both of you, stop it!
Enough! This conversation is over. Get back. Yeah, I mean you too.
Damn it!
Are you okay, Mash?
Yes, I'm alright. I'm only watching from a distance after all. It's just, this must be so hard. There aren't clearly defined lines between the two sides. Both have their own justifiable reasons for the choices they've made.
Yeah.
It's the Oprichniki! The Oprichniki are here!
Huh?
Reinforcements?
Everyone, get your rifles ready. Prepare for combat.
I give the orders here. Your rifles stay where they are. Now hurry and get the food out of here.
Thank goodness. I knew the Tsar hadn't forsaken us. This is the end for you, traitorous rebels. Tremble in fear. The Oprichniki will wipe out every last one of you.
Are you an idiot? What do you think is going to happen here? Your people will be caught in the crossfire.
Huh?
This couldn't have happened at a worse time. There will be a massacre, just as Avisbron feared. We were hoping to minimize losses on both sides, but now it seems the opposite will be accomplished.
What do we do?
Our Our only option is to head out as quickly as possible and face the Oprichniki far away from the townspeople. But even then, I'm afraid it will be fiendishly difficult to stop them completely. I only hope Avisbron makes it here in time.
Billy!
Guess we're just gonna have to do what we can to stop them. Let's go!
Here come the Oprichniki, Master. Please be careful.
Hostile rebels spotted defying the Tsar. We will mow them down and return them all to dust.
Let's do this, Gudao. I'll hold them off just as long as I can. Gotta reload. Give me a bit of cover.
I can't keep this up anymore. Let's fall back.
You got it, partner.
It's no use. I'm afraid it's already begun.
Huh?
Haha, they did it, they did it. Take that, you damn traitors. This is my town, you. Huh? What the wipe, my Tsar?
Goddamn Oprichniki! Damn it! Die! Die already!
Death to all who resist the Tsar. Rest in peace.
Gah!
You bastard!
Damn it! This thing packs enough power to stop a demonic beast dead, but these Oprichniki just won't go down. They're much stronger than the ones from before. Take this!
What do you think you're doing? That was a civilian.
What are you, nuts? He had a weapon on him.
Look closer, you idiot. That was a broom.
Fire! 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 Kill them! Kill them all!
Damn it!
My arm!
Do not open fire on civilians.
Boss, they've got guns too. And the Oprichniki are all mixed in among them. We can't just ignore them.
Aim for the Oprichniki only. That is all I can say.
All right!
I cannot believe I am tolerating collateral damage.
Damn it. Where's Mom? Is she alright? She hasn't come outside, has she? No, she's fine. There's nothing happening near her house. What the?
That was a bomb? The rebel army's bombing us?
The Oprichniki are bombing us.
What? What's going on? Damn it, now there's a fire!
Fire! My house is on fire! This is awful. What do we do?
How can we save everyone?
We don't know who started that fire, but if it spreads to the rest of the city...
I believe it was a dust explosion. It was most likely caused by that group who attacked the grain storehouse earlier. From there, the resulting fire must have reached the warehouse that was filled with oil barrels. But worry not. The blizzard is picking up, so to speak. The fire should go out before it can spread.
Avisbron.
My apologies for being tardy, Master. But with the extra time I took, I will now be able to properly contain the situation.
Really? Are you sure?
I am. Everything is in place. Now, let's turn this mess around, shall we? Golems activate. Chokmah Bell Infinite.
Why you, huh?
Now you've done... Huh?
They have two orders. Gather up all weapons, crush the Oprichniki. The golems I embedded throughout the city are already on the move, thanks to the cores I set in place and the buildings I'm using for material. Fortunately, this city, no, in fact every stone wall in this world is imbued with magical energy. In consequence, it is all especially well suited to making golems. Of course, doing so does end up destroying a large number of stone walls and buildings in the process, but I hope you will agree that it is much better to lose buildings than to lose lives. While I'm on the subject, I should also mention that I was able to keep the fire from spreading by having my golems destroy the surrounding buildings.
I had no idea you could use golems like this. No wonder it took you so long to get ready.
I do apologize for that. I only wish I had begun setting the cores a little sooner. Is there anything else you would like me to do, Master?
No, I think that about covers it.
I'm glad to hear it. That makes all my hard work worthwhile. Very well, that should do it. Now then, let us make a cautious retreat. I've placed golems all throughout the city. I can't promise there will be no more injuries, but at least there should not be further deaths.
Ah! Please don't kill! Huh? Hey, that's my weapon! Come back with that!
Good. How is the food coming along?
We're almost done, thanks to the golem's help. Although we've lost almost a third of what we had originally meant to take.
It will have to be enough. Rebel Army, it is time to make our retreat.
That's the signal to retreat, Master.
Good. The Oprichniki should prioritize the golems over us. Let us take this opportunity to retreat as well.
It'll be okay, it'll be fine. Ugh, what the hell am I saying? So what if it is fine? I can't visit her now. I already gave up on this town. I abandoned it. Besides, that last bit of food I left her has got to be gone by now.
Ah! Ah!
Hey, you!
But Patsy, you traitor. I knew you joined the Rebel R.
Forget about that. What about my mom? Is she okay?
Your mother? What are you, stupid? Your mother's dead, all because you joined the Rebel Army. We gathered as many rocks as we could and stoned her to death ourselves. It's all your fault. It would never have happened if you hadn't been so weak. Now it's your turn to die, you piece of evil.
That can't be... No, you're lying. No, I know he wasn't lying. I should have known all along. I should have known this city would never let a traitor's family go unpunished. Of course they were gonna kill my mother when I gave up on this place. No, this is not my fault, it's not! The rebellion is in the right. These Yaga are all sinners. We should never have lived in this city. This place always scared me ever since I was a kid. They've always been so ruthless with the weak. Dad used to be the captain of the city's guards, but when he petitioned the Oprichniki for more food on the city's behalf, they killed him on the spot. This city is trash! Worse than trash! Why couldn't Mom just leave? It's my fault she's... No, it's not. It's not. Damn it,
Poxy, what are you doing? Come on, we're leaving!
Huh?
Shit, there's still some Oprichniki left. Go on and bring up the rear. Hurry!
I'm sorry.
Patsy?
Where's he going?
Let's go, Master. It seems Patsy is going his own way now.
What happened?
Patsy. I feel like I'm gonna suffocate.
What's wrong?
It's almost time for our inspection.
Oh, yes, what's his name? Kirstaria.
Wodyme.
Wodyme, that's it. I'm told he's a mage from a very old, distinguished family.
There's plenty of mages from old families. That's nothing special. Wodyme's the real deal. He's got the lineage, the skill, and the confidence. I hate to admit it, but there's no better choice for leader than him. The Cryptors are supposed to be competing to see which Lostbelt comes out on top. But we pretty much all know that he's gonna end up winning.
You mean at this point in time?
Yeah, at this point in time.
Good. I'm glad to see you've still got some fight left in you. For a while there, I thought we'd scared you off for good.
Stand down, Oprichniki. She is our guest. She is no threat to the Tsar.
Huh. I might be, depending on what you guys have been up to. If your king turns out to be a useless third-rate weakling, I'm taking him and this whole Lostbelt down.
Please stop trying to provoke us. I respect the effort it must have taken to cross the sea in storms just to pay us a visit. But I can't say I approve of you trying to stir up unnecessary trouble. Fighting now benefits no one. Besides, I'd hate to have to cut the number of Wodyme's precious divine spirit servants from 3 to 2.
Well, listen to you. And here I thought you were just another weakling. Hey, Grand Duchess, is he just acting tough because you're here? Or has he just been keeping his fangs hidden all this time?
Do you really need to ask, Canis? It's both.
I see. So he's scared and foolhardy, huh? I like that. It means he's still got plenty of room to grow.
What do you want? We don't have anything noteworthy to report. Everything's going fine.
You call this fine? Yours is the only Lostbelt where the Tree of Emptiness hasn't taken root. Hell, yours hasn't even sprouted yet. No wonder my master's concerned. Why do you think he sent me here? He was worried a weakling like you wouldn't be up to the challenge.
I'm doing great. Might be a slow start, but that's not exactly anything new for me. My caster and I are going to be the last ones standing when this is all over. That won't change. I know the Tree of Emptiness hasn't taken root. That's because the Tsar doesn't get why he needs it yet. But it's only a matter of time until he does. In the meantime, I'm going to keep laying my groundwork. Ever played Reversi? No, I guess you wouldn't have. Well, let's just say I'm playing the long game. Things will switch up down the line.
You've got harsh eyes. I can see your ambitions in them. So you're sucking up to your king while waiting for your chance to turn the tables on him, huh? Fine then. If you can actually put one over on Wodyme, that'll make for one hell of a show. All right. I'll tell him there's no problem in Russia. This Lostbelt's foundations might suck, but its king is as monstrous as they come. Yep, I took a peek at him and he's quite a beast. I don't even think our own demiurge could take him. Make sure you get a good jump on the other cryptors, Cadux and Lupus. You want to look good for your woman, don't you? I think it's sweet, a master and a servant being a couple. Once you've made it official, I'll pop over and make her my woman, right in front of you.
How vulgar. Uncultured boor, I despise your kind.
Well, ain't that a coincidence? I can't stand a woman who can't do a damn thing for herself getting fawned over all the time.
Ugh.
Are you lonely or something, Canis? Do you need someone to talk to? If it's a tea party you're looking for, I'll grab you a chair right now.
Sure thing. I'll be glad to take you up on that when little Miss Grand Duchess ain't around. And hey, listen to that biting wit of yours. How come you keep that under wraps most of the time?
Let's just say I know there is a time and a place for everything. Now, is that all you have to say?
Yeah, that's it. Oh hey, one more thing. Are those proper human history guys still here? I'm pretty sure David said they'd be showing up here in Russia.
I'm handling them as we speak. They'll be out of the picture soon enough.
The hell? You mean you still haven't killed them? Tell you what, I'll do you a favor while I'm here and take care of them for you.
I don't think so. This is my Lostbelt they came to. That makes them my quarry, mine, to deal with as I see fit.
Is that so? You sure are pushing your luck, aren't you, human? Almost like looking at myself back when I was still living. Fine, Kadok. I'll see how far that arrogance of yours carries you. You're right. Russia is your game board after all. You just do your best to get first place. But be careful you don't get taken by surprise. If you pull it off, maybe then I'll join you for your little tea party.
What an obnoxious servant. If you hadn't been here to stop me, I would have ended up killing Canis myself.
We don't need any more trouble right now, and we don't want to bother the Tsar either.
I wonder if all heroes from the Age of Gods are as rude as she is. God, I can't stand how she looks down on us either.
Yeah, I know, it's all my fault.
Yes, it is. And when something reflects poorly on you, it reflects poorly on me as well. I understand why that is, but it only makes me angrier.
I still have some tea leaves Pepe gave me. I know you servants don't need that sort of thing, but I hope it'll at least put you in a better mood.
That will depend on how it tastes.
Sheesh.